Hello, my name is Letitia Shearer. I want to take a moment and talk to you about how to become a comeback champion in your mind. What happens is a lot of times that we are trying to come back from life situations that have happened to us. A lot of times trauma is given to us in our childhood years, childhood adversity. We experience trauma in some shape, form, or fashion. What one may experience or classify as trauma might be different from what someone else may consider a traumatic event. And so I would like to just take a moment to briefly talk about exactly how do you come out of childhood trauma or any type of trauma or any type of event that requires you to be able to shift your mindset. Why am I mentioning childhood? Childhood is because as early as in our as early as 2 or 3 years old, we start beginning to form perception of reality. Our perception of reality, we begin to form mindsets, we begin to form beliefs, and it all happens due to what we are experiencing, what we are taking, and how we are perceiving things around us as early as 2, 3, 4 years old. And so a lot of times we have to be able to go back into our childhood. We have to go back into what it is that has shaped our beliefs, shaped our mindsets at such a young age, and begin to shift it from there. But what happened is we begin to get stuck in those childhood experiences. We begin to get stuck in what has happened to us, and we do not let go of it. The reason why we don't let go of it is because we hold on to unforgiveness. And so, one thing that helped me be able to shift my mindset greatly was going through and actually forgiving things that had happened to me in my childhood. It was things that happened to me in my childhood that I had to learn to be able to let go of. People that have happened, things that happened, whether it was through my years of being molested. By the age of 18, I had been molested several different times by several different people. I had been gang raped twice within the same month, and I'm yes, by the age of 18, I was by 17, but actually before I had turned 18, I had also witnessed a family member being murdered right before my eyes, taken up from me. I've witnessed domestic violence inside of family members' lives and stuff. And of course, like many of us are, so I also have had discipline that was done through whoopings or so, which for a lot of us that is common and is nothing that is traumatic, but something that may be traumatic for one may not be traumatic for the other. It might be something that is trivial for someone else. But a lot of times we view trauma through our own lenses instead of actually realizing what may be considered trauma for someone else. So through different adverse childhood experiences in my life, I had to learn how to let go of the past, how to quit holding on to things that I had seemed as that has hurt me. I had to learn to let go of rejection that I may have felt because my father wasn't around as a child. I had to learn how to deal with certain things that I may have endured just from either other children, as well as things that I've endured at the hands of adults, right? So how did I do that? I did it through the process of forgiveness. What happens is a lot of times we don't want to apply forgiveness because we confuse forgiveness and reconciliation with each other. And we feel like just because I forgive this person, or so they're going to think that it's okay to do it again. We feel just because I forgave a person that it means that I have to allow them back into my life, that I have to allow them back into my personal space. And that is not the case. Forgiveness is for you. Forgiveness is not for the other person. It is for you. And so one thing that keeps us stuck in toxic mindsets is that we hold on to things. We become hoarders of negative experiences, hoarders of negative emotions, and we do not release it. So one of the things that I did to help me be a comeback champion was that I went through and I made a list of everyone that I had felt wronged me in any shape, form, or fashion. One thing that I love that my aunt had taught me, she said, it's a fact that I'm feeling, but it does not make my feelings fact. And so therefore I had to realize, okay, this is my facts. This is my truth. This is how I feel. This is how I perceive that situation, whether through the eyes of a child or eyes of an adult. This is how I perceive the situation. This hurt me. And because this hurt me, I go through it. This person hurt me, and I list everybody name by name. As I go through those names, I go back then later and I take one name at a time, only one name at a time. And I say, such and such hurt me on, I'm going to say Susan hurt me on such and such day once she did X, Y, and Z. Once she did X, Y, and Z, it made me feel this way. I no longer want to hold on to that feelings, and I choose to forgive, and I release it to God. And one thing is that I acknowledge this is how I feel. And I make a choice. I make a decision to release them. So I go through the process of forgiveness. I go through the process of saying, I no longer want to feel this way. I no longer want to hold on to this forgiveness. I continue to go through that list, and I list everybody on there to include myself. One of the hardest people for us to honestly forgive is ourselves. One of the hardest people for us that have done the most, the person that have done maybe the most to us is a lot of times it is ourselves. It is things that we have inflicted on ourselves, situations and we have to learn to say, I forgive myself for putting myself in that situation. I forgive myself for continuing to be in the company of people that devalued me and made me feel less than, or continue to put myself in situations where I felt rejected. So we have to not only forgive the act. I want you to also remember that not only do you forgive the act, but you forgive the emotions that is attached to those actions. A lot of times we try to go through and we just say, I forgive this person for not being in my life, but we forget about the emotions that is attached to it, which is the rejection. So a lot of times we hold on to not only the act, we hold on to the emotions, and the emotions is what tears us down. The emotions is what keeps us stuck, because whenever we feel that emotions from anyone else, we say, well, it reminds me of. So we go into a marriage and we say, well, it reminds me of once my father did this or my mother did this, and we bring those things into our marriages. So that is one thing. You have to go through the process of forgiveness. You have to work your steps, and it takes a while. You cannot rush that process. You do not move on to one name to the next name until you actually have released every bit of forgiveness that needs to be released to a person, whether it is small or large. Whatever you feel in your heart, the fact is that you felt some type of way. Forgive them for the action and the emotions that their actions made you feel. The next thing is that we have to also learn how to cancel out negative thoughts. What happens is a lot of times we are constantly thinking negative, and we're feeding ourselves negative thoughts. So you hear people say, oh, I'm broke. I'm always broke. Well, you're feeding negative thoughts. And the more you say that I'm broke, then you're wondering why your pockets are starting to look a little funny. You're trying to figure out why does it seem like I have more bills at the end of my money? You're trying to figure out, why is it that I no longer look at myself in the mirror and find myself attractive? Well, you continue to speak that you was fat. You continue to speak that you was ugly. You continue to speak certain things over yourself, over your body. And then now you're wondering why it is manifested in your life. We have to understand that what we speak and what we think, it actually has the potential to determine our destiny. It has the potential to determine where we are going. So what you are saying today is going to determine your tomorrow. What you said yesterday determined where you are today. And so a lot of times what happened is that we don't cancel out these negative thoughts, and we become, and again, I love the word hoarders. We become hoarders of these negative thoughts. We begin to hold on to all of these things, all of these negative thoughts about ourselves, about situations and stuff, and not realizing that we are speaking these things into existence. Life and death is in the power of our own tongue. So are you speaking life into your situation, or are you speaking death? What are you speaking? And so one of the things that I had to do is I had to realize that I needed to cancel out a lot of my negative thoughts. And so what I began to do is find me one positive song, and I began to listen to this positive song over and over and over. I place the song on repeat. Why do I do this? Because that means that once my mind is quiet, once I'm in the shower, or once I'm laying down, or once I'm driving in my vehicle, all of a sudden, instead of negativity coming in, I am retraining my mind to think whatever positive message was in that song. So one of the things that you can also do this is canceling out negative thoughts, is begin to speak the opposite over yourself. Not only once a day, but I would do it several times a day. I do it first thing in the morning. I do it sometime in the afternoon. And I do it again right before I go to sleep at night. Sometimes I wake up at midnight and I speak the same thing again. And I'm commanding these positive things over my life. And I'm speaking positivity over my life. Last point that I want to tell you is maintain your peace. One way that you maintain your peace is that you choose not to allow negative emotions on the inside of you. You can choose, and I like to say, sometimes you have to say, forget your feelings. And once I say forget your feelings, what I am saying is, you know what? This might have hurt me, but I choose not to carry that hurt. I choose not to feel rejected. I choose not to be angry about this. I choose not to accept. Yes, I did not like it, but I choose not to hold this stuff on it. This is how you maintain your peace. Once you begin to hold on to different things and different emotions and stuff, that stuff begins to affect your peace. It begins to affect your mind. And as you do that, now you're wondering why you're stuck and you're not coming back. Listen, we have to be comeback champions. You have to work the steps. You have to go through the process of forgiveness. You have to go through the process of canceling out negative emotions, and you have to go through the process of maintaining your peace. Maintain your peace at all costs. Once you lose your peace of mind, it is no coming back from there sometime. And that is one thing that gets us stuck into mental health situations. The reason why we're stuck into depression and anxiety and stuff is because we're holding on to unforgiveness, bitter rage. We're holding on to negative thoughts that we are speaking about ourselves, or that other people, that we feel other people think of us. We're self-projecting our feelings sometimes on other people, but sometimes we are holding on to these negative thoughts. And the other things is, once we actually get into a level of peace, we do not focus on how to maintain it. Maintain your peace by actually knowing exactly how not to take in negative emotions. Again, I am Tish Shearer. I enjoy talking with you. Listen, I want you to be a comeback champion. I want you to take control of your mind, take control of your thoughts, start taking an inventory of your thoughts, take an inventory of what it is that you are thinking, what you are actually feeding in and allowing to speak into your ear gates, what you are actually watching, and what you are releasing out your mouth. Thank you again. Have a great day. Comeback Champions 2022.
Greetings all. I am Michelle Austin and I am from Washington, D.C. My topic is, there is power in your pain. Let me ask you all a question. Have you ever been in so much pain that you just couldn't think right? I'll wait. Right, that was me. I couldn't think straight. So today I'm going to share with you all how I found power in my pain. The Webster Dictionary defined pain as to render, unease in the mind, to disquiet, to distress, to grieve. Also, as I was studying, I learned that the word pain is mentioned over 70 times in scripture, according to the Bible. I believe if the Bible is talking about pain, then there must be some purpose and power in that pain. So as I was researching and I was reading, Dr. Witherspoon defined pain as any uncomfortable sensation in the body. The doctor also doesn't believe some people have a high tolerance for pain. Hey, I'm guilty of that one. For some people have a low tolerance for pain. There are two types of pain that has really changed my life, but also made me feel like my life was over. And that's a physical pain and a mental pain. See, being in a domestic violence relationship, being in abused or rejected mentally, emotionally, and abandoned by the ones who were supposed to love you, that's pain. But the pain that destroyed me, that almost destroyed me the most, was the mental pain. Have you ever lost a loved one and didn't know what to do? See, no one teaches us how to live without our loved ones. No one teaches us, oh, it's going to be okay. No one say, oh, I'm going to prepare you for this day when I leave. We were never taught those things. So in 2013 was the worst pain of my life. I felt. And this is where I found my power, because it almost took me out. See, I learned when my mom passed away, I began to isolate myself because I didn't understand why God would allow my mother to leave me again. And this time, it was forever. See, as a teen mom, my mom put me out and I had to survive on my own. She never came to see about me. She never came to talk to me. She only sent trouble my way. Hey, maybe I was that problem child that she was, and she just didn't understand how to care for me. But I survived. As I was learning how to overcome the pain mentally of losing my mother, I was abandoning myself. I was lost. I was isolated. I lost everything. I lost my house. I lost my car. I lost my job. I didn't understand why all these things were happening to me. So instead of seeking help because I was so ashamed and embarrassed, I cried. I cried. I stayed to myself. I hid from everybody. I was just that ashamed and embarrassed because I didn't know how to ask for help. I didn't want nobody to judge me. So in 2019, as I was just enough of crying, I had enough of just hiding. I had enough. I wanted my life back. I wanted to smile again. I wanted to laugh again. I wanted to help people. I wanted to be there for everyone, although no one never been there for me. But I didn't know how because I was in so much pain and I didn't know how to get out. So one day I was standing in the mirror, December 2019. And I heard this voice. And it was actually the last conversation that me and my mother had. And that voice said, it's time to live. And at that moment, I remember, she said, your kids are grown. You got to start taking care of yourself. And from that moment on, I did. I began to focus on me and figuring out how was I going to get out all my stuff back? How was I going to get my life back? See, we all have experienced some kind of pain, some kind of rejection, some kind of abandonment that we never talk about because we are ashamed of how people may think and see us. Well, I'm here to tell you, who cares what people think about you? We sit around and hold in so much thing, not understanding the damage that it does to our inside. Pain is not only internal, it's external. Well, I want to say it's not only external, it's internal. When we hold things inside and don't talk about it because we begin to suffer in silence, we only hurt ourselves. And think about it. And if you're a parent, a single parent, and you're damaged the inside of your body, and you're holding things in that could really hurt you, are you really thinking about your children and the people who really do love you? Or you holding on all that hurt from the past that you don't know how to get over? See, I had to learn everything that I was going through or went through was for me to be here today to tell somebody that if I can get over it, if I can come out of it, you can too. So I began to seek help. And that's what I encourage you to. Seek help. Seek help before it's too late. And it's never too late to ask for help. We just can't allow the trials of our life to silence us. Whatever storm into your life and whatever path you're on during that lifetime, don't become silent. It has a sound. It has a voice. Someone needs to hear. Someone needs to see how you're coming out and how you're able to take that pain and turn it into a positive instead of allowing it to be the negative energy that's controlling you. Because you have power. Now it's time to work that power. It's time to turn that pain into power. It's time to show people that I've been through X, Y, Z, and I'm here to tell you that although all that pain hurt me, although everything was against me, although I lost everything, but guess what? You're still here. So your story matters. Your story matters to somebody else. It may have been painful at that moment, but it wasn't meant to last always. It wasn't meant to stay forever. See, we have to learn how to not take everything that happened to us and make it so bad. Because it's a lesson in every trial. We just have to be able to want to get over that trial. Listen, these battles that we fight in our life are just not for us. We have to be able to share and encourage the world that, hey, God will just not put more on me than he would bear, than I can bear. And I believe that. I believe that everything that I went through, from being abandoned by my parents, for people not being there to help me, being a single parent, and those other grandparents or other fathers was not there to help care for their children. I had to show another single mom that it's okay. We can make it. We can survive. See, I believe in the village. It takes a village to raise a child, and my community became my village. Even though my parents wasn't there, they didn't help me get through this. But as a teen mom and living on my own, I had to learn things by mistake. But guess what? I survived, and you can too. I just want you guys to know that the pain that brought you in this place is the same pain that will teach you how to forgive the people who never showed up. It's time to shift. It's time to get your life in order. It's time to live the life you always imagined and dreamed. It's a new day. We have to move forward, no turning back. And guess what? Be gentle with yourself. Healing takes time, and heal at your own pace, right? You have whatever path you're on to healing from your past hurt. Don't be rushed. Don't allow someone to tell you that, oh, get over it, because no one went through that pain but you. So you have to be able to recognize, acknowledge, and recognize where you are in your healing path. You have to know, you know how when you go to the doctor and they ask you, what's your pain level? So you should be able to complete a self-evaluation and understand where you at. Where are you in your healing path? Where are you in trying to get to the next level in your life? Are you allowing the pain in the past to sit on you so long that you can't grow? That you can't believe in yourself? That you just don't want more because somebody did something to you that caused you to not want better for your life? Or they hurt you that much? See, this is where I step in at and say, if you still holding on to your past and it's still hurting you today, then it's time to heal. It's time to seek professional help. Because nobody wants you to sit in that pain forever. See, that pain that you're going through, somebody else is going through it. But how you come out, because you're here today to learn how to live your best life and gain some new knowledge and understanding how to move forward and grow in this season, then somebody needs to know that the pain that you went through, this is how I got here. So this summit is supposed to educate you, empower you to get to your next. So today, I'm encouraging you. So I read this quote by Drew Barrymore, and that quote said, some of your greatest pain becomes your greatest strength. That's what I got. From that, there's power in your pain. But until you understand, you are the person, you are the vehicle that controls the power to that pain. See, that pain can't last always. Child, when a mother have a baby, that pain don't last always. It's for a moment. And then the doctor gives you some medicine, you heal 6 weeks, you back in good shape. May take a little longer depending on how it went. But it doesn't last always. It's not supposed to last a lifetime. See, we don't seek help. And I believe getting professional coaching, getting a mentor, getting therapist if you need. Don't let nobody tell you that you don't. If you feel like you need to have someone else to talk to, do that. I strongly recommend that you allow yourself to heal from your past so that you can grow, because you matter. If you're living here today and that past issue happened last year and maybe beyond last year, then guess what? You want out. So how do I get out? You gotta be able and ready to make that shift, because the shift is important. That's the big part to finding power in your pain. And we're going to talk about that. See, we can fall off the bike and put some ice on it, but now I'm in pain from my past and it hurt me. So I'm gonna give you some motivation ice to put on it so you can get to your next level. See, it's nothing we can do when we're a child and we're in pain, because it's our parents' responsibility to take care of us. But as an adult, we have full control over the pain that we're feeling. We can either hide, we can either cover up, or we just can heal out loud. On your healing journey, share it. Let somebody know where you are and how you healing from something that somebody else is going through, so they can follow you on that same journey. See, I'm encouraging everyone today, get you some ice. Ice that pain with purpose, because the power in your pain is up to you to let it out, because pain does not last always. So here's a piece of ice to turn your pain into power. See, the ice is for investing in yourself. You are your biggest asset. Remember, you are important. No matter what you went through, no matter what happened in your life, you are important and you are enough. No matter who told you that you wasn't, you are. Sometimes you have to get in the mirror and tell yourself, I am enough. You have to affirm yourself. So you are already validated. So you shouldn't be looking for nobody else to validate you. When you were validated before you were born and created in your mother's womb, you were validated before you came to this earth. So there is purpose in your life. Okay. So we're going to invest in ourselves in this season. And then that's C. C is for communication, collaboration, and celebration. When you surround yourself with like-minded people, you begin to think like them. You begin to act like them. You begin to want things that they have. They become your motivation and not someone, oh, they think they like that because they got this. No, you shift that mindset because now you want the same thing. You want better for your life. And now you're believing in yourself because you now begin to make those connections because you believe in yourself again. It's important that we believe again. It's important that we dream again. Mr. Les Brown said, proximity is power. How can we get in that proximity if we don't shift our mindset? If we don't find those people who have those dreams that we want, those people who doing things that we wish to do, those that we want to do. When we begin to find those people and surround ourselves with those people, then guess what? We begin to make the connection. We made the first move. So now the mindset is shifting. And now you're starting to feel good about yourself, right? So now that when you start to feel good about yourself, now you're starting to think about the experience, right? See, the E is for experience. We all experience something in our life. But those experiences that we experience, the good and the bad, those are our testimony. Those are the things that we tell people. We encourage people with our testimony because our testimony are going to be something to help somebody else come out. Because they're going to be looking at you and like, I just seen her do this, or I just seen him do that. Oh my God, they were so broken down. They were so it was a mess. They're going to remember the mess, but they're going to follow the journey and they're going to see how you came out. They're going to be like, wow, they remember. So if they're going to remember and they're going to talk about you good or bad, give them a good experience. Get them something to watch. Let them watch the progress and the process. So that's experience. Always remember your experience is your testimony. Things don't just happen to us for no reason. They happen to us for a reason. If we're going to make a global impact on this world, people need to know that I've been through something. And I heard you were too. So guess what? This is how I did it, right? I surrounded myself with all these positive people. I begin to dream again. I begin to live again. And because of that, I believe I can have anything I want. I believe I can do anything if I just try. Anything that I can imagine is mine. Why? Because I'm going to go get it now. I'm not going to allow nobody to say, oh, that's too much. Be careful who you surround yourself with because proximity is power. And we want to hang around power that's going to help us create that same kind of power within us, especially if you have been broken and in pain from your past for so long. So when you're trying to birth out that power, guess what? That surrounding, that circle becomes small. So that's my ice. My ice is invest in yourself, the communication, the collaboration, and we all love celebration. So let's celebrate each other. Let's celebrate your losses and your wins because those are the experiences that we want to talk about. Those are the things that we want to tell people how we came over, how we got over. We want our testimony. We want to live out our testimony out loud. I pray that something I said today will help you on your healing journey and your success path. That you find power, peace, hope, joy, moving towards your goals and dreams. Because there is power in your pain, but you are the vehicle to let it out. No one can do it for you. No one can say, you can do it. I can encourage you, you can do it. But until you believe in you, that's the only time it's going to happen. So my name is Michelle Austin. I am the CEO and founder of M2G Monet Consulting and Coaching Firm. You can follow me on my journey at www.IamM2G Monet, the motivator. And I thank you all for listening to me. Have a great day.
My name is Dr. Kylie McBride, and I want to talk to you about a very, very important topic, a topic that will actually chart your course as you are on your path to success. Think about what you're thinking about. Think about what you're thinking about. We've all been victims of idle thoughts or just allowing our mind to wander. But when we take control of our thought process, we will experience success. A few years ago, a friend of mine gave me a card, and in the card, she had taped a dollar bill, and she said, "A penny for your thoughts. I can afford 100 of them." I have been known to be kind of a reserved, quiet person, not to say much, but what she was trying to do was to get me to engage with her and to be more expressive. In fact, I was at a time in my life when she gave me this card where I was really, really hiding on the inside. I was going through a lot of different changes, a lot of transitions, people moving in and out of my life, relationships beginning and ending, and I was not speaking about what I was thinking about. She saw me on a downhill slide and she attempted to re-engage me. As I thought about this topic, my mind went back to that card that she gave me for my birthday. And I said to myself, why would somebody pay another person for their thoughts? Did a little research and I found out this phrase has been around since the 1500s. And back then, a penny was worth a little bit more than it's worth today. Actually, it was worth about $2.50. And it was used mostly when you were speaking to people that you thought had wisdom. So if the person reflected wisdom, if their thoughts reflected knowledge, and if their thoughts were anchored in experience, their thoughts were worth paying for. Those characteristics are representative of someone who takes the process of thinking and contemplating and analyzing and synthesizing seriously. We have got to be intentional about thinking about what we're thinking about. These people made a habit of thinking about their thoughts, of focusing in on what their mind was doing and not allowing their thoughts to just run around idly. Today, I want to encourage you to discipline yourself to do the same. Before we get to thoughts, we must look at beliefs. Your beliefs are what shape your thoughts. Whatever you believe is what's going to dominate your mind. That's what's going to dominate your consciousness. So before we can take a careful look at your thought process, we have to look at your values. We have to take time to consider what it is that you believe. What is your worldview? What is your perspective? Whether it is about politics, business, rearing a family, education, and most importantly, about yourself. What do you think about yourself? When you look at your belief system, it will always lead you back to your thought process. What you believe about yourself and your situation defines how you will think about it. For example, if you were growing up and someone repeatedly told you all of the negative things about you, they told you you were a bad kid, they told you that you don't listen, they told you you would never be anything in life, that would become a part of your belief system about yourself. And therefore, that is the perspective that you would view yourself from. In short, that is what you would think about you. You have to make sure that you are uprooting those old thought patterns and that you are changing the perspective at which you see yourself. You have to be intentional about thinking about what you're thinking about. On the flip side, that same child could have been told that they were smart, they were witty, they were athletic, that they could do anything they wanted to, that the sky was the limit. That child would have a different belief system. Their thoughts about themselves and their abilities and their purpose would be more positive than a child who was berated with negative characteristics and negative assumptions. We have to acknowledge the place places where we do not have healthy thoughts about ourselves. We cannot allow our mind to wander. We cannot allow ourselves, even subconsciously, to hold on to old narratives. I encourage you again today, pause and think about, even in this minute, what you're thinking about. We can all look outside and we can see it raining. And of course, rain may be disruptive to our day. And we can harbor a negative thought and begin to brood about how the rain is causing traffic jams. The rain is causing my grass not to root. The rain is causing my new shoes to get dirty. We can have all of those thoughts. And before you know it, you are in such a place that you forget that the purpose of the rain is to water the earth, to give us the food and the fruit, and to sustain us. It is all about perspective, but it starts with your beliefs, because your beliefs are what anchors your thought process. We become what we think about. I want you to repeat that after me. We become what we think about. Sadly, we're more prone to have negative thoughts than positive thoughts. I don't know why we're wired this way. I don't know why our mind always goes to the negative. But we have to be intentional about recognizing that, yes, human nature is going to lean to the negative, but I am going to make sure that because I am thinking about, paying attention to what I'm thinking about, I redirect my thoughts. Why? Because toxic thoughts manifest toxic behaviors. Again, toxic thoughts manifest toxic behaviors. And at the end of the day, toxic behaviors eliminate your chance for success. Don't you want to be successful? You have got to start thinking about what you're thinking about. Not another day of your mind just rambling on idly, of things just playing in the background. We want to make sure that when somebody asks you that question, well, what do you think? That you have plenty to say. I've had several people, especially as a child, again, I mentioned that I was pretty quiet, pretty into myself and inside myself. And my dad was notorious for coming into a room and just seeing me kind of sitting and saying, what are you thinking about? My immediate response was nothing. Of course, I was thinking about something. There's not a moment in our day when we're not thinking about something, but the thoughts that I was having, number one, may not have been productive. Number two, were probably negative. And number three, were probably not things that I wanted him to hear me say anyway. Again, manage your toxic thoughts through disciplining your thought life. We have got to be as rigid with our thought life as we are with our calendars, our work schedule, our appointment schedule, for some of us, our workout schedule, for others of us, our diet. Whatever it is that is one thing in your life that come hell or high water, I'm going to do this. We need to take that same approach to managing our thoughts. Pay attention to what you're thinking about. Do not allow your mind to wander unchecked. When it does, and toxic thoughts jump into your mind as they do with all of us, we must immediately challenge those thoughts with the positive. We must replace toxic self-talk, toxic thought patterns with positive self-talk and positive thoughts. We cannot allow those toxic thoughts to take root in us and then change our trajectory. We have to make sure that we are not only thinking good thoughts, but what we think, we're speaking out of our mouths and we're releasing into the atmosphere. What you hear is what you will believe, even when the voice is yours. Again, what you hear is what you will believe, even when the voice is yours. What are you saying, Dr. McBride? Sometimes we're waiting on someone else to tell us how wonderful we are. You'll be waiting. We have got to get in the habit, because I manage my thoughts, because I have a positive belief about myself, I'm going to tell myself how great I am. I'm going to tell myself how intelligent I am. I'm going to tell myself how pretty I am. I am going to make sure that my voice is the voice that I hear telling me all of the great things about me. So if you tell me the great things about me, that's a plus. But my belief system is anchored in a belief that because I'm God's creation, and at the end of creation, he said, it is good. When he got finished with the job, he looked around and I was included in that. And he said, it's good. So if it's good, I have to embrace that and make that my perspective. I replace negative self-talk with positive self-talk. Understand that what you think about is what's going to come out of your mouth. We must immediately and deliberately replace those thoughts when they come to our mind and not allow them to linger. Think of it like this. If someone walked up and insulted someone you love, your mother, your child, your spouse, your best friend, you would immediately jump to their offense. If they said something negative, you would immediately challenge the negative statement that they made with a positive statement to counter that. We must think enough of ourselves to do the same. It starts with your belief. Every thought is anchored in your belief system. If someone comes to you at your job and you may be learning the job or you made several mistakes and they say to you, you're incompetent, you replace that thought with, I'm gaining knowledge in my field and I'm eager to learn. I know I made some mistakes today, but I promise you, if you teach me, I'll do better. We must also change our perspective. Our perspective reflects our environment of origin. Whether you grew up in a middle class neighborhood, a lower class neighborhood, upper middle class, wherever you came from, all of that colors your perspective, and your beliefs are attached to that as well. And you have to ask yourself, no matter what level you're on, do I remain where I am or do I aspire to progress beyond this point? If your answer is yes, if you're cool, I'm cool. If you like where you're at, I love where you're at. But if your answer is yes, you have got to be willing to change your perspective, your mind, and your thoughts about where you are. I know it's hard to leave where we are comfortable. It's hard to leave relationships that we're comfortable in, neighborhoods that we're comfortable in, cities that we're comfortable in, jobs that we're comfortable in. But again, as we elevate, we have to be willing to change our perspective. And we cannot change our perspective without first changing our thoughts about the place that we're in. Leveling up, it doesn't make you bad. In a lot of cases, it makes you the first in your environment to go to college, the first in your environment to open a business, the first in your environment to graduate from high school. It changes your perspective and it changes your belief about yourself. And therefore, it changes what you think you're capable of. Where you were served its purpose in your journey. But as you change your perspective and your mind changes, you're going to see yourself elevated and promoted. You're going to see acceleration. You're going to see rapid progress. And you're going to find yourself in places that you only imagine. Again, what you were thinking about. You must allow your thoughts to be changed. I was having a conversation with someone years ago and they had asked me, it was a very simple thing. They had asked me about a song, and the first time I heard the song, I really didn't like it. They played it again months later. And when they played it, I said, oh gosh, I like that song. And they said, well, last month you didn't like it. And I said, well, I changed my mind. Changing your mind is okay. I know that we get stuck in places and we feel like because I said this or because I was here or because I was comfortable here, I don't need to change. But you have to allow your thoughts to be transformed. You have to be intentional. Number one, again, when you enter into this place of change, when you enter into this place of new perspective, you have to expect negative thoughts. I promise you they're coming. but we've already talked about it. You have to have a counter. You have to have an answer that is positive for every toxic thought that challenges this new place that you're going. You have to replace those negative thoughts with a realization that those negative thoughts are not entitled to stay. You cannot, you will not prosper on the levels that you are moving to if you have a negative thought life. Period. Dot. It's just not going to happen. So look, I'm going to change my mindset. I'm going to allow my mind to be transformed. And I'm going to replace those thoughts. Then I'm going to reject those thoughts. They do not serve a purpose for my future. Negative thought life cannot take me to my next level. As a matter of fact, I won't even be happy on this level if I have a negative thought life, if my perspective is always zeroed in on those things that are not profitable, those things that are on the bad side, or those things that just aren't positive. I understand that the world, there are wars and people are dying and there's disease. So we don't go into a place where we're oblivious to reality. But I manage my thought life and I focus on solutions rather than problems. That is transformation. And that is when you become a change agent in your community, in your city, in your church, in your business, in your place of employment, and most importantly for us, in our family. Look, we're intentional about what we put on when we go to an event. If we're going to an evening event, a ball or a gala, we don't go there in jeans and a t-shirt. But if we're going to a ball game, jeans and a t-shirt are appropriate. We have to use that same level of an intention about what thoughts we allow to be put into our mind and to rest there. We have to recognize, number one, that the occasion is your life. The occasion is your life. So how do I want to show up for my future? What impression do I want to make? I want to be successful. I want to be prosperous. I want to be forward thinking. So that requires me to put on a different perspective and to think differently about who I am and where I'm going and who I am going to live my best life with. One thing about changing your thoughts, it's going to change your circle. And a lot of times that's where we get stuck. The more we grow and the more people leave our lives because they don't grow with us, or God elevates us to a different space, we have to be okay with the fact that as I grow mentally and emotionally, and as I take command of my thought life and begin to think about, really consider what I'm thinking about, my life will change. And when your life changes, so does your circle. Remember, the occasion is your life, and you want to make a great impression on your future. You start that by monitoring your thought life. Your success, your prosperity, everything that you're looking for, that you're praying for, that you're working toward, it is connected to your beliefs, and your beliefs establish your thoughts. We have to make sure that we recognize negative thoughts. And when we recognize them, that we immediately push them away, that we reject them, and that we are intentional about allowing our perspective to change, that we are intentional about growing, that we are intentional about exposure, because we want to be those people that back in the 1500s, they said a penny for your thoughts. Why? Because I know that what you're thinking about is profitable. I know that what you're thinking about can be life-changing. I know that what you're thinking about is coming from a place of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. When my friend gave me that card, I kind of chuckled, and, I still didn't talk much, but more and more, I understand that what she was saying to me was, look, there's a value attached to what you're thinking. And even though life right now has you in a place where you don't want to talk, you don't feel like you have anything to say, where you've been hurt so much that you're just kind of going inside of yourself, I still believe that your thoughts are worth something. And whenever you get ready to express what you're thinking, she said, I've already paid up my bill and I got dibs on 100 of your thoughts. I believe that all of you have that same level of success, that same level of intellect. I believe that you're change agents. I believe that you're wise beyond your years. I believe that the accumulation of everything you've studied, how you perfected your trades, how you have gone into a place where you make sure that you're knowledgeable about your field, how you sought out mentors and life coaches, and all of those factors have added to your cache of knowledge, right? Your cache of wisdom. And somebody somewhere is looking and they're saying, I'll give you a penny for your thoughts. I want to know what you're thinking. Why? Because I know that you're a person that has disciplined their thought life, that thinks about what they're thinking about. And whether it's a penny or a dollar or somebody's paying you 5 figures to sit and to hear what you're thinking about, know that your thoughts are valuable. And because they're valuable, we must guard them, whether positive or negative. Understand this, your thoughts are worth way more than a penny. So if it's going to cost you one way or the other, why not make sure that we take the time to think about what we're thinking about, that we take the time to make sure that not only are we thinking positive thoughts, but that what we think, we're iterating, we're releasing from our mouth, because what we think is, and what we hear is what we'll believe. And if what we hear is based on what we think, we want to make sure that it's positive self-talk, that all of the good that God has placed in you, that when you open your mouth, because you've opened your mind, it will flow out and it will be a blessing, not just to you, but to the world at large. After all, that's why we've been placed here. You have the ability to chart your destiny. Your thoughts are worth everything. So make sure that you're thinking about what you're thinking about. It's been my pleasure to talk to you. I hope I've said something that has propelled you forward, or something that even gives you pause to consider. We want to make sure that we are managing our thought life. There's success all over you, but it starts with what you believe, and what you believe is what you're going to think about. And what you think about is what you're going to say. Make a great impression on your future and know that your thoughts are worth everything. Thank you.
Hi, welcome to the Comeback Champions Summit. My name is Brian K. Wright, and it's an honor and a privilege to be speaking with you all today. If you are running a business, if you have started a business and are scaling it, one thing you want to do is to make sure that you can grow it somehow and gain more customers. One of the best ways that you can do that is to create content on a regular basis. And even more importantly, it's important that you write a book, because you will have increased credibility in the marketplace, and it is your legacy item. And I'm going to talk to you about some of the things that you're going to need to get started. But let me just give you a very quick insight as to my journey into how I got here. And I won't take very long with this. I've always wanted to write. In fact, I was writing as a kid. When I was in study hall in school, if I finished my homework, I would write stories. And I would write stories based on TV shows that I was watching at the time, Lost in Space, Underdog cartoons, whatever the case was, because there was a built-in cast of characters that I was familiar with. When I was in college, I took a creative writing class. And so I learned to write short stories, and I learned how to make those ideas compacted enough to fit onto 15 or 20 pages, because my ideas were usually way too big. I did realize, however, that writing fiction was not my sandbox. I prefer to write nonfiction. I prefer to write personal development and business books. And so I've done some of those for myself, and I've done some of those for other people. whether I've been coaching them or whether I've been writing books for them. So yes, I am a ghostwriter and I'm having a lot of fun doing that. So let's just say that you want to write a book. There are some things that you need to have in place. And first of all, I want to tell you why you should write a book. I mean, for one, it's a bucket list item. A lot of people talk about wanting to write a book. In fact, 80% of people in this country talk about wanting to write a book. Fewer than 1% actually do. And it's very, very important that you get over that. If you don't think you have time, you can make the time. In fact, some of the top celebrities, politicians, CEOs, entertainers in the world don't even write their own books. They hire other people or they have someone on their staff to help them. If you don't think you have anything to say or think that no one will read your book, I would like to dispel that too, because you have family and friends who will support you by buying your book. And there are people in your audience who will read your book. If you've got an email list, if you've got a set of customers already, they'll buy your book. If you have a set of potential customers you want to reach, you can give that book away and they will read it. Sometimes people just don't think they are good writers, and that's another reason why you might consider getting help. But let's just say that you have decided to write your own book, and that's a brilliant decision on your part. You can use this as a lead generation tool for your business. In fact, let's just say that somebody is vetting you in terms of someone that they may want to work with. And let's just say they're getting a quote from 3 different people. If you are the only person that they are calling that has written a book, they must think that you're the expert and they must think that you know exactly what you're talking about. It is a way to get a step ahead of somebody else in your industry that maybe hasn't written a book. So a lead generation tool is a great way to use a book. You have higher perceived credibility in the marketplace, and you can generate revenue streams from your book, not just from selling your book, but you can sell a game like Robert Kiyosaki did with Rich Dad Poor Dad. He sold his cash flow game. You can sell a ticket to an event. T. Harv Eker, in his book, Secrets of the Millionaire Mind, gave away free tickets to his weekend event so that you could get a lot of value, dive deeper into the topics he wrote about in his book, and hopefully you would buy some of his courses at the event. And enough people did that it made it totally worthwhile for him to invite his readers for free. Other revenue streams could be masterminds or retreats at exotic locations, or you could develop a coaching program or a course around your content. So there are lots of reasons to use your book in your business. So what do you need to get started? You need to have a clear and concise message. What is your purpose and what impact do you want to have on your readers? What should people take away once they've finished consuming your book? What do you want them to think, feel, act, believe, or do because they've read your book? The next thing you need to think about is, what does your audience want? The perfect topic for your book is the intersection of 3 things. What do you know a lot about? What does your audience want to know a lot about? And what will your audience pay for? Because after all, you do want them to buy your book and hopefully invest in you some other way. So once again, what do you know about? What does your audience want to know about? What will your audience pay for? So your perfect topic is the intersection of those 3 things. So let's just say that you've got some ideas for some topics, but you're not really sure. And my clients tell me this all the time. I think I know what I want to talk about, but I'm not really sure how to start. Great. Ask people you trust. If I were to write a book, what would you expect me to write about? The answers may surprise you. Let's just say that your expertise is in real estate. Think about the things that people ask you about your topic all the time. If you are working with buyers who are buying for the first time or sellers who are selling for the first time, they have a whole list of questions that are new to them, but you've answered these questions all your life, all your career. So the common questions and answers could be the basis for chapters for a book. How else can you pick your topic? Well, think about what people compliment you all the time. You are so good at this. You are really so good at this. And something else you can consider is when people ask you, how did you do that? That's a huge clue that maybe you should write about that. So let's just say now that you've got your topic picked, you'll want to have an outline of some of the subtopics that you want to talk about in your book. As I mentioned with real estate, there are a list of questions that people ask you all the time. Those could be the basis for chapters. You also want to tell stories. Stories sell. So figure out what stories you plan to tell so that you don't tell the same story more than once. and then figure out which chapters those stories belong to. So it's a great way of getting yourself organized. So how do you curate content for your book? There are a lot of great ways you can do this. I had a client one time who asked me to coach her through writing her book, and her book was going to be about being resilient and overcoming adversity. She was concerned, however, that she would not have enough content for her book, but she mentioned that she was the admin for 2 Facebook groups. And I said, here's your ticket. Ask your Facebook group to share stories of how they overcame something traumatic in their lives. She got 25 stories, most of them centered around overcoming divorce, overcoming a broken relationship, overcoming losing a child, overcoming a business loss, overcoming bankruptcy or a short sale. But they shared their stories about what they went through and how they got out of it. And with their permission, she included all 25 of those stories in her book, in addition to her own content. It was a brilliant way to fill out her book. So asking other people to contribute is a great way to fill out content for your book. Where else can you create content for your book? Your own life experiences, of course. When my dad passed away a year and a half ago, I knew that I wanted to write a book to honor him somehow. I wasn't ready immediately because I needed to take some time to heal and process and figure out what my life would look like without my dad. About 6 months later, I was finally ready. And so I thought, if I shared the lessons I learned from my dad, maybe some people in my Facebook group, Authorpreneur Live, might have stories too. And so I invited people to collaborate with me in that book. And the resulting book happened 8 months after my dad passed, 9 months after my dad passed, excuse me. And it's called The Greatest Lessons I Learned from My Dad. And then after that, I wrote The Greatest Lessons I Learned from My Mom and used the same format. And so I shared some of the greatest lessons I learned from my mom. So your life experiences can be a great resource for your book. Sometimes you can curate content for your book by repurposing content you have already created. Maybe you've written magazine articles. Maybe you've written on Medium. Maybe you've done Facebook Lives. In fact, I had a client who I helped write her book as her ghostwriter. The basis for the book was 7 Facebook Lives around a common topic. And so then we did some recorded interviews to flesh out some of those ideas some more and to add some more detail and to share some more stories around those ideas. But she initially did 7 Facebook Lives that were about 7 or 8 minutes long, and then we filled in the details to a greater degree later. So that might be the basis for how you can start a book. Sometimes you might have a course that you developed and you want to turn that into a book. Now, most people will write the book and then do the course, but this particular client had a course on how to use LinkedIn to generate referrals and sales. He wanted to turn that into a book so that he could then invite people into his universe to buy his course. So the book was a redirect back to something that he had already created, which was a brilliant idea. When I interviewed Jeffrey Gitomer on my show, Success Profiles Radio, I asked him how he decided to write his first book. And he says he never planned on it. He did a blog about all the stupid things that salespeople do. And after 100 entries, he realized he had a book. So if you've got a blog around a common topic, the basis for that might become a book. In fact, with my magazine, Success Profiles Magazine, I've got one author in particular who's written an article every single month since I've started. And he confided in me recently that he was going to take his best articles from Success Profiles Magazine and compile them into a book. I said, that is a brilliant idea. So you can use content you've already created. That way you don't feel stuck about what can I write about? You may have already created some content and maybe you've already got enough to start with. Something else you can do is to get inspired by something that someone else has written. Let's just say that you've read Simon Sinek's book called Start With Why. What if you thought it started with something else? Maybe you don't think that why is where it all starts. If you think it starts with something else, then that might inspire you to write something. And sometimes it's okay to write something that's the polar opposite of what someone else has written, because you can piggyback off of what someone else has written and you can put your own spin on it. Something else that you might want to do is to be open to new ideas. I had a client one time who is still a client, actually. We're working on his book now. He's in the home services industry, and he wanted to write a book about how to, in his industry, how to fix the minor small things that you don't have to call him about so that he could provide a ton of value. He realized, however, that that book would not be inherently interesting because you could just look all that stuff up on YouTube and watch the videos yourself. So he's decided instead to do a book about remembering his best friend who recently passed. And so he wants to write a legacy book to honor his friend. So his first book isn't going to be about his business at all. And there's nothing that says your book has to be about something in your business. But it's a great giveaway to give people insight as to who you are, because it humanizes you. So sometimes your idea for your book can become something much bigger than you intended. I had a book writing client who wrote a book called Becoming Apologetic. And the book became a movement, not just a book. In fact, he did a TEDx talk based on his book. So I just hope your wheels are spinning a little bit here to think about some things that you can write about and what to do with your book when you're done. So let's just say that you've started writing your book. Think about what you want your book cover to look like before you're done. Because if you wait until you're done to think about what you want your book cover to look like, it's going to delay the publication of your book by several weeks. And when you do have ideas for a book cover, hire a graphic designer or have someone you know who is a good graphic designer do this for you and give them some specific ideas about what you want the cover to look like. I had a client one time who wrote a book about taking advantage of opportunities before time runs out. And he hated the first version of the front cover that my graphic designer came up with. And when I gave feedback to the graphic designer, he said, in all fairness, you didn't give me anything to work with except for the title. So you were asking me to guess. Okay, fair enough. I gave that feedback to my client, and the result was that cover was an upside down hourglass with the sands of time almost running out. That's a really great visual for time running out, isn't it? So think about what you want your front cover to look like. And to give you a little intel on how I do my back cover, the top half of the back cover is always part of the introduction to give your reader an idea of what your book is going to be about. The bottom half of the back cover is your photo on one side and a very short bio on the right. That way they see who you are, they get a sense of who you are. And of course, on the top half of the cover, like I mentioned, it's a snippet from your introduction so they know what your book is going to be about. It sets things up perfectly because as much as we tell people don't judge a book by its cover, believe me, they do. If your cover is terrible, they probably won't even open it any further, and they certainly will not buy your book. So your cover needs to be really, really good. But think about that before you're done writing. Once you have a front cover, make sure you have several samples to share with your social media or with your friends and ask them for feedback. In fact, when I did my Greatest Lessons I Learned from My Dad book, the initial version of the cover had an adult. That's great. The feedback I got was, why isn't there a small child? Because you're learning from your dad, right? Great idea. So several samples after that contain a small child and an adult. And the cover that I came up with my graphic designer was based on that feedback. Let's say that you are done writing your book. How can you promote it? One of my favorite ways to promote a book is by using Facebook Lives. I did a book once called Success Profiles, Conversations with High Achievers, and it's based on interviews from my radio show. So every chapter is an interview with a different expert. So on day one of my promotion, I took one idea from chapter 1 and I did a 5-minute Facebook Live on it. On day 2, I took one idea from chapter 2 and did a 5-minute Facebook Live. And I did that with every single chapter in the book. And then I started over and picked a different idea from chapter 1 and then a different idea from chapter 2 the next day. And you can see where this is going. You can spin ideas for Facebook Lives for months if you do that. I chose to stop after about a month because I got tired of doing it, but I did sell quite a few copies during that month because I was using Facebook Lives to promote. Another way you can promote your book is with your podcast if you have one. And if you don't have a podcast, you should have one. And it's even better if your book and your podcast synergize the same branding, because that way it's easier to cross-reference and cross-promote. Another great way to promote your book is with other people's podcasts. Be invited to be on other people's shows. If you've got friends who are podcast hosts, maybe they will invite you. I get invited on podcasts all the time. And I talk about book writing. I talk about the books I've written. I talk about the books I've helped other people write. And it's really, really fun. And I get to share some of the same things I'm sharing with you today. Another one of my favorite ideas for promoting my book is to create marketing memes. And the very simple formula I use is to have a picture of myself and have several pictures of yourself available so you can have different memes, but have a picture of yourself. And then in one corner, have a mock-up of the cover. And then along the bottom, have the chapter title of one of your chapters. and you can create as many memes as there are chapters in your book, and you can share those every day. And then you can start sharing those over again with a different caption or message describing your meme or your topic. You can promote that for several weeks at a time. And if you think people are going to get tired of it, no, the same people will still love and support. And then there will be people who didn't see the first or second one, but they might see the 8th or 9th because Facebook algorithms, right? And the way that you keep your algorithm fresh is to not only post fresh content every day, I post twice a day minimum, but to like and comment on other people's posts every day. That means that you see their posts and they see you if you are in their feed. Something else you can do to promote your book. If the topic of your book is timely, you will have multiple occasions a year to promote. One of my books is about my dad. One of my books is about my mom. So guess what I'm going to be promoting every Mother's Day and Father's Day? You guessed it, those 2 books. Think about musicians. They do this all the time. Prince's song 1999, that song hadn't been on the chart in 15 or 16 years, but guess what song we were all listening to in 1999? That song. And Michael Jackson's Thriller gets played all the time during Halloween. I don't know if he planned it that way specifically, but it worked out brilliantly for him. Something else you do to promote your book is to do a press release. When I did my Success Profiles Conversations with High Achievers book, I did that with Morgan James Publishing, and they said, get a press release. So I invested $400 in a press release, got picked up by over 215 outlets, and guess what happened? Nothing. I got 0 requests for feedback. I went back to my publisher and I said, is this normal? Yeah, that's a pretty typical response. Well, then why did you have me do this? And so I was a little upset about that. And I was discussing this with another friend in my industry. And she said, did you follow up with all 215 outlets that picked you up? No, you can do that. Yes, you can do that. So the next time I do a press release, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to have my VA look up all their contact information so that I can reach out to them and see if I can get on their outlets, whether it's by a print piece or an audio podcast piece or whatever the case is. So that's how you can promote. Another thing you can do to promote your book is to have a book release party. I did that with that very same book. I did 15 Barnes & Noble book signings in the Phoenix area where I was living at the time. So you can do a book signing party. And sometimes if you want to have a private book signing party, you can do that. Invite people over to your house or to a public place, have refreshments. The people that bought your book will ask you to sign. The people that haven't purchased your book will do so there, and you can charge them for that. And so that's a great way to promote. So how about monetizing your book? Well, you can get on stage a lot more easily. I'm not saying you can't get on stage if you don't have a book, but if you do have a book, then by definition, you must be an expert because you've written a book about something. So you're perceived as an authority. And you can sometimes sell your books from stage. In fact, I had a speaking engagement very recently, and I brought copies of 2 of my books. And so instead of selling those books at full retail price, I bundled those 2 books and said, if you buy both of these books, it's $20 instead of $35. I had several people take me up on that, and I walked away with some cash in addition to the fee I got paid to speak. So that's how you can make money with that. You can also sell your course from stage, or you can sell tickets to your event from stage, or you can ask people to get on your list. But the book is the vehicle to get on stage, which then can lead to something else. So think about how you can have your book lead to something. In fact, I'll tell you, when I did my student leadership book in 2009, that was my very first book. I spoke at some schools. One school bought 55 copies of my book. They discussed it in class before I got there, and I signed everybody's book when I was done. It was really surreal to have people make notes in the margins, highlight, and then ask me questions about my content. It was fun. Another school I spoke at asked me to speak at their commencement speech at the end of that school year. So opportunities can come to you because of that. You can also create masterminds, like I mentioned earlier. I know somebody who was in a mastermind with me, and her business was helping people build quilting businesses. And she was making at least $250,000 a year on quilting as her expertise. So you can create masterminds based on your topic of expertise. And if you think that your topic cannot be monetized, I encourage you to think about that differently. I mentioned also before that you can create a course. So that's awesome. So as we wind down, do you want to write your own book, or should you have someone do it for you? Now, if you have the wherewithal to write your own book, you should, for all the reasons that I've already talked about. If you've got time, if you've got your ideas in place, go ahead and do it. Hire an editor though before you're done so that you have a fresh set of eyes. If, however, you feel like you don't have the time, you don't think you're a great writer, or you're not sure what you want to talk about, I would be very, very glad to talk to you about that. I know people who have said, I'm going to write my book, and then I ask them 3 years later, so how did that book turn out? I haven't done it yet. So time's going to pass whether you write a book or not. So write it. Let's go. And if you do want to write a book, you can reach out to me, writeabookforyou.com. Once again, that is writeabookforyou.com. And if you don't feel like you have an entire book inside you yet, I do compilation books regularly. Like I mentioned before, the greatest lessons I learned from my dad, the greatest lessons I learned from my mom. The current entrepreneur series that I'm working on is a set of compilation books. The greatest lessons I learned from being an entrepreneur, volumes 1, 2, and 3. The next one I'm going to be working on, and I would invite you to participate. If you'd like to know more details about that, you can reach out to me, Brian at briankwright.com. Or you can go to writeabookforyou.com, and there is a link to my calendar on that site. I would be very glad to talk to you about either writing your own book, or if you want to participate in my next compilation book, it's infinitely less expensive and it's very affordable, and it's a chance for you to be published, and you only have to write a few pages instead of a whole book. So thank you for attending the Comeback Champion Summit. I hope this has helped you become a comeback champion, because if you're running a business, you've got to promote, you've got to scale, and having a book is a brilliant way to do it. I thank you all for listening. Enjoy the rest of the summit. Have a wonderful day. Thanks, everyone. Goodbye.
My pantry was being held together by zip ties, and it worked until it didn't. I was standing in the kitchen filling up my water bottle, and all of a sudden I hear this loud crash coming from the pantry. I open up the door, I look inside, and there's a jar of spaghetti sauce splattered all over the floor. Spaghetti sauce on the wall, glass everywhere, and I'm standing there going, how in the world did this happen? And all of a sudden I hear this snap, and another zip tie goes flying through the air. And I look up and hear a couple more cans of beans fall to the floor. And I see this 8-foot-long shell starting to collapse. I jump in and grab it before all of these cans and jars start falling to the floor. And I'm thinking, okay, now what do I do? Because I'm standing there holding this. I can't let go. My husband's outside doing the leaf blower, so he's not going to hear me if I start screaming. Like, I think my kids are in the basement. So I start calling, Tegan, Cora. Finally, my daughter hears me. She comes running upstairs and she's like, what's going on, Mom? Why are you screaming? Like, go get your dad. So she runs outside, gets her dad, comes back in. We start cleaning off this pantry shelf so that I can finally let go. And we don't end up with a bigger mess on the floor than we already have. And when we're finally done, my husband looks at me and he says, you know, I think it's time we finally replace our pantry, like we've been talking about for years. And how many times in our lives do we do this? Do we say that we are going to fix something later? Do we let the pressure build up until something snaps and we have no choice then but to fix it? We do this in our lives. We do this in our businesses. And we start to build up pressure. We start to feel the stress and things aren't working. But in our businesses, I want to make sure you're not doing that. I want to make sure that you've got the right foundations in place so that you are not worried about it falling apart. Because when we can establish the right foundations, then you can really speed up your startup. Then you can really come back, right? You can make it happen. But so many times we're stuck in thinking, okay, I got to do that later, or this is, I'm just going to fix it, do the best I can for now. And it doesn't work long term. So how many of you have ever done that? Just, me. Just say me if you've done that, because I know in our lives, we've all done this at one time or another, where we put things off. We think we've got it good enough. Good is good enough. And we start doing things, and then we realize that we're not doing the right things and we're not doing it the right way. So we want to shift that for you. And I want you to think about where you're at right now in your life, where you're at in your business. Are you happy with it all? Are you happy with everything going on? Are you happy with the business and the money you're making? Are you happy with the relationships you had? Are you happy with either health? Do you want to lose weight? All of the areas of your life, are you happy with it all? What do you want to change? What do you wish you would do differently? Well, I hate to be the one to break it to you, but the truth is that you are exactly where you are because of the decisions that you have made. You are in your life right now where you are meant to be because of the decisions you've made along the way. Now, the good news is that at any point, you can choose a new decision. You can do something differently. But you know that every step you've taken has gotten you to where you are today. And so we want to help you get there. And the first step in making a shift, making a change, when you don't like something, when business isn't going the way you want, you've got to start with getting clarity on what it is you really want, getting clarity on where you want to go, getting clarity on how to make it happen. Everything starts with getting clarity. And I grew up on a farm in Michigan, and we had these three-wheelers, and we used to drive them through the fields when it was really dry. And we would do these 360s, and the dust would start flying up through the air. And we get to a point where we have to stop because we couldn't see where we were going anymore. Because we knew if we went one way, we would end up in a ditch. If we went the other way, we would end up in this pond. So we knew there was only the path that we came in on and that we could exit from that was the right way to go. But when we couldn't see because we were just spinning and all this dust was climbing up, we had to stop and just wait for the dust to settle. And you need to do the same thing in your life sometimes. When you are spinning with ideas, when things are just going so fast that you can't see which direction you're headed, when you've got all these different things that you want to try and you're like, oh, should I do this? Should I do that? And you're just like spinning with the ideas. Sometimes you have to stop and let the dust settle and figure out, okay, what is the real direction I want to go here? Or you need to find someone who can see above that dust and point you in the right direction because they've been there before. They've gone through it before, and they know how to get you to where you want to go. Because limitations live only in our minds, but when we use our imaginations, our possibilities are endless. So I want you to understand that you are not limited in what you want to do and where you want to go. Some of you may think, oh, this was never meant for me. Or how am I ever going to make this happen? And you start to put limitations on where you can go. That's only up here. Your possibilities are truly endless. And with the right direction and with the right steps, you can make it happen. So let me ask, how many of you here want to make more money? Just put some dollar signs in the chat. If you want to make more money, you're here because you want to really speed up that business. You want to come back and make this happen. Maybe you're just getting started and you're like, oh, I just want to replace my income so I can really get going. I know what it's like to be at that point where you're like, oh, I just want to make more money. And you get to that next level and then you're like, oh, I just want to make a little bit more and then a little bit more. And it's not just about making the money. It's what the money can do for you. It's what the money can be a conduit for you. You can give back more. You can travel to places you want to travel. You can do the things you want to do when you are making the right amount, when you're making what's going to make you happy, what's going to make you get you to that next level. But the problem is that I bet you a lot of you just put dollar signs in. You didn't give me a specific amount of what you really wanted to make. And the problem is we're not specific enough. We're not saying, I want $1 more. I want $10 more. I want $1,000 more. I want $100,000 more next month. So you've got to be specific. You've got to be really clear on what you want. I remember when I was getting ready to leave my job to start my business, I was going through my coaching certification. And I kept wondering, okay, when am I going to know if it's the right time to start my business and just go full time in my business, right? And quit my job. And so I set this really specific goal. Like if I can hit this number as my bonus this year, then I will feel like I've got a little bit of security there. I can, have some cushion while I go out and start my business. And I would think about that day every day. I wrote it down. I walk into my office thinking about it. I actually use it as a password key, write that down. Like when you really want to hit a goal, use it as a password, something you use every single day. And so as the day came, and I did this for months leading up to this, I would walk from my parking garage into my office. And instead of being like, oh, I can't stand being here, this is stressful, I don't want to be here. Instead, I would be like thinking about, okay, today's the day. I'm going to turn in my resignation. This is what it's going to feel like. And I started building up that feeling and emotions of what it was going to look like and feel like the day I quit my job. And the day came when my boss called me and he finally gave me my bonus and my pay raise and told me what it was. And the number he gave me was the exact number I had written down. Now, mind you, this was by far a big stretch from anything I had ever gotten before. And so this was not a given. If I had gotten less, I could have been like, nope, it's not a sign. It's not my time to leave. If I had gotten more, I might have been like, maybe I should stay another year and see what I can get next year, right? But the universe knew that I had put this out there, that if I get this number, it's my sign to leave. And I got that exact number. And that was my sign. I couldn't deny it. It was there right in front of me. And so you've got to be specific in what you want, be clear in what you want to do. And so I want to talk to you about 3 of the common mistakes that I see entrepreneurs making when they're starting their businesses that are really slowing them down. So I can share with you what to do instead so that you can really speed up your business, your startup, and get you to the results that you want to achieve. So the first mistake is trying to sell the process and not address the pain. Now, back in February this year, I hit my head and I had a head injury. I was under my daughter's loft bed of all things, and something scared us and we jumped and I ended up hitting my head. And, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's going to hurt, right? And as I'm sitting there and my other daughter brought me some ice to put on it, I'm sitting there and when I went to get up, I couldn't walk. I couldn't even make it to my room by myself. I felt nauseous, was dizzy. And when I went to the neurologist, they didn't come to me and start saying, okay, we need to take you through this process. No, they started asking me questions. What is the pain you're having? What are the symptoms you're having? They address the pain and the symptoms first. And too many times in your businesses, you're not addressing the pain and the symptoms that people are going through. And you jump right into, this is the process that I'm going to take you through. The process is not important. What's important is that you can get them from the pain they're in and solve that problem for them, get them to that next thing. And the second mistake is not giving the diagnosis. Now, the doctor didn't just come in and say, oh, yep, you hit your head, you had a concussion. No, she took me through some steps. We did some tests and she came back and she gave me a diagnosis. And she said, you hit the left side of your brain. And what we're seeing is that the right side of your body is having delays. I didn't even know this was happening. And a lot of times, this is what's going on for your clients. They don't even realize that there are symptoms that they're having that relate to the problem that's going on. And she went on to explain other things that were happening and why certain symptoms were showing up. And she gave me the diagnosis. And you've got to give your people that diagnosis first. You've got to tell them why they're not getting the results that they're not getting. You got to tell them why they haven't been able to solve this problem on their own. Because there is a diagnosis. And if you are the expert in your area, you know why that is. Give them the diagnosis because that's going to make all the difference. Once they understand why this is happening, what that diagnosis is, then you can tell them about your plan, your solution, your programs that are going to help them get there. But if you don't bridge that gap for them first and actually diagnose the problem, they're not going to see how that is a bridge for them to get to the other side. Now, the third problem I want to talk to you about is not having a strategy. And this happens way too often because as soon as you are out there, and I say you put the entrepreneur hat on, right? You're like, hey, I'm a business owner now. And you're like telling everybody, you're putting it on social media, I'm starting my business. As soon as you do that, it's like every social media knows now that you are starting your business, and all of a sudden you get targeted by all these ads saying, I've got the one solution that's going to make you millions. I have the one thing that you need to get all the leads you need. Have you ever heard of any of these? I bet you have. And they're probably popping up in your feed all of the time. And it's not that these things don't work, but the problem is that they don't work for the startups. They don't work in every phase of business. And so you have to know what to do in each phase of your business. Because I mean, when you think about all the options, I mean, you start with networking. I mean, you got to network, you got to tell people what you're doing, you got to get your voice out there. Or do you just jump into speaking? Because I mean, I love speaking. It's why I'm here with you now. I think it is one of the best ways to make money in your business, to get in front of people, to share your message, for them to see you. And so you start speaking, and then you're thinking, I got to go out and find a talk, and what's my signature talk going to be? And there's like, your mind starts spinning again with all these things that you have to do to make it happen. Or, maybe you should do webinars, because then you don't have to leave your house or your office. You can just, get on a webinar and share it with the world, right? Or do you do Facebook groups? Because, well, you got to have a Facebook group, right? And you got to build your community. Or maybe you're thinking that you do an online course or a group program, because that might bring in residual income. Or maybe you need to start with that freebie, because you've got to get people on your list so that you can build your list so that you can start bringing them in. Or, maybe you should be doing Facebook ads or Google ads, because ads are a big thing, right? We got to get out there, and it's a great way to get out there in front of more people. Or maybe you should be on LinkedIn, or, maybe it's doing Instagram or YouTube, or, Clubhouse. What about TikTok? That is so popular right now. Oh my goodness, there are so many options. Whew, I just got to take a deep breath, because I'm just overwhelmed with the options. Like, there are so many options out there right now. It is hard to know which one you should be doing. And you have to understand what you should be doing at each phase of your business. I don't have time to go through all of the phases of business and what you need to do every place, but I want to show you this, because there are a few phases where I think people want to just jump ahead, and they see that influencer that I have at the end, although it's not the last phase, there are phases after that, but they're looking at the influence and they're like, oh, I just got to go follow that Instagram person and do what they're doing, because they're obviously doing great things. But the problem is, if you're not doing the steps that they did, doing some of the foundational pieces first, you're not going to have the same results. And so the first phase of business, I call the dreamer. This is my phase 0. You are the dreamer. If you are dreaming about having a business, you want to have a business, but you haven't actually made any money yet. You might have been taking courses and doing programs. You're showing up at the summit, you wanting to learn more, but you haven't actually gotten out there and taken the right steps to start making money in your business. And then there's the designer. And the designer phase, you're like building things and you're trying to figure it out, and you're starting to make a little money, probably less than $5,000 a month. And then you get into the builder stage. And this is where you really start to build a little bit of momentum. It's starting to go a little bit better, but you're still doing a lot of the heavy lifting, a lot of the work. It's hard to be a builder, right? And then you get into the expander stage. And this is where you're adding new programs in. You're over the 10,000 a month mark. You're starting to build, getting into the multi-six figures and beyond. And the thing is that you can't do the same thing in the dreamer stage that you do in the builder or the expander or the influencer stage. And so you've got to get a plan, and you've got to work the plan. Because when you have this plan and you have this strategy, that's going to help you build. That's going to help you grow. One of the biggest compliments I got from one of my clients was, she's like, I can go to an event now. And I'm like, no, I don't need that. Because how many of you have gone to a conference or a summit and you hear all these amazing speakers? You're like, I got to have that, and I got to have that, and I got to have that. And you don't know what you actually need and what you don't need yet. And so having a plan and being able to work that plan, you're able to go say, no, I don't need that yet. That's in my plan, but not this year. So I can say no right now because I'm focused here. I know what I'm doing. And it's easy to do. And so a couple areas I want to talk to you about getting clarity that are building your plan. So the first one is define the problem you solve for people. You have to define the problem you're solving for people. Too many times people are out there just thinking, they don't talk in terms of tangible results, but people want a tangible result. They want to lose weight, or they want to make more money, or they want to be promoted. They want something tangible. So you've got to define what that problem is that you solve. The next thing is you've got to identify who your ideal clients are. Who are they? Who are they not? So that you can speak directly to them. You can show up at events where they're at and be in front of the right audience. You've got to establish what your programs are. Some of you have way too many programs. Some of you are like, I do all of these things. And just, here's your menu. It's like this Italian restaurant that you go to and you've got like 50 million things to choose from. No, when you are first starting, you need to have one primary offer and maybe a downsell. You can add on another one when you get to the next phase, but you still want to keep it simple. Keep it simple. Establish what your programs are. Make sure they are the programs that are going to bring you the most money the fastest. You want to set your goals and know your numbers. If you are trying to run blind and hit a goal, you don't know what your numbers are, you're never going to get there. And you need to determine which strategy works for you based on where you're at in your business. And when you start getting clarity, when you start getting these answers, that helps build your confidence, because people buy from you based on how confident you are. They want to work with you based on your confidence. And when you are not confident, it's going to be really hard to build a business, to grow, to scale. And as you get clarity, your courage starts to grow, and you just have to have the courage to take that first step. And as you take that first step, the clarity becomes a little more clear, like, okay, this is what I need to do next. And then you can take that next step and then the next, because you can't create OMG moments in your life without having the courage and the consistency of going out and doing it that builds the momentum. You know what the OMG moments are? Those moments in your life that you're like, oh my goodness, I'm about to do what? Those moments that excite you and they scare you at the same time. The first time I got paid to speak on stage was one of those moments for me. The first time I did my first retreat was one of those moments for me. Writing my book was one of those moments for me. And all of those moments are the moments we should be living for. What's your OMG moment? I want to know what it is. I want to hear. Let me know what it is. What do you want to create? What do you want to do? What's going to be exciting for you? But there will be obstacles. There will be doubters. There will be mistakes. But with hard work, there are no limits. Michael Phelps said this, and it's so true. But he didn't get there without a coach, without someone guiding him and helping him to get there. And so you've got to keep trying until you get it right. With my kids and doing their homework, like it's spelling, English is crazy, right? And so when I was working with my daughter in spelling, she would get something wrong. And I'm like, oh, how's she ever going to get this right? We don't give up. We're like, okay, what's another option for you? And I want you to think about that in your business. What's another option that you can look at? What's another option that you can do? Keep trying until you get this right. And as you get more clarity, it builds your commitment to what you want, your commitment to what you want to do. And what do you need to commit to right now? These 5 areas are what I call my clarity trifecta. And I talk more about this in my book. But when you are trying to make a change, when you are trying to do something different, everything starts with that clarity bubble in the middle. When that starts to grow, your courage, your confidence, and your commitment grows. And you don't get the momentum until you have the consistency bubble around that. And so today, I just want you to commit to what your decision is. What decision do you need to make? Where do you need to get more clarity? Where do you need to find more confidence within you to believe that you can do this? What is it that you need today? Do you need to commit to finding your strategy? Do you need to commit to actually going out and taking the actions to make it happen? Do you need to commit to knowing your numbers? What is it you need to commit to today? Because in order to get there, you've got to make that commitment. Maybe you need to commit to getting help. But I want all of you to commit to your brighter future. And I want to share a special gift with you all. If you go to thejumpstartkit.com right now, you can scan that QR code. You can get the Jumpstart Kit, which is my free guide for you today here on the summit. That's going to show you how to get a jumpstart on your leads, how to get a jumpstart on your numbers, how to get a jumpstart on your strategy and know what strategies to be using. and so much more. There is a lot in this Jumpstart Kit. So I want you to go grab that, whether you are just getting started or you've already been going for a while and you're just not getting the consistent income you want. There is something you're missing that's in this Jumpstart Kit. So go grab that right now at thejumpstartkit.com. I just want to leave you with this last thought. I was talking to my daughter in the other night, and she asked me for a back massage and a foot massage. And as I'm giving her back massage, I said, I think you're a pretty lucky girl, because I don't think every little girl is getting a back massage and a foot rub every night. And she looks up at me and she says, Mommy, that's because they don't ask. And her little words of wisdom are a lesson for all of us. You have got to be completely clear on what you want and what you need, because she really does think she needs a massage every night. You've got to be committed and consistent and not giving up and asking for it. And because if we tell her no one night, she's right back asking again the next night. And you need to be the same way in your business and in your life. So what do you want that you've not asked for? What do you need to go out today and say, this is what I want. I'm going to make it happen. Go out and ask for it. It was so great being here with you all. I wish you the best. Let's all come back from this challenge. Have an amazing and blessed day.
Hello, hello, hello. My name is Dr. Josephine Harris. You can call me Dr. Joe. I am a mental health expert. I am the CEO of Common Minds and Grace Empowerment Life Coach, an international psychologist serving Seoul Cancer Center in South Korea since 2018. Now let's talk mental health. Now think about it. Everyone has problems. Everyone has issues. It's all a part of life. It's the way we deal with it, the way we manage these issues that matters, and what we decided to do about it. So the easy way to start this journey is by talking about it. Mental health versus mental illness. Mental health is a state of well-being in which individuals realize their own abilities can cope with normal stress in life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to contribute to their own community. Now, mental illness is a recognized medically diagnosable illness that results in the significant impairment of individual cognitive, affective, or relational abilities. Now, mental health disorders result from biological, developmental, and psychosocial factors can be approachable compared to those applied to physical disease. For instance, prevention, diagnosis, treatment, rehabilitation. Now, because these terms are often used interchangeable, warning signs are often overlooked. In fact, the term mental health applies to the absence of illness or disorder, but there are a lot of ways that people can be mentally healthy or ill, just like there are many ways to be physically healthy or unwell. Think about it. Both mental health and mental illness are the states of being that are on a spectrum. And somehow this misunderstanding can be problematic, and sometimes leading us into sometimes overlook the signs that someone needs help. Now, I was doing a lot of research, and I came across the Center of Disease Control, which suggested that many individuals with poor health, mental health, have not been formally diagnosed with mental illness. Also, many people who do not have a diagnosis of mental illness can experience periods of physical, mentally, socially well-being. And people with psychological condition can change over time, and their issues can be triggered by events circumstances, situation, both can be large, both can be small. And a lack of understanding or mischaracterization of mental health problems can discourage people from getting the needed help or the needed treatment that they need. And this can be like a blurry lines between health and disease can cause people to misjudge, dismiss, or even stigmatize those who have a mental illness. One of the things it is important that we understand what these two terms mean, given the prevalence of mental illness throughout the world. And one of the things I had researched in dealing with mental illness and mental health, and as a mental health professional, is that the World Health Organization, WHO, reports that mental, neurological, and substance use disorder make up, 10% of the global burden of this disease and 30% of the non-fatal disease burden. In this study, they showed all sites, and it shows and it points out that 800,000 individuals die by suicide each year, and about 20% of the world's children and adolescents have dealt with mental health disorder, such as depression, which affects 262 million people worldwide. Think about it. Mental health does not always indicate an ongoing illness. For example, like if someone has the flu, we would not say they are currently physically healthy. Instead, we might say they are sick, they are ill. Similarly, people can have a temporary bout of mental illness, like depression after death of a loved one, depression after termination from a job. They might have anxiety after getting into an accident in a car, or anxiety of having trauma. And both of these are parallel or similar, are chronic physical and mental illness. But some people have mild cases and function fairly normal. Others can be disabled and struggle in their daily lives. Some individuals may do well to do day-to-day, and others may not. In fact, those who do not understand mental illness or mental health often hold a negative and harmful attitude towards those with psychological issues. These attitudes lead to shame, anger, feelings of worthlessness. In many cases, it has been associated with social stigma, which prevents individuals from seeking professional help. And when I say social stigma, or self-stigma, which can affect individuals who have mental health issues but do not fully understand the concept of mental health and mental illness. And they tend to blame themselves for their condition, which self-stigma can make the condition worse. It can make the condition worse. And I remember a time when I was at a conference, and Dr. Christopher Palmer stated that the thing with mental illness, mental health disorder, is that none of them describes the whole person. Although these symptoms might impair their ability to do things others are able to do, they still have areas of strength and skills. Whenever we talk about mental health versus mental illness, always remember this, because the mental disorder does not describe the person as a whole. They have the skills, they have the ability, they have the strength to do things that they are normally doing. So I remember in 2019, the CBC News conducted a Polly detail. And one of the things they were talking about the American attitude and awareness of mental health issues. And almost 90% of the respondents said that there is some type of stigma or discrimination associated with mental illness in our society. And more than 30% state discrimination and stigma associated with mental illness have decreased over the past 10 years. However, 30% stated that the situation remains unchangeable, and many stated that they understood some of the conditions such as depression, anxiety, PTSD, and so on. And many stated that they knew someone who has the not diagnosed with mental disorder. Now, let me tell you, these findings pointed to some of the improvement in understanding attitudes about mental health versus mental illness, but more needs to be done in that area, because like bringing awareness to platforms like this, the Comeback Champion Summit, and dealing with mental health versus mental illness is a very important aspect of our daily life, even with entrepreneur, with 9 to 5 people who work 9 to 5 as well. But more and more people are choosing to be open about their own mental illness. And by speaking out, they show that psychological conditions like anxiety and depression are common and no different than high blood pressure and asthma. Now I want you to think about this. Many efforts to promote mental health have been introduced. Just as individuals are encouraged to improve eating habits, exercising, and seeing a doctor when they are sick or injured, these programs teach mindfulness, stress reduction methods, and gratitude. And many suggest that good physical health is significant to good mental health. And although many are still confused or unaware of the difference between mental health and mental illness, times are certainly changing. Despite other terms becoming more mainstream, there is still much to be done to help people understand that each impact everyone totally different. And one of the things that Dr. Palmer also stated is that we are human and we all are vulnerable to illness, and it's important to see the strength and excellence in every individual, regardless of their mental health status, or try our best to even help them alleviate the stress and when we can. And dealing with the two differences, mental health versus mental illness, is one of the ones that we have to realize that both are important, both are used interchangeable. And again, I know this is a short segment, but I just wanted to give you let's talk about mental health, because that's one of the things that we very rarely talk about, and is one of the things that tends to come up a lot, and dealing with a lot of people in the world. And due to COVID, we have a lot of mental illness, and not a lot of mental people went through a lot of things going through when they was on dealing with the COVID, how we had to be isolated from our friends, from our social world. So a lot of the difference in the two is we have to take care of our mental health as well as our mental well-being. So, and again, this is Dr. Joe. I am the mental health expert. Thank you for listening. Thank you, the Comeback Summit. I really appreciate your time. Again, I am Dr. Josephine Harris. You can reach me on all social media as well as I have a blog called Healthy Minds and Hearts. And I really do appreciate you guys. Thank you for listening.
Hello, Comeback Summit 6.0. My name is Willie Mae Star White, and I would like to talk to you today about the stigma that surrounds mental illness. What is stigma? Stigma is or has been described as a sign of disgrace, which distinguishes the person from another. A lot of people label people with mental illnesses And it's to the point where in basic mental health context, it usually involves the use of negative labels such as loony, wacko, mental, weirdo. And all of these cause people to conceal their mental health difficulties that they are having. And what I want to talk to you today is about how to educate yourself on stigma and how to really focus on getting rid of that whole stereotype around mental illness. And then I want you to understand and be encouraged to focus on your mental health so you can have a bright and clear future. Sounds great? Let's get started. I share a story with you. In 2012, September 11th, my grandmother died, Willie Mae Jones. And yes, I'm named after her. My grandmother basically raised me. It was beautiful. I had such a spiritual bond with my grandmother. And I loved it because she was really a devout Christian. So we prayed every morning. We talked, we cried together, we discussed things. I was her confidant. So when she died, it was very traumatic for me. To the point where I went into a deep depression. I didn't eat. I didn't want to get out of bed. I didn't want to care for myself. I started losing weight. It was to the point where at first everybody just pawned it off as being depressed and sad, going through the normal grieving process. But after months went past and I was still stuck in that slump, that's when my mother decided to take me to the PCP. And they recommended that I see a psychiatrist and a psychotherapist. My family just lost it. My mom said, oh my gosh, she's mental, she's retarded, she's this. And I just could not believe that instead of helping me, that I was getting so much negative responses from my family that it was so overwhelming to the point where I just withdrew. But then when I had that first appointment, I could not believe how easy it was to confide in a stranger that I didn't know. I poured out like a fountain. It was a waterfall. And I was grieving so much over my grandmother that I wasn't able to comprehend anything. I didn't want to face reality that she was gone. I had no one left. That was my friend. Mental illness, and it doesn't matter what age, if you're had trauma in your childhood, if you had trauma during your adulthood, if you don't address it, it will lead to a mental illness. You can't allow stigma to prevent you from getting the care that you need for a brighter future. Stigma occurs in employment, our education system, on the news, insurance companies, communities, and our families, unfortunately. Stigma has two components: public and self. Public stigma is stereotyping, prejudice, discrimination. Now, stereotyping is you make it easier to dismiss a person with mental illness conditions and lead to social distancing, exclusion, and isolation. An example is people feel that if you have a mental issue, they don't want to be around you, that you're dangerous. Prejudice. Prejudice is when you have people who form an opinion of you, and without fully being aware of the facts or educated on the topic, they feel that you're dangerous. If you don't take your meds, you're going to go off the deep end. I mean, there is so many prejudices that is associated with the stigma of mental illness. Discrimination. Discrimination occurs when you treat a person less positively or appropriate because they have a mental illness. Bullying, the teasing, all of that is a form of public stigma. And that is not all right. We have to come together to change this negative view on mental illness. Self-stigma. Self-stigma is when you start to fear or believe all of the media and the prejudices and the discriminations. You feel as if, they're telling you that no matter how long you take your medicine or you go through therapy, you're not ever going to get rid of it. That's not true. They tease you, they mock you, and you start believing it. You start calling yourself names. Oh, I'm being mental again. Let me take my medicine. You start portraying that negative image of yourself. And that's not what you want to do. Because at the end of the day, there is nothing wrong with you. We all have to work out trauma, and we all process it differently. Our brain is the most important organ in our body besides our heart. So you would think that people would invest more into their mental health. But due to stigma surrounding it, they will not. They will conceal their mental difficulties, then share it with anyone and get help. Self-stigma can lead a person to believe that they can't hold a job or they can't go to social functions because they'll be uncomfortable, too much anxiety and different things like that. And it's just truly not true. You're just making excuses for why you can't do something. And as long as you continue your therapy, talk to someone. And if you have to take medication, Take medication. So what? Do you understand that mental health and mental illness is basically anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress, overeating, survival guilt? If these things are not addressed, it can lead to an unhealthy life. And you are so worth it. One of the things that I wanted to share with you is my son in November 2nd, 2015, he was in a tragic car accident. There were 4 of them in a two-door car. And they were all in a fraternity together. The crash was so severe that one of them died. And my son was trying to save him because he was sitting next to him. And his life was taken and not his. My son went into a deep depression. He was going through what they call survival guilt. Me as a mother, just like I take him to all his regular appointments, to see his PCP, to his dentist appointments. Yes, I'm going to take him to get help because that was a traumatic experience for him. And his brain needed help to process that. My son just couldn't understand why someone else's life was taken and not his. What makes me so special? What am I supposed to do? You know, what am I supposed to do with this life? I mean, he just couldn't get past that. And then he wasn't able to drive for years. He would just panic and have anxiety behind the steering wheel. So of course, I got him help. I had him see a psychotherapist, and it was the best decision that I had made for him. And not one time did I think about what other people thought. Not one time did I care about myself or my son being labeled. Because see, as a parent, you want to provide everything for your child. So concealing the problem is not the answer. Teasing and calling them names is not the answer. Labeling them and isolating them is not the answer. The answer is getting them help, even if it's yourself. We all go through trauma in our life. No one is exempt. And unfortunately, it will continue. And your survival is how you process it. If you are able to process it, and actually your brain processes it and you get assistance and you talk about it and you're able to understand why you're feeling that way. Why did I do this? Why am I doing this? Why are these happening to me? Why am I getting these headaches? Why can't I comprehend? Why can't I read? Why wouldn't you get yourself help? The spice of life equals the quality of life. And the quality of life equals mental clarity. In order to have mental clarity, you have to address the traumas in your life. You can no longer dismiss them because of a stigma. You invest in your health. You invest in your education. Invest in your mental health. I want to provide you this takeaway. I am a part of an organization called NAMI, and it is the National Alliance of Mental Illness. And I have been a member since 2012, when I first started my psychotherapy. And to be able to work out my trauma was one of the best things that I did, because now I know how to recognize symptoms of depression if I'm going through it. This organization helped me with understanding the symptoms I was having. They have so many referrals. And what's nice is now you can actually do it virtual. You don't have to go into an office. You can get a psychotherapist virtually now. They provide so many resources, articles, videos. They have seminars. The trauma is not your fault, but healing is definitely your responsibility. It has truly been a pleasure. Thank you.
Bernard Hopkins said, if you don't know your value, somebody will tell you your value and it will be less than you are worth. I believe that we are carrying all the tools of value for others, but we just don't know how to maximize them. Today, I will talk to you about the evidence of when your value is deflated. We'll analyze the root causes, and I will share with you 3 of the many ways to elevate your value. First, a little bit about me. I am Elizabeth A. Carter, born on Long Island, New York. My dad was a school teacher who elevated to become a school district administrator. My mother was a housewife taking care of me and my younger brother, Peter. Now, decades later, I am a person with multiple degrees, have worked in profit and nonprofit companies, 25 years in insurance, working for big companies, Allstate, AIG, The Hartford, Farmers, now working in healthcare insurance. I'm an author, speaker, trainer, and I call myself a corporatepreneur because I still hold a full-time corporate job and have my own business appeal. Now, I don't say all of that to impress you, but to press upon you that there were several points in my life where I felt my value was deflated. One situation was December of 2015. It was yet another year that I had been told I was doing a great job, but I hadn't seen any recognition. I had been working at this company for almost 7 years and had already passed my own personal goal that I wanted to be promoted by then. So I said to myself, 2016 is going to be the year. So I started planning. But in February, my manager called me into her office. So I am so excited. I'm thinking that I am finally going to be elevated, promoted. They figured out that I have value to the organization. But when she called me into the office, she let me know that me and 5 others were being terminated. I was devastated. And it was at that moment that I realized that even though I have a million letters after my name, even though I had been giving my blood, sweat, and tears to this corporation, and even though I thought I was strong, powerful, and thought that I was at least, irreplaceable or at least retainable, the company let me know by these actions that I really didn't have any value, that I was worthless. And of course, now I'm mad at myself because I should have done something earlier. But I had 15 months to think about this. Let me share with you some of the evidence that came to me as I was thinking, talking, going to networking meetings, meeting other people in the same situation. We had lots of great conversations. One of the items that was evident that I missed was that I was complacent. I had a nice salary, loved my coworkers, could set my vacation time the same week every single year. But I knew I was meant for more. But I just started to feel too comfortable. Look at those slippers. Aren't they comfy? How many of you have a pair of those slippers? And how many of you are wearing them right now because you're working from home? The second area was missed opportunities. You see, I had been playing the waiting game. I was so certain that eventually I'd be promoted, that when headhunters would call me, recruiters, friends that I used to work with would call me to say, hey, I've got this great job over here. It'd be perfect for you. I'd be like, no, I'm good. My company's treating me pretty good. No, I'm not interested. But of course, now that I know what I know, had I had any conversation with any of those folks, who knows where I would have been now? How many of you, as you think about this, have missed clues that your value is being deflated? So I met with an executive coach because I needed some help. And she and I talked through what are some of the reasons why I fell into this sense of complacency and missing opportunities. First, it was the fact that I listened to other people's opinions. How many of you have voices in your head? The voices in my head were my parents. That little girl in that picture you saw, she's supposed to be a lawyer. But it wasn't for me. I couldn't do it. So I tried to make up for that feeling that I was disappointing my parents by having other degrees, but I was still always being questioned. So why are you getting a PhD? Then you have this ping pong in your head. You have your ego saying, hey, let's do it. This is great. Then we have self-doubt saying, what are you, crazy? And that ping pong feeling comes from a sense of imposter syndrome. Studies show that 70% of people experience imposter syndrome at some point in their career. Of course, it comes from a feeling of self-doubt, thinking that everything that has come to you is due because of luck or timing, not because you actually deserved it and worked hard for it. And I know often as I was thinking about all my promotions and what has happened to me in my career, I would always question, now, why are they promoting me? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? And last is fear of failure. No one likes to be told they're wrong, that there's a mistake, there's an error. You feel like you have this big F on your chest because you've made one mistake, and you think as if it is career changing for the worst. And you tend to now overcompensate. You double check, triple check, and I work in finance. So the numbers always have to be right. And if I missed one set of numbers, which happened to me once, from that point forward, everything I had to look at 2, 3, 4 times. My staff was so mad at me, but I didn't want to make a mistake. And that caused me really to be stuck, afraid to move, afraid to take an opportunity. How many of you have had these challenges, seen the evidence of complacency, missed opportunities, and had a conversation with someone and really boiled it down to opinions, imposter syndrome, fear of failure? There could be something else that's been holding you back. But I'm here to free you. Just as my executive coach freed me, I want to free you. I think we did because it took a little bit of time to dig deep, to really analyze the situation. What was bringing forth all of those root causes? What was causing me to become complacent? And we dug deep. You can do that 5 why conversation. It's so annoying. They ask you why. And it's painful because you have to dig deep down into those areas that you had hidden, that you crushed, that are so deep you didn't never want to bring it back up again, but you need to, because there's tons of hurt there, something you're carrying. Because the question really is, what is that one thing you're carrying around? What is that situation, that outcome, that relationship that still hurts when you see some hint of a similarity? For me, it was a situation years ago where I felt I had to jump through unnecessary hoops for a promotion. I had seen others get promoted. It looked fairly easy. They did a few extra assignments and poof. But for me, I had to go out of town for 6 months and work temporary in a different office. I had a staff that didn't appreciate me. It just felt as if there was a test, an extra test, and then an extra test. And that always stirred my imposter syndrome. And now, even still, when something is too easy, I question it. When something is too hard, I question it. What are you dragging around? You need to let it go. Second, have a vision. And now when I talk to employees about how to help them understand their value and elevate, a lot of times their challenge is clarity. They're not sure what they want to do next. They have passions. They have an industry they've been working in forever. They have skill set in what I will consider a specialization or a pillar. And not always do the 3 align. And they're trying to decide which way do they want to go because they're vastly different. And I had that problem too when I was talking with my coach, because I had been in finance forever, made a really great salary from that, but I had a passion for training and development, which is why I started my own company, Appeal. But she said to me, you have to be able to find a place where you can do both, because you'll excel, you'll shine, you'll be engaged when you're able to leverage both of those opportunities into one. Have you thought about your clarity? Have you thought about where you want to be? And we hate to say 5, 10, 15 years. Where do you want to be tomorrow? Sometimes it's even a challenge. But you have to be clear on your path. The third step is what I call the blueprint. As a corporate leader, and I've been talking again to many employees, I had a coach, I'm a coach to several others. People are feeling deflated because they don't know what to do next. And I created my company, Appeal, to be able to really help people think through their solutions. And Everything sits on 4 pillars of performance, engagement, analytics, and leadership. When you excel in those areas, your career will flourish. But it's a process. And it really comes from being visible, vocal, and valued. And I have summed this all up into a framework I call the yups. And the reason why I call it the yups is that when you hear the steps, you will be like, yep, I've done that. Yep, tried that, didn't work. Yep, I've heard that before. Yep, somebody else did it. I saw it was successful, but I haven't tried it. But marketing says you need to hear something 7 times before you change your behavior or consider it part of your daily mantra. For some of you, this may be the first time you're hearing this. For some of the others, it may be the 7th time. But I want you to understand what they are, and I'll share them with you. There are 5 of them. First is set up. And that's about changing your mindset and the way you do things. Show up is really how you stand out in new places. Step up, once you've shown up, you want to know why you're there. What is your purpose? Then catch up, and that is remaining relevant with your company and your network. And lastly, speak up. And remember, we are judged well before we open our mouth. We have to make sure when we do that it counts. Now, I'm not going to go through all 5 today. I want to focus on one particular one, which is catch up. But if you want the entire framework, I would love for you to send me an email to info@drelizabethcarter.com. Provide your name, your email, phone number, and put in the subject line, yup. And I will send you all of these. But I want to focus in on catch up. I did this presentation last week, and when it was a workshop, and when I shared all of them and asked the audience, which one did you feel was the most important to focus in on right now? They said catch up. So let's talk about that. And catch up means literally and figuratively catching up. First, really questioning why we should catch up. We all have heard the saying, it's not what you know, it's who you know. But I always think of it to mean also, what do they know about you? Relationships matter. And one of the other ups I talk about networking, and I know some people love it, some people, not so much. But it really does make a difference. But you must be purposeful. Make a calendar when you meet people. Write in your calendar when you'll reach back out to them next. It could be 6 months, 3 months, once a year. Oh, for those of you who are on LinkedIn, that's a great way to connect. People are sharing information and sharing an article. They got a new job. They're commenting on somebody else, you know. That's a wonderful, what I call warm transfer, to be able to hop in and just say, hey, how's it going? Congratulations. What's new? Let's catch up. Let's have coffee. Let's talk. And you can share what you're working on, and they'll share what they're working on. And often it's just really sharing information. And sometimes it does turn into something more than that. But again, don't miss the opportunity by not having the conversation. Next is creating accountability. And when we think about what we haven't done, why we stay complacent, why we miss opportunities, if we haven't told anyone our aspirations, how can they help you? How will they know? I may have inferred that I was interested in being promoted to my boss, but maybe she didn't think about me in certain circumstances that when things arose. What you have to do is have conversations with your boss. Usually you'll talk about what's happening right now. How's the work going? How's that project? How's that deadline? But you also want to have separate conversations about your next. What are you doing next? What are you aspiring to do? So that they are aware and can help you fill in the gaps. And last is ensuring you remain relevant. Are you caught up on the new trends? The new industry, the new technology, the new competitors, do you need maybe another designation, another certification, some training? You probably have a great training, HR, learning and development program in your company. Take advantage of it. Those courses are quick, maybe 20 minutes, an hour, but everything you learn is useful. Don't make yourself irrelevant. And I've done all of these steps, and it paid off for me. Because in 2017, 15 months later, again, from being laid off, I found a great job, and I used the yups in that space. And in January of 2022, I was promoted from a director up to an executive as a vice president. Now I'm still managing my imposter syndrome, and I use my fear of failure as a foundation of learning and growth. And I'm leveraging my networks inside and outside the company. So I'm telling you, these tools work. So my question to you is, how are you going to maximize your value? How are you going to get over your imposter syndrome, fear of failure, other people's opinions, complacency, missed opportunities, or whatever else is holding you back? How are you going to make sure that your bag of value is full and that you are getting what you're worth? Again, for that blueprint, send me an email with your name, phone number, email to info@drelizabethcarter.com, subject line yup. And you'll be able to use not just these tools I shared in the catch up, but in the other 4 yups. I'll leave you with this quote from Albert Einstein. Strive not to be a success, but rather be of value. I'm Elizabeth Dr. E. Carter, PhD, your corporate elevation strategist. I equip women of color with strategies to get past their complacency, fallacies, and missed opportunities so that they can be more vocal, visible, and valued so that they can elevate in the corporate world. I thank you so much for your time. All of you, please work to elevate your value.
Welcome and thank you for joining me at the Comeback Champion Summit. I'm Valerie Fuson, and I'm a speaking coach and improv business trainer. I hope that you're enjoying the summit as much as I am. We've got some fabulous speakers here today, and I am honored to be here. Today, I'm going to be talking about crafting your transformational signature story that sizzles with heart to change lives. Do you remember a story in your life, maybe a movie or a book or a story in your own life that happened 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago? What did you remember about the story? What made you remember it? Write down just a couple of notes and what that was. Was it the transformation? Was it the character? Was it the scenery? What was important to you in that story? And think back to a time in your life when you made a change. You might have been stuck and decided to make a change. And that's a transformation. How did you change your life? For me, it happened in 1996. I was having coffee with a friend of mine, and we were discussing going to movies and dinner and our kids. And all of a sudden, I got sad, and tears started welling up in my eyes. And I didn't understand why. Why was I crying? It couldn't have been my divorce. I've been divorced 5 years. And yes, my kids were both at college. Phil and Jen were in college. But I get to speak to them and I see them often. Was it because I was alone? But I was having a good life. I had friends. I was working. And so it puzzled me. And on the way home, I continued to think about it. And it occurred to me that it wasn't the divorce that I was mourning. It was the life that I had planned that I was mourning. You see, I'd taken up golf and I was getting pretty good at it. And I was going to go to Hawaii with my spouse and play golf and be on the beach and have fun and sell real estate part-time. 6 months there, 6 months here. And that wasn't going to happen. And by the time I got home, I had already changed my life and decided that I wasn't going to be sad about a possibility that wasn't going to come true. I was going to make a new possibility. But I didn't know what I wanted. I was stuck for so long. I didn't know what I wanted. So I decided to take a class and learn something new every year. Something that was fun, something that was interesting, something I always wanted to do, but never got around to it. I was a business owner and I had to do training for my agents. And I was not comfortable presenting. So I decided to take public speaking skills training and improve my speaking and get over my fear of public speaking. I worked hard at it. The next year, I took an improv class that turned into a year. The first 6 weeks, of course, were difficult because, again, you're afraid of the unknown. You're afraid of learning new things. But the members of my group were very welcoming, even though they were in their 20s and 30s, and I was in late 50s. But I was having fun, and I enjoyed performing with my group. The next year, I took neurolinguistic programming and became a master practitioner in neurolinguistic science. And that was interesting. That was exciting. And all of this happened because I decided that I was no longer going to be comfortable with the status quo. And I was going to make a decision and go after what I had always wanted to do. And now it was time for me to do that. So what we do, the stories that we tell can impact our audience, can impact our children. Every leader, every business owner, every parent, every sales professional, IT professional can improve their business by strategic storytelling. And in the next sessions, I'm going to show you how you can do that with the formula of heart and also learning how to impact your audience, influence them, and make more money by doing it. Because the people that you serve are waiting for result. They're waiting for you. They're waiting for your stories. And whether you're telling your own stories or telling your client stories, success, failure, inspiration, your clients will be able to transform from the status quo to their new possibility. I work with leaders who want to impact other people's lives and who want to be a catalyst for change. I'm going to share my screen here. So taking your clients through the journey from status quo to possibilities is a hero's journey, basically. The hero wants something and they get it. They get the results through conflict. They go through conflict. But the transformation is more than just getting the result. The transformation is the way that their life has changed, has improved, not just getting the result that they want, but the after effect. The art and science of influence and change is in the stories you tell yourself and others. Do we always tell the best stories to ourselves? Sometimes we tell negative stories to ourselves, don't we? We want to look at more of an inspirational stories that can help us change. The art, most people say that storytelling is an art, and it is, because you're being creative, you're putting that structure together, you're pulling in the emotions and creating that inspiration that the listener that the listener needs. But it's also science of influence. And you want to get his name here. Yuri Hassan is a professor and psychologist, and he did a TED Talk. And you can Google him, or you can Google TED Talk, Yuri, Urihasson. And he studied how the brain is affected by stories. And in his TED Talk, he shows you graphs of your brain on facts and figures. And it just showed one little spark. It didn't affect, it was just a language. It didn't affect the senses. It didn't affect emotion. It didn't affect the visual aspect of a story that usually has. But when the storyteller was telling a story to the listener, the storyteller's brain flared up because they're describing the scene, they're describing the character, they're describing the conflict, and they're taking them through the journey, and the brain is on fire. It's lit up. And when they tested the listener's brain was on fire, just like the storyteller, exactly matching it. And that's neurocoupling. It was mirroring the storyteller's brain just by listening to the words, and the storytellers creating that scene and putting them into the story. They're feeling the emotion of the character. They're feeling the emotion of the storyteller. So story is art and science. Why do we tell stories? It gives you credibility. As a business owner, as a trainer, sales professional, you're taking your client through a story of success, maybe failure if they don't work with you, success of your past clients. And it's giving you credibility that you were successful in helping a client reach their outcome, the same outcome that your new client possibly wants. So it gives you the credibility that you were able to get the results. Through story, it also gives you authority. Effective presenters are credible, and they also have authority. They're on stage. Very few people want to be on stage because most of the public is afraid of public speaking. Through the storytelling and the presentation skills, you are the authority. You're known as the expert. And through the storytelling, you're letting them know subconsciously that you know what you're doing, you know your business, and you feel that you can help your client or your employee if you're working with a team. Stories create impact because it takes the client, it takes the child, if you're talking to your children, from not understanding what life is, not understanding what the project is, to creating that impact of the possibility now of they can see themselves achieving. They have a plan. They have the steps for them to achieve something. So it creates that impact in their life that they're looking at it from a different perspective. So you're creating that emotion, you're creating that possibility, and the client, your child, your team now has a path that they can take. Stories are memorable. If you can remember a story from 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago, it might not even been your story. I remember stories of speakers telling their signature story 30 years ago because the story was so strong and it made such an impact on me, where I could still see them walking on that stage and I could still see them creating that energy of the failure that they had and how they wanted the success so bad. And all of that being vulnerable on stage, being vulnerable in your story or in your presentation will impact your client. And that's why you remember stories, because they impacted you so much. You're taking them from a status quo to a transformation. And again, the transformation is not just getting the results, it's how has their life improved. When I'm working with clients on storytelling and on creating presentation skills, and they get that signature story done, they get that signature presentation done, and they're presenting it on stage, they got the result. They have the applause, they have the money, they got the income. So that's the result. But most trainers stop there. There's one more step, and that's a transformation. That's a true transformation, is what has happened to their life because of it? How has their life changed? My clients are now able to take trips. They go on trips and they go and speak. They want to go to Hawaii. They'll arrange for a talk in Hawaii and take their vacation and take their kids with them. They have a better life. What can you show on your clients that is a better life because of what you're helping them get? It's not just getting that result done. It's not just selling their house. It's not just getting their mortgage. It's not just completing a project. It's how has their life changed because of that? How has it helped improve their marriage? How has it helped improve their relationship with their children or their parents? How has it helped relationships with their friends? Are they able to travel more? What are those transformations? And that is what you want to sell when you're selling your story, when you're telling your story. It's that dream, that Hawaii dream, that going to Europe. It's the dream that they want, making more money. How is making more money going to improve their life, their family life? So that's the next step that you want to take them to. And you do it through heart. The H stands for heart. You want to talk from your heart. You want to talk with passion. And be vulnerable. The E is for speaking with emotion. Create that emotion. You want to make it be in the moment And how did you feel when you were at that time in your life, when you were stuck? How did you feel? What was going on in your life? Did you feel like a failure? Did you feel stuck? You want to let your audience know that, and then take them through that emotion, and they will feel that with you. A is for connect and transport your audience. Transport them into your story. Have you ever watched a movie that you felt like you were in that movie, or in a book, especially in a book? They describe the scene so well that you actually feel like you're there. A good storyteller will transport their audience into their story. The audience will be an observer in the story, or be part of the story. They might connect with the character and feel like they're part of that story. And that's what makes that strong connection. Reliving the moment. Don't just tell them about the mountain that you climbed, and or going to Colorado and seeing that beautiful scenery. Step into that moment and relive that moment, and you'll relive the senses and the emotions and the thoughts and ideas that you were feeling at that time. And your audience will connect exactly how you felt. And of course, the transformation, the new perspective. How will they feel? What will they get? What will they do once they get what they want? That's the transformation that we want to take them through. Not just, oh, now you get a new job, you're making lots of money. That's not the transformation. That's the benefit, but it's not the transformation. It's what they can do with it. Everybody wants to hire you for the possibility that you can give them. You have to show them the possibility of working with you will give them that possibility, that give them that new perspective, will give them that transformation. So to close, you want to tell your stories with heart. You want to take your clients through that transformation, through that journey of possibility, to that transformation, to that feeling that they have climbed the mountain and it's terrific for them. Their life has changed because of you, the results that you got them. So I have a free handout for you. It's the 7 C's of Unforgettable Story Framework. And in this framework, you'll discover the 7 C's of Story Framework. You'll discover how to mine your stories to get the exact stories that you need and how to tell them. You'll get the 5 stories that you need: success story, failure story, the transformation story. There's a lot of different stories that would help you in your business. And how to find your transformational message. That is really key, is to get that transformational message. So what you'll get is the understanding the character, making the character strong so that they're the hero, the conflict, the secure, which is a solution, the change, which is just a transformation, the circumstance. How did it start? What was the status quo? So it's going from circumstance to the transformation. And then a carry-out message. The message that is important for you to relay to your clients, that they're walking away with this message of possibility. So this handout will walk you through that and help you get your skeleton of the story. And then if you want more information on this, you can always ask me questions. You can go to my Instagram at Valerie Fuson Speaks. You can also go to LinkedIn, which is at LinkedIn, and my handle is Valerie Fuson. In the book, World Class Speaking in Action, I have a chapter in there on bringing your stories to life. And again, is through using improv and using your emotions and the dialogue. A dialogue is very important in stories. So you can get this handout through the 7 C's of Unforgettable Story Framework. You can copy this with your phone, or you'll get a free copy of this when you subscribe to that link. So again, I want to thank you for coming to the presentation and to tell stories with heart, with your heart, with passion, and make it a memorable story that will help your clients transform into their better life.
Greetings unto you. Greetings unto you. I want to welcome you to the Comeback Champion Summit. Yay! I am Deborah Allen, and I am here to let you know you are finally free to reinvent the fierce me. I had to come on and say that. I am Deborah, an author, coach, speaker, and publisher. And as we are here this year in the Comeback Champion Summit, I am so excited. It is the season to win. We are definitely champions, and it is not over, not until we win. And so as I come on and speak with you on today, I want to inspire you and encourage you to understand you are finally free to reinvent the fierce me. And that comes directly from my heart. I am a woman that had to reinvent herself at the age of 45. Let me tell you something. It's never too late to start all over again. At any time, you can decide to get back up again. One of my coaches and mentors will say, if you fall, land on your back, for if you can look up, you can get up. Now, you know that is the legendary Les Brown, and I have had to learn in my life that if you fall down, you can look up and even get up. And so finally, free to reinvent the fierce me is this. There would come a season in your life. For a decade, I did childcare. I was a director and owner of a very successful childcare. Through the process of life, things happened. Situations came about. I end up walking away from my center after a decade of success, not just little success, but great success. I'm talking about land, staff, money, vehicles, all those things. But I went through a season of my life where I was burnt out, I was wore out, I was tired, and so many other things, because as I grew, I didn't grow with the right people. I didn't grow my mind to handle where I was going. And many things happened in my life. And that was such a hard place. If you have had great success, if you have won on any type of level, if you understand that I'm born to be great and that there is greatness in me. And I want you to know today that there is greatness in you. And as you are writing, as you are watching and writing and taking notes, write that down. There is greatness in you. And it is. And so I was in a hard place. I was in a place where I was used to being successful, used to making $27,000, $28,000, $29,000 a month in childcare. And yes, I was successful. But even as I was building my business, you have to grow. Self-growth is a choice. Come on, somebody. And I have to say that self-growth is a choice. You have to choose to be better. You have to choose to grow. You have to choose to step into who you really are born to be. And during that season of my life, I was successful, but I was in the room where I was one of the people that made the most money that I knew. That is never good. If you are in a place, in your friends and the things that you are doing, and you feel like you make the most money or you the biggest name in the room is too small. That is a room that would not allow you to grow. That is a room that would not push you to your destiny or to your greatness. And see, I grew to a certain level and then I was stuck because what I saw, I didn't see enough vision. I wasn't in enough rooms that were bigger than me, that inspired me to be bigger and greater. I want to tell you today that you need to be in rooms that make you nervous. You need to be in rooms that make you, you don't know what to do when you get there. You need to be in a crowd that when you are in that crowd, it makes you feel small because it will make you push to be great. Shoot for the moon, for if you land among the stars, you'll still be great. Yes, that's another Les Brown quote, and I just gotta say it because it's something on the inside of me that when I was down, when I felt like it was over, when I felt depleted, come on somebody, I closed the center. I went back to corporate America. I closed it because I couldn't handle it anymore. I closed it because my mind wasn't there anymore. I closed it because the people I had connected to, I got in a bad place. I got in a place where I was with a lot of people that were leeches. Come on. I want you to understand that you are living life, and as you are building and having success, people will latch onto you for many reasons. And I built not with the right crowd. I built with a lot of people that really didn't support me, but they were there to get what they can get. I built not understanding that overhead, though you can make 2.5 million in childcare, that the land that you had could eat all the money, y'all. Come on and say that, y'all. The land I had ate all the money. I didn't understand overhead. I wasn't in a position where I grew myself for the level of success that I had. I know we don't want to admit that. I know sometimes we want to say that things didn't work out because of other people, but sometimes things don't work out because you get to a level of success and you're not ready to handle it. Come on, somebody. But I want you to know that in the process of time, I walked away, I cried, I was downtrodden, I was angry, I was frustrated, I was so many things at that season of my life. I felt shame, I felt hurt, I felt so many things in that season of my life because I felt like I failed. And I can hear Dr. Willie Jolly say that a setback is a setup for a comeback. Come on, where my motivational people at? I am a motivational speaker. That is a vibe that I rock in, but I never would have found that version of Deborah had I not went through what I went through. I come to understand that life is hard and you have to do it hard. And I went through a decade of success. And so when I walked away, I didn't know what to do with myself. Have you ever been in a place where you thought what you did was who you were? Come on, y'all. Have you ever been in a place, let's be honest, where the money made you feel that you were who you were? Success made you feel like you were who you were. Without the business, without the success, without the crowd, I didn't know who I was. I kind of lost myself. Oh my God. For anybody out there that's listening on the Comeback Champion Summit and you feel like you have lost yourself, I am here to tell you that you can reinvent yourself. Even if you feel like you lost, Even if you feel like you can't get back up, you can get up again. I went through a place for about 3-4 years. I sat. I didn't know what to do with myself. I went back to work, corporate America. Have you ever gone back to work and get your paycheck and you begin to cry because you're not used to making that type of money? Some of us are destined for greatness. I never thought poverty was for me. I never thought living from check to check was for me. But I found myself after a decade of being able to write my own checks. Come on, somebody. After being able to give myself a raise, going back to corporate America and having to figure out what to do with myself. And so when I got my paycheck, I would cry. I was upset with God. I was angry. I know you haven't been angry, but I was not happy about the place where I was in. It was hard to be strong. It was hard to set my face and keep moving forward when everything in me felt like it was broken. But brokenness is a part of the process. Sometimes you have to be broken. Sometimes you have to begin again. But in that broken place, I began to realize that it wasn't the business. It wasn't the success. I began to understand because God let me see that you are the key to the blessing. You are the one that I anointed to make wealth for the kingdom and for the gospel. You are the one that would bring and be the legacy for your family. And you are the money that you need. But girl, you got to get up. I want to tell somebody, get back up again. I want to tell you on today for you to dream again. This is a season for you to dream again. This is a season for you to believe in yourself again. I want to talk to you about the steps I took to reinvent myself. Finally free to reinvent the fierce me. I want you to understand it took some guts to get back up again. You got to have guts against all odds. You have to be a warrior and a champion. You have to roar in this season of your life. For life is hard, so you can do it hard. Do life hard. I know it's not easy, but you win. Get up again and dream. One of the things I did, I reinvented myself. I became an author, a very successful author. But in the process of writing, I created the Fierce System. I'm going to step you through the Fierce System because the Fierce System is going to change your life. Come on, somebody. This Fierce System is going to give you some steps to show you how to reinvent yourself, to let you know you can get back up again. The hardest thing, I want you to write that down, that I ever did was get back up again. Now, I know it's easy to wallow. I know it's easy to cry. I know it's easy to play the game, the blame game and why and who and no. You don't have time for that. Let's talk about reinventing yourself, the Fierce System. F for the Fierce System is find yourself. Oh my God. I want you to know I had to be still and to find myself again. Along the way, I lost my voice. Along the way, I stopped dreaming. Along the way, I picked up other people's thoughts and their vision. But Deborah had to find herself again. F in the Fierce System, find yourself again. Find your voice again. Find your purpose again. Find your why again. Recognize and understand what you want to have to do to win again. When you find yourself, date yourself. Spend time with yourself. Get back in that quiet place. Turn off all the noise and all the chatter. Get still so that you can hear God and hear who you are again. The you that you forgot about. The you that you gave up on. The you that you think died in the process that you have been in. But that you is not dead. It is alive and well. And so I want to tell you, F, define yourself. And then we want to go to I. Yes, indeed, be independent. I indeed be independent. Apostle Deborah, what does that mean? Coach Deborah, Speaker Deborah, what does that mean? That means that you have to understand that I'm going to have to stand on my own 2 feet and be independent. I have to take back my power. I have to take back my authority. I have to take back my life. I have to understand if anything is going to change in my life, that first it has to change in me. Indeed, be independent, because the buck stops and starts with you. You got to understand that you got to stand up and take account and take control of your life, of your goals, of your dreams, and of your destiny. Indeed, be independent. Everything that you need to win is inside of you. The next thing I want to talk about is E in the fear system. Evaluate your life and story. Now, I know this woman not on here telling me, yes, I'm telling you to look back over your life and don't cry about it. But in this instance of your life, I want you to look back at your life and glean from your life. I want you to look back at your life and learn from your life. I want you to reevaluate, evaluate. That means to look at your life with clear eyes, not from the eyes of a child, not from the eyes of a victim. Because sometimes there's some things in us that as we are going through life, we can tell that the story that you tell you about you is the story you will live. And so when I'm telling you to evaluate your life and your story, I want you to look back at life and tell it from the eyesight of an adult. Don't go back to the molestation and see it from the eyesight of a child, because we're not children anymore. And if things are going to change, they would change when I change. I have to go back and look in my past and say, yes, I was molested, but I'm not broken. Yes, I've been through some stuff, but I'm not bitter. Yes, I was a teenage mother. Yes, I made some mistakes in my life, but I have learned from those things. I have grown from those things. Those things have made me stronger. They have made me better. That in the process of time, I had to go through some things to become who I am today. To become who you need to be, it takes process. So evaluate your life, evaluate your story. Change the story that you are telling about yourself. Tell yourself the story of victory and not of defeat. Evaluate that some things I didn't have a control over, but today I take control back over my dreams, over my goals, over my life and my business. And let's step on to R. R is realize you make the difference. Life is different because you are here. Everything changes when you realize I am a change agent. I am here to be the voice of change. I am here to be a witness that you can reinvent yourself, that you can start all over again, that you can build yourself again. And after you realize you make the difference, after you realize that I am the key player in my story, I'm not a co-star in my life, but I realize that I am the actor, the key player, and the star in my life. No longer will life just go by me. No longer would I just let things happen and I just say, oh, it's just okay. No, I realize I make the difference, and I realize that I am the change that I need in this season of my life. Realize you are the difference. C, create opportunity through purpose and your story. Me having to reinvent myself, me having to start over again, made me an elite coach. I am a coach that teach people how to birth their voices. My entire job as a coach is to help people realize who they are, what they do, what they have, and so many things. And as I realize that, as I understand that I am the difference, my purpose is in this season is to help somebody else get unstuck. My job in this season is to understand, let's fiercely ignite, rediscover, and birth and unlock your purpose from within. I took what I went through and I created opportunity with my life, with my story, with my purpose. It became a part of my vision. It'll open up a door for me to become a author. And today, I started writing in 2017, and today my first book was published in 2018. Today I am a 22-time best-selling author, 11-time international best-selling author, #1 author, multiple countries. I am not only an author, I am a publisher. I am actually the visionary of Igniting the Flame Publishing. August 31st of this year, 2022, I actually was the featured author and published of The Greatness in You anthology. 39 authors. The visionaries was the legendary Les Brown and John Tellerico, the connector. I reinvented myself. Me reinvented myself stepped me to being an author. That authorship took me to being a part of Fierce TV. I am a host of Fierce TV on Dominion TV Network. I do radio, podcasts. I am an elite coach, speaker, and so many other things. Me reinventing myself, me finding my voice again, allowed me to step into places I could never get into in the place I was then. Reinventing myself allowed me to grow, to shift, to become a great version of Deborah. And so you have to create opportunity through your purpose. My purpose is to birth voices, to help people reinvent themselves and to find themselves again. I did that. I created opportunities through my purpose and my story. That story of having to start over again, that story of making 2.5 million and then going back down to nothing, learning how to build yourself again, learning how to pull yourself again, learning how to work this thing again. That is my story, and I did it. Come on, somebody. Evaluate. For the fierce sister, evolve into the greatest version of you. If things are going to change, I am going to change. Nothing will change unless I change. And so you got to evolve into the greatest version of you. I had to stop crying about woe is me. I had to stop up talking about I made money and now that business is gone and it's over. No, I had to decide to become a better version of myself. I start coaching with great people. I got in groups and I began to build in a tribe with people that were great and moving, that were focused, that success. Come on. Success is strategy. You don't just throw something at the wall and hope it works. If you're going to be successful, you're going to have strategy. You're going to have relationships. You're going to have self-growth. You're going to have to change. You're going to have to make yourself better. The greatest thing I ever did was begin to coach in 2018. Coaching changed my life. It helped me reinvent me. It gave me a tribe. It helped me sit with greatness. It took me in rooms that I couldn't get in by myself. And I needed that. I needed to see what greatness looked like. I needed to understand how to work money and make wealth and how to believe again. I had to take the limits off of myself and off of my own mind. I had to believe in me again, and coaching did that. We are on the Comeback Champion Summit. This is a great time. It is the moment to win again. It is a time where you can take the fear system and reinvent yourself. I am Deborah Allen. At the age of 45, I had to reinvent myself. But let me tell you something. You can start all over again. It's never too late to get up. As long as there's breath in your body and you still got fire in your belly, come on, Les Brown, then you will fight. You have to be hungry. You have to be tenacious. You have to go after what you want. You have to believe that it's possible. If you see it before you see it, you will be able to manifest it. Get in rooms like we are today, the Comeback Champion Summit. Get with people that are doing great things. Sit with the winners, because the conversation is different. Change your tribe. Change your story. Change how you look at your life. Reinvent yourself. Make yourself over again. I am Deborah Allen. My one goal is to help you live the life of your dream. I am the CEO of Visionary Coaching and Consulting Group, LLC, as well as Igniting the Flame Publishing. You can dream again. This is the greatest version of me, and it is powerful, and it is fierce. I am finally free to reinvent the fierce me. I am who I believed I am, not who anybody else said I was. Believe in you again. Come back, for you are a comeback champion. This is the moment. This is the season that you can start all over again. You can leave your business 8, 9 years ago. Sit down and lick your wounds and then decide, I got to get up. You must get up. Your family they dependent on you. The community, they waiting for you. Not only did I reinvent myself, this is a year of jubilee for me as I entered into my 50th year. Not only have I birthed new businesses, not only have I enlarged my territory and taken my voice global and written, I am the author of 12 books now. Oh my, I am just saying, I am publishing huge names in this season, influencers and bosses and leaders, people in the Virgin. My last book, The Les Brown, we have the Lieutenant Governor of the Virgin Islands in that book. But you got to reinvent yourself. You have to understand, it don't matter where you start. It matters where you end. There was a season in my life where I thought I was going to die broken. But I had to decide to get up and dream again. I'm telling you today, not only am I an author, not only am I a coach, an elite coach, speaker, and publisher, I have been ordained as a woman bishop and affirmed as an apostle. Not only that, October the 29th, a few days away, I will be graduating with my doctorate degree in philosophy, Christian leadership, and business. I am officially Apostle, Ambassador, Dr. Deborah Allen, on top of all the other things that I have done. After 30 years of ministry, I have become the greatest version of me. It don't matter where you start. Don't die in the process. You are finally free to reinvent the fierce me. I reinvented me. So can you. Let's go. I'm grateful for the comeback champion, Shay Brown, your staff, all the amazing speakers, collaborators, all the people that are fighting and pushing to be the best version of themselves. I am Deborah. I have a free gift for you. All across the board, you can contact me and reach me at Deborah Allen Fierce, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Not only that, my email is deborallenfierce@gmail.com. Not only that, my website, deborallenfierce.com. But I have a free gift for you. Go to www.deborahallenspeaker.com. I have a gift that will help you be free, finally free to reinvent the fierce me. Thank you guys. Bye, y'all.
Well, thank you for joining me for this incredibly powerful event. My name is Jody Solberg, and I'm here today to talk about creating believable affirmations. As a mental wellness and success coach and a certified master hypnotherapist, I guide passionate, purpose-driven professionals just like you in reducing stress and anxiety and healing from things like trauma and burnout to have more peace, joy, and work-life harmony. Because mindset challenges too often get in our way and block us from achieving our goals in every areas of our lives. Blocks such as negative self-talk, limiting beliefs, imposter syndrome, past hurts, and current emotional and physical challenges can all stand in our way of reaching our goals. So I'm going to share my screen here with you all so that you can have some visuals as I begin to start the presentation on how to create believable affirmations. And first, I want to tell you that creating those believable affirmations is truly going to help you build unshakable belief in yourself. And as I mentioned, I have had 2 decades plus now of experience as both a therapist and a coach. And so I truly understand the power of mindset, and my focus is on helping you to define success on your own terms and achieve it with ease and flow. One of the ways that I like to do that is through creating affirmations that are both effective and believable to both your conscious and your subconscious mind. So today, here's what we're going to learn. We're going to talk more about the power of your subconscious mind to block your goals, why most affirmations don't work, and how to create more effective affirmations that are going to calm down your inner critic and get your subconscious mind working for you instead of against you. You know, chances are you've tried using affirmations before. In the dictionary, to affirm means that you are actually taking a statement and you're saying it as if it's fact. You're declaring support and you're offering encouragement. So a self-affirmation is actually a statement that you create that expresses a goal as a fact while supporting and encouraging yourself. But the way affirmations have traditionally been taught often backfires because they just aren't believable. If you've ever said to yourself, I'm a multimillionaire with a mansion on the beach in Malibu, while you're standing in your apartment with $100 in your bank account, you're likely to have had a little voice in the back of your mind come right out and call you a liar and doubt your ability to make that happen and block you from achieving that goal. Our subconscious minds are so powerful. And what happens is that they often try to protect us from feeling bad by blocking our progress. So the key to getting your subconscious mind on board with working towards your goals is to give it something to work on and something it can believe in. So utilizing effective affirmations can help you remove those mindset blocks that are getting in the way of creating your dream life. And then reprogramming your brain to shift away from the negative thought and behavior patterns and alter the self-talk and protective mechanisms that aren't serving and supporting you in reaching your goals.
So as you'll see here on your screen, the very first step is creating effective, believable affirmations by identifying the specific mindset blocks that get in your way. We need to identify them because we all have them. We all have these subconscious blocks that keep us from reaching our goals. And they may stem from childhood. They could come from past relationships, any trauma or past hurts, disappointments, perceived failures, like things that just keep coming back up. Those are the things that I call the weeds in our brains. So think about your lawn. The weeds are those things that just keep popping up in your brain. So they keep coming up and then we have to mow them back down, right? Either consciously or subconsciously. They come up, we mow them down. And when you're having to deal with them over and over and over again and mow them down repeatedly, just like weeds in your yard, they're gonna keep coming back up if all you're doing is mowing over them. So even after you think you've dealt with them in the past, unless you identify that root cause and pull those weeds out and heal that area, it becomes this never-ending cycle each time you try to reach for a new level or a new goal. So that's why it's that first step, because once you become aware that those blocks exist, you can begin to work through them. Most of the thoughts we have on a daily basis, unfortunately, are negative. It's just natural. They're also the same thoughts we thought yesterday and the day before and the day before that. And so what I'd like you to try this week is just start noticing your self-talk and writing it down. You'll likely begin to see a pattern with the same themes repeating over and over and over again. And then addressing those negative thoughts, fears, and false limiting beliefs, which is where all of that self-talk is stemming from, is a great place to start when creating your believable affirmations. Because by tailoring your affirmations to your unique set of mindset blocks, they will truly be custom. No one else can give you specific affirmations and have them be believable because everyone's weeds are different. Okay? Everyone's lawn's different, everyone's lives are different, everyone's minds are different. So it's really important to customize and tailor these to your blocks, which is why we need to identify them. But I will give you some examples of some common mindset blocks that often come up from people's past programming. So things like you have to work really hard to make money. Well, if that's a limiting belief for you, guess what? You don't allow making money to be anything but hard. Many people also have an underlying limiting belief that maybe money will change who they are and not for the better. Or perhaps you'll start hearing yourself say things like, I can't afford it a lot. Or you may have a feeling that comes up that you don't deserve that success or you aren't good enough to achieve what you want. And so what happens is we end up blocking potentially lucrative financial opportunities that come our way. We don't allow ourselves to have anything more than just our basic necessities, just the enough, but never the and then some. So we simply close ourselves off from abundance and anything extra, anything that we could have that's more than what we need. So how about this? So what if you're worried about the uncertainty of the future? Right? A lot of anxiety is worry about the future, the what ifs. You might have a fear of the unknown or how success will change your life. Well, if that's the case, then you might be keeping yourself at the same level and staying really comfortable where you are because you know how to handle what you have right now. You have no idea how you're going to handle what's going to come up in the future. So one question that you can ask yourself when these things come up is this reality or just my perception? And another question could be, what do I choose to believe instead? For example, in asking yourself that question, you may choose instead to believe it doesn't always have to be hard, that you can choose to allow abundance into your life with ease and flow, or that money can give you the option to do so much good based on your values, and that you're learning how to handle it more and more as your bank account grows. So you can open yourself up to receive and just shift your intention and your energy to allow that abundance to come into your life. And so in order to change our beliefs, we actually have to challenge the old belief that's no longer serving us, and then create and affirm a new one to take its place. So once you figure out what those limiting beliefs are, you identify the negative self-talk that's repeated because of the beliefs, you choose new beliefs, you need to create new affirming statements, right? New positive statements that are going to reinforce your new beliefs. We figured out what the focus is going to be. We've chosen new beliefs. We're going to focus on those. Instead of acting like you've already arrived, we're actually going to start giving yourself something to work towards. And so the best way to do this and to make those affirmations believable is to write them based on who you're becoming and what you're building and working towards that you identified in your vision. So whatever your goals are, what are you working towards? That's how you're going to write these affirmations to make them believable. So the formula for effective affirmations starts with beginning them with I am, and then adding an action into your statement that is focused on growth and progress towards your goals. This makes your affirmations believable by giving your subconscious mind something to respond to and to work on, rather than simply reacting it and blocking your efforts. So we're going to start them with I am, follow with that action word, such as growing or becoming, and take consistent action. So I'm going to show you a formula you can actually follow for this. So the formula is, you could say, in order to create blank in my life, so depending on what your goals are, fill in that blank. I am becoming or growing, taking steps towards whatever it is that you're affirming each and every day. So here are some examples. In order to create a successful 7-figure business, I am allowing abundance to flow into my life easily each and every day. Do you see how that feels and sounds different than, I'm a multi-millionaire with a house on the beach in Malibu when you're in that apartment with $100 in the bank? It's saying that you're growing towards that and you're opening yourself up to that abundance so that your bank account can grow every single day. It's about the process. So your subconscious mind, it gets on board and says, oh, we're working on that. We better get going, right? So the next example is, I am continually investing in my own learning and growth process. I'm attracting more than enough of everything that I want and I desire in my life every day. You can see how we're focused on what you want more of, and that you are taking steps just by showing up here today. This statement is actually true. So your subconscious mind isn't going to come back and deny you and say that it's a lie, because you are investing in your own learning and growth process just by being here with us today. And you're saying that you're open to attracting more than enough of everything every single day, not just exactly enough to pay the bills, but more than enough. And then the last example here is, I'm proud of what I accomplished today, and I'm creating even more wins every single day. Doesn't that feel good to say? And again, it's something that your conscious and your subconscious mind can get on board for. It's like, okay, creating a win. So your mind will start looking for that win every single day. So these types of affirmations are believable because it is telling your subconscious mind what to work towards. Whatever we tell ourselves, our mind will work to find the evidence to support it. And so your subconscious mind then will work to prove it to be true and will want to make it happen, which is why it's crucial to focus your affirmations, as you saw with these examples, on the positive, on abundance, on growth, on development, and on progress, not on saying that you've already arrived, and also to focus on what you want more of versus what you don't want in your life. So make sure you're calling in the abundance of what you want more of, not what you want less of. So now it's time to take action. create your new affirming statements, and then read, write, and say these statements out loud daily to use multiple parts of your brain. You're absorbing that information by writing it out, seeing it visually, hearing it out loud. All of those things that you're doing are going to help you to absorb that info and build trust and confidence in yourself. And I would suggest specifically doing them during your morning and evening routines. That's what I call bookending your days, which means you're starting and ending each day really strong in your mindset. And as you are repeating your affirmations, be present in that moment and infuse emotion into them as you really feel the words you're speaking. Try not to just go through the motions and just check off that box. Make sure that you're really feeling the words that you're saying. Be mindful throughout your day of your self-talk and incorporate your affirmations into those routines to start off strong and end strong in your day. And that's really going to create habits for success and not only make your affirmations believable to both your subconscious and your conscious mind, but it will also make them more effective because what we focus on grows. And what we do consistently is what we'll reap the rewards for. And so as you begin to take that daily consistent action, I want you to know that you can make these come true because you're doing it one step at a time. Okay? You're in progress and you're moving forward each and every day. So the final thought that I want to leave you with is that in order to create the vision that you have for your life and make it that reality, we all need support. So whatever your goals are around mental wellness, physical wellness, financial fitness and growth, relationships, or your career, support is key in order to grow and break through blocks and getting to that next level. And so I'd like to invite you to explore your options for supports by offering you a free manifestation affirmations cheat sheet as a guide to help you be inspired to create your own custom believable affirmations. Following that formula, you're going to be able to look at those affirmations and tweak them to make them your own, to make them believable and applicable to you and your brain and your situation. So just go ahead and go to that link on the screen. It's bit.ly/manifestation affirmations to download that. And I also want to say thank you for prioritizing your growth, which is taking the time to show up for this event and listening to me talk about this topic today. I'd love to connect with you. So feel free to reach out to me and connect with me through the information on the screen. But please remember, we're on a continuous journey. There is no destination. So as you are building towards your own version of success, I'd like you to remember that it's not just about reaching your income goals one time. That's not what it's about. It's really about being in that process. Right? It's about maintaining that level of success. It's about growing and learning along the way and really, truly creating a lifestyle that you love. And to me, that is true work-life harmony. The believable affirmations that you're creating today will help you to achieve your own definition of success. So don't forget to revisit your goals and write new affirmations often to keep them feeling fresh and relevant in your life. Make sure to infuse emotion into them and use them consistently so that you can work towards those goals and truly achieve the life you dream of. So I hope this training today helped to serve and support you, and I wish you all the best in your journey of growth. Thank you again.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Comeback Champion Summit. I am so happy you decided to join this amazing session with me. My name is Ambassador Dr. Sandria Nelson Moon. I am a speaker, best-selling author, an ambassador to the United Nations, and a coach. I am so elated that I am blessed to help you over this hump of self-induced obstacles and building confidence. Can we build your confidence? Yes, we definitely can, right? So there's so much we can do with that. There's so much you can do in that space, right? So today we will dive a bit deeper into self-induced obstacles, and I will guide you through the steps to changing your mindset and building that confidence that we just talked about, right? So what are self-induced obstacles? Right? What are they? Well, a self-induced obstacle is an obstacle that surfaces from your inner fears and that personal mindset, right? So it is our inability to believe in our own gifts, right? It inhibits us from doing whatever it is that is necessary for us to win. Whatever it is that is necessary for you to be who you need to be, that's what it does, right? It hinders that. So why do you think you self-sabotage, right? Self-induced obstacles can be detrimental to your mindset and your transformation, right? Into that amazing CEO that you're meant to be, that amazing coach, that amazing teacher, that amazing business person. It can self-sabotage it, right? So did you know self-sabotage is among the top 3 causes of human suffering? It is not external, but it is internal, right? And it debilitates even the most capable person you could think of. That is what it does. It is not a respecter of persons, okay? So many of us fear what we cannot see, and fear making what the right choice, because we subconsciously believe that something bad is going to happen if we do the right thing, right? For some reason we believe that, right? So tell me, I want you to think about is, tell me how many times has your own ideas of your ability seized you up in fear, right? If we're all honest though, like me, I've knowingly and unknowingly placed a lot of obstacles in my own life, right? I've double questioned things. I've, thought too much and too long, right? So believing our negative thoughts are simply habitual. And frankly, most of what makes us feel bad is self-inflicted, right? So once we realize our greatest obstacle is a person staring right back at you in the mirror, then we can begin the process of fighting that internal battle with the proper tools the right way. Right? The right way. So these are some of the self-induced challenges that we face. And I'm going to go into just a little bit of them, right? Number 1, we're going to go into giving up. Like you want to do this thing, but you're butting and ifing before it even begins, right? You're questioning whether or not it's possible. Okay, another thing is procrastination. We procrastinate every move that you make that is necessary for that success. You double question yourself and I'm not so sure, and I maybe I can do it tomorrow. Okay, another is our disorganization, right? Lacking proper plans or any kind of organization. This can debilitate your growth in every single way, right? Another is lack of doing your due diligence, right? We are too quick to the finish line. We do not research. We just go ahead and we just do something unprepared, right? Thinking that we can figure this thing out along the way. Never a good idea. Not with business, not if you're a serious entrepreneur. It does not work, right? Another big one is limiting your own potential, right? Only you can put a limit on yourself, right? You decide how high or how low you will be, but we limit ourselves and then our potential, and we believe we are incapable. So that is another one of those hindrances of self-sabotaging. Okay, our negative thoughts, this is a big one. Our negative thoughts about ourselves tend to cripple our movement. And because of fear, we barely commit to success. We're so scared to try, and it debilitates you in every sense of the word, right? So another is our lack of focus. Oh my God, this is a big one. Our focus is simply what is important, and we need to realize what is important and capitalize on that. Aligning your focus will help you get to the next level, y'all. It is going to get you to that place, comeback champion. Another is an assumed constraint. We assume before this thing happens that it is not going to happen, and we believe it, right? So all of those hindrances are not champion behavior, right? That is not champion mindset, right? So how do we combat these challenges, right? And build your confidence? How do we get rid of these things? right? How do we start moving in a different direction? Okay, so building confidence, everyone, begins with creating better mental health, better physical well-being, right? Self-care and balance are vital to your confidence, right? These things are vital. So begin to set some goals, right? Now, it is said that if you want change, you got to create it. Okay, you got to go out here. So begin to cultivate a progressive mindset, right? Look for the new answers, solutions, and opportunities. Do not be afraid to try new things. Stop being scared. Believe it, get up, let's start moving, right? That's the first one. And as you're doing that, you're shifting and evolving. You're getting out of your mindset and you're getting into what we call an empowered space. You're beginning to take control and you're now starting to take action. Another one of these that's going to help you is build those confidence levels, believe in your abilities and its possibilities. Get organized, think critically and creatively, right? There's so much you can do in a creative space if you really pursue it. Cultivate discipline. Do what you say you're going to do and be diligent about your movements with these dreams of yours. You believe it, get a move on, right? Cultivate commitment. Be dedicated day in, day out about your future. Stay on the course. No flinching, no sleeping, no staying away. Get up, get moving. Cultivate optimism, right? Believe what you started, you will see come to life, and believe that it's going to succeed. Don't waver in your belief, okay? Cultivate resilience and tenacity. So no matter what you face on the journey, remain steadfast and focused to the end game. You're going to believe that thing until it manifests. That's basically what I'm saying. So see, what an idea can't do on its own, your belief can open the door. Okay, so as we wrap up, I want to implore you on this pump up talk. I want you to choose you, bet on yourself. The only way you lose is if you choose to lose. If we lack focus, if we, believe the negative thoughts, if we procrastinate, if we limit our potential, the only result it will yield is failure. So shift and evolve, man. Cultivate discipline, commitment, resilience, confidence. Look for the solutions. And most importantly, y'all, change the mindset, right? Remember that with persistence and perseverance, a commitment to consistency and action are what you truly need to overcome life's biggest self-induced obstacles. So my friend, overcome them. Don't wait, don't sleep, get up, right? You're a comeback champion. Thank you so much for joining me today and this comeback team. We're going to get it done. We're going to do it. We're going to roll it out. There is no time like the present. God bless y'all today. And I pray everything went smoothly. I pray, I shifted somebody's mind today. I pumped you up, right? I gave you something to hang on to. Believe it and then achieve it. God bless y'all. Be safe.
Hey, my name is Sean Harper, 7-year professional football player, motivational speaker. I've coined the term winologist because I believe that life is not about success, life is about winning. Playing football and then merging from football to the corporate, I was able to extract methodologies, tactics, and strategies that I'm going to share with you today in the realm of not only in life, but in business, home, marriage, you name it. If you apply these principles, you will not only exist, you will not only win, but you can dominate the field that you're in. I want to really talk about preparation. I want to talk about being prepared because one of my challenges that I've noticed playing professional football and going into the business world, I struggled. I really struggled. Now, mind you, I've been in business for almost 20 years. Actually, about 23 years. I've owned my own company since 19 to 20 years. Owned American Services and Protection, have over 100 employees. I was able to pull and to graft and to merge the tactics that I've learned playing professional football into the corporate space, into business life, and I have been winning. I'm going to share them with you. These are things that you might not have heard, but just give it a try, give it a taste, and let's see if you can win. As I mentioned, it's not about success, it's about winning, because each and every one of us, we are created to win. From our cellular, the DNA, who we are winners. Each and every one of you, you are one of maybe 4 to 5 million, maybe 100 million sperm cells. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. You were the one that fertilized the egg. You were the one that got there, which is why you are attracted to winning. You are attracted to winning in sports. You're attracted to winning in gambling. You're attracted to winning in gaming. It is because the essence of who you are a winner. Now, here's the challenge. The challenge is that if so many people, or if everyone's called to be a winner, not everyone is winning. Playing sports, it kind of pulls out, or it lives off of the winning edge or the winning platform. So share with you one of the tactics that I've learned playing sports and in business and in life. I'm going to share with you today. And the tactic is that we are always prepared. Now that's a broad word. Prepared. Everyone's prepared, but I want to break that down. You see, playing professional football, half of the practice was preparing for the opponent, preparing for San Francisco, preparing for Dallas, preparing for Denver. The other half was preparing our body, preparing our mind. So I'm introducing the breakfast of champions. It's not a food, although I love to eat. It's more of a mind. It's a mindset. And instead of saying mindset, why don't we set the mind? Because that's all it is. It's not a mindset. It's setting your mind, and anyone and everyone can do it. And I want to challenge you. Now, I mentioned the word breakfast, but it really starts the day prior, before you get up in the morning. You build your momentum. See, you have motion, okay? You have movement, then you have momentum. Now you have the momentum carrying you into the next day. Think about this. January 1st, New Year's Day. Why do so many people miss the New Year's resolution? It's because they're making a dry start, a cold start. It's like starting a car for the first time in maybe 10 or 15 years. You're making a cold start. On this day, January 2nd, I'm going to lose weight. I'm going to do this. And there's no momentum pushing you. So before you wake up, you have to develop your momentum. And that momentum is birthed the night before. The night before. You take an hour before you go to sleep and you build your momentum. So let's just walk through that for a second, okay? An hour before you go to bed. Now, first of all, let me just say this. You need at least 6 hours of sleep, preferably 8 hours of sleep, okay? Sleep is so important. And sleep deprivation is an epidemic in our country. We're thinking that I can exist off of, 3 to 4 hours of sleep, and we're waking up, and the first thing that is attacked is not only our body, but our mind, our mental. Our capacity is drastically shrunk with sleep deprivation. So focus and fight on getting to sleep, because we want to win the day. We want to win the next day. An hour before you go to sleep, I want you to shut down. And what I mean by shutting down is simple. I need you to shut down all social media, all TVs, televisions. I want you to shut down the phone, shut down the Instagram, shut it all out, shut down the radio, shut down everything, turn down the lights. Get your body prepared. Why am I saying this? It's because an hour to 45 minutes to an hour before you go to sleep, your body goes into what's called a theta state. And in the theta state, information and ideas go directly into the subconscious from a theta state. So whatever you focus on the night before, that last hour, whatever you're reading, whatever you're concentrating on, whatever you're worrying about goes right into the subconscious. You have to be very careful that hour before you go to sleep and when you first wake up in the morning. Because programs are programs. So guess what? When you watch TV, there's a program. After, underneath all the laughing and the ha is a great time, there's a program. You're being programmed. And that's the time they want. That's why oftentimes in the evening time, it's the most provocative, most dramatic shows. It's programming you. And if I could dare say that, if you look at your life, look at everything that's happening in your life, 95% of it is because of a program, whether good or bad, and we're going to reprogram yourself to win. Now, shut it down. Shut down everything and set your heart with intention. The intention is extremely important. And what I mean by intention is that you bring yourself into agreement, spirit, soul, and body, agreement. And the word talks about agreement, and I'll get to my perspective of that in the morning. But you set yourself for intention. And what I mean by that, once again, is that what happens is that this is what you want to happen tomorrow. And you see this happening the next day. You visualize this happening the next day. And the most important thing is you feel it happening the next day as you go to sleep. And when you wake up in the morning, next day, bright and early, you're refreshed, you're excited, that's when it starts. You don't pick up the cell phone and start scrolling. You do not turn on the radio. You don't get the gossip. This is your time. Not your spouse's time, not friends. This is your time right now to set the intention or your intention for the day. You doing this, you turn into a thermostat and not a thermometer. A thermostat sets the temperature, a thermometer reacts to the temperature. You set it right now in the morning. It's the most important hour of the day. So what do? I start my day with meditation. Then I start my day with prayer and praise. I don't shy away from the fact that I'm a believer. I love the Lord. I pray, I worship, I war at 4 a.m. in the morning. That's exactly what I'm doing. After that, maybe 30, 45 minutes, I now educate myself. No, I'm not looking at what's going to happen today. I'm not looking for what's due today. Okay, I need to build a wall around my mind. I need to build a wall around my life. What good am I? What good am I to other people if I'm not good to myself? How can I pour into somebody else when nothing's being poured into me? So after my praise, after my prayer, after my submission and just allowing the spirit realm to just be soaked in that, I now educate the mind. I now have audio books. I now read half hour just reading. Now that's full. The most successful or the greatest winners of CEOs, you know what? They're all readers. Leaders are readers. And so I've made it a point to go through several books a week. Several books a week. And I glean ideas. I'm challenged with ideas. I'm challenged with different mindsets. And I get into the mind of some of the authors or the leaders that they're talking about. And I put myself in that position. I'm ministering to me. Immediately after that, my sweats are on and I'm off to the gym. 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, I'm in the gym. Now this is so amazing. And I want to challenge you to do this. Go to a nice gym. I don't want you to work out there per se, but just go to a nice gym, okay? And I want you to look at the cars in the parking lot. And you can tell by the cars that there are a lot of CEOs and a lot of business owners that are in the gym between 4 and 6. I'm in the gym, I feel like I'm in a Fortune 500 boardroom. I can tell by their energy. Hardworking, they're driven individuals, they're playing to win, they're working hard, they're working out hard. There's no small talk, there's no laughing. These guys and girls are going from station to station, boom, 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 and then they're out. And then I watch when they leave, they got on their nice wool, 140 cut, 160 cut, nice dresses, suitcase, briefcase. Bam, they built it. Our society teaches us how to, prepare at a certain level, how to have this done in the forecast and blah, 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 and this, but they don't teach you how to prepare your mind and your body. And the secret of sports is that it engages spirit, soul, and body, your mind, everything at the same time. If you're not 100% all in, every aspect of you, when you play, you won't be playing long. You're going to get hurt. You think I can go out there on the football field and have my mind doing this and my body doing something else? I am totally engaged 100%. The gym. I leave the gym. I go home. And once I go home, now I begin to set my intentions. I begin to speak my day. This is what I want to happen. This is what is happening already. This is how it's going to happen in this day. I'm going to win. I'm going to set it up. I have a list, my goals. I go over my goals, not only going over goals, okay, but I go over the tactics and the strategies to get to the goals. So the product is the process, or the process is the product. We get so carried away at goals. These are my goals. These are my goals. What's the process? What's the system of getting to your goal? It's not about motivation. And I'm a motivational speaker. I'm an inspirational speaker. What systems do you have? What routines do you have? I'm giving you a $1 billion routine right now, at least several $1 million. Because when you're ready, you're ready. Now, once that happens, and I went through the actual education, I spend time and I give thanks. Huge. Now moving over into the spiritual aspect, spiritual law, right? I give thanks. I give thanks for, you know what, I'm here. I can breathe. I'm blessed. I give thanks. Your attitude of gratitude determines your altitude. You have to move with a sense of gratitude. In our narcissistic, my selfie world, where's your gratitude? It kind of sets you right? It's, you know, it sets your heart, having a heart of gratitude. And every once in a while, maybe a couple days a week, I will at this point pick up the phone, no social media. Try not to do it in the morning. I pick up the phone and I text people and I speak words over them. Because guess what? Every day is not a happy day for Sean Harper. Every day is not a great day and I'm excited. Look, if I stood here and said, you know, I win every day and I'm happy every day, I'll be lying to you. So what do you do on the rainy days? What do you do in the depression? Listen, I speak life into other people when I'm going through hell. It works because I activate a spiritual law, the law of sowing and reaping. I'm sowing love, I'm sowing money, I'm sowing grace, and guess what comes back? It all comes back to me, and before the day or maybe a day or two, it kills it, it deals with it. So yeah, I sow the gratitude because I need the attitude for the altitude. Now I'm ready to move out. I'm ready to shoot for the day, baby. Now I set my attention. I talked about it. Okay. Number 2 is I take control of my RAS. Your RAS stands for the reticular activation system. This is deep. This is what a lot of masterminds, they talk about it, you know, after you pay them $20,000 and, you know, spend all your money, get into this group. This is the sweet sauce right here. The RAS, the reticular activation system. This is how it works, okay? How it works is that when you think a thought and you focus on the thought, it gets into your heart. And then your heart turns into a big magnet and it begins to pull it into your life. Let me give you an example. You ever thought about buying a new car? I want a new Volkswagen. No. I want a new BMW. I want a new Escalade, right? And all of a sudden, about 2 days later, you're seeing Escalades everywhere. What happened? You activated the RAS. And if you don't take control of that, sooner or later, you're going to find yourself in a lot buying an Escalade because you're attracting it to you. Now, those cars were all around you all the time. You never focused on it. Now, what would happen if you took your RAS and said, I want to focus on winning. I want to focus on success. I want to focus on love. I want to focus on great things. I want to focus on happiness. Now, all of a sudden, what the actual process is, first you become aware of it. And after you become aware of it, then you begin to feel the excitement. And once you begin to feel it in your heart, you begin to manifest it. So you take control of your RAS. It's called the reticular activation system. And last but not least, you stay woke. Now, it's not the popular term, I'm woke. No. How should I say this one? 95% of all that we do is done on the subconscious level. The way that you scratch your hair, the way that you drive, all that is done at the subconscious level. You ever driven in a car and then there's a red light and you're like, somehow you just stopped at the red light. You weren't even thinking about stopping, you just stopped. It's done on the subconscious level. Now the subconscious for a lot of things is set before the age of 7, but afterwards it begins to go, as you go through life, your subconscious is constantly being programmed and reprogrammed. So you stay woke is that every action I take, I'm conscious of. You ever start humming a song? Like, why am I humming? 20 minutes later, you're still humming the song. Where that song came from? Come from the subconscious. Now, what if what you're humming is not positive? When you're woke, you become cognizant of every single action you do. Everything that I do is moving towards winning. Every word that I say is moving towards winning. Every expression that I make is moving towards winning. I'm not perfect at it, but I'm striving to take that and to own that and to dominate, because I realize that I am a spirit having a human experience, and my job is to manifest. Now, what am I manifesting? Am I manifesting love and light? Or am I manifesting darkness or death? So, if you want to win before you begin. You begin the night before and the morning of. Then you'll live your life as a thermostat and not as a thermometer. And if life is a game, baby, play this game to win. I just thank you for listening. Thank you for giving your attention to me. But listen, take it, turn it into attention, and win with it. Win for yourself, win for your legacy. And for me, I'm winning for my God. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's Robin Cuffy King. I am the entrepreneurial dot connector. I help business owners by providing technical, administrative, and creative solutions as a virtual business manager and delegation strategist. And I have made it my mission over my 12 years of being in the delegation industry to empower entrepreneurs to know how to effectively delegate, as well as there is a quote that I encourage you to even live by starting today. Being a do-it-first leader does not mean that you have to do it all. Yes, I'm talking to you. You may be that do-it-first leader. You may be that pioneer. You may be that trailblazer, but that does not mean that you have to do it all and walk in overwhelm, burn out, and really not understanding why you aren't getting the results that you desire because you're trying to do everything in a limited amount of time that you simply don't have and cannot afford to continually give. All right. So let's go ahead and get into what delegation is. So delegation is simply assigning a task, project, or whatever the case may be to someone who you entrust to get the job done. That's right. The person that you delegate to should be someone who can be trusted to do what they say they are able to do if you give them that assignment. I've seen way too many business owners entrust people who say something but do differently. And I don't want that for you. So I definitely today will encourage you to look for track record, ask for those referrals, and ask for anything, whatever you're considering delegating to someone, whether it's business-wise, personal-wise, whatever the case may be. I want you to be that champion that you are in every area. And so that means you need to have the right people to do the right things, right? And so with that being said, I also want to just say thank you for tuning in to the Comeback Champion Summit. We're so glad that you are here. And I want to ensure that I give you as much value as you need to know how to effectively delegate for your business. So I want you to take notes. And of course, if you have questions, I'm sure they will provide you with the information you need to reach out to me. But I'm looking forward to hearing from you soon, and I welcome any feedback. All right, let's keep it moving. Today, I want you to ask yourself 2 questions. That's right, 2 questions. And you can write these down as well. Where do I see my business in 5 years? That's question one. And question two is, what am I doing now that's going to get me to where I desire to be in 5 years? The reason why those questions are important when it comes to considering delegation is because you want to ensure that what you are working on now will build what you desire to gain and get to in the future. You don't want to continuously work on a hamster wheel of sorts in business, not getting to the level you desire to get to, when all you have to do is know the answer to your questions, right? And then prepare and ensure that you are following your own goals, following your metrics that you need to follow to get where you need to go. It's simple, but it's complicated because life happens, right? So I want to know that life is real, but I still don't want you to try to be that leader that does it all, right? Okay, let's keep moving. So what I want you to consider when you think about delegating or just knowing that you can't do it all is outsourcing, right? Outsourcing, delegation are the same things, except what I want you to think of is outsourcing. It literally is just a descriptive of getting things out of your hands into the hands of someone else. That is so important that you're able to outsource, right? So outsource those things that you may not be an expert at. That's right. Something that might take you 4 hours to do may take the person you delegate to an hour or even 2 hours to do. But even still, you would be saving time in the process, right? And then you want to outsource tasks that do not need your direct involvement. So those things that you know that if you have set up the systems, if you have set up automations and whatever the case may be, in order for the job to get done, and you don't have to directly do it, then it's important that you outsource those things so that you can focus on what you got in business to do. And that's another thing. Focusing on what you got in business to do is very essential for the longevity of your business. A lot of entrepreneurs find themselves in burnout and overwhelmed because they found too much busy work along the way, when they then feel like they are not as effective. They feel like they aren't able to do what they need to do. And then eventually the doors close. And I don't want that for anybody watching this, right? Even if you think about, okay, I don't know if I can afford to delegate, I don't have the budget to even delegate. What I challenge you to think is not about delegating as I can't afford to, but it's something that you cannot afford not to do. Because at the end of the day, if you're spending 6 hours on something that you could delegate, that will take that person 2 hours to do, then you already know that the timing, right, is a issue that you can fix if you get an expert or get somebody who's more skilled at doing something than you are. There's nothing wrong with delegating. An important fact that you must know is that 20% of entrepreneurs close their doors within the first year of being in business because they're trying to do it all. You don't have to do it all. Please don't. Let's delegate. So when you consider delegation, I want you to understand that there's something called a virtual assistant. Yes, a virtual assistant. What does a virtual assistant do? And why would I delegate to someone like that? Well, a virtual assistant can help you. They are a remote service provider. They are usually an independent contractor, highly skilled, and they also may have an expertise level in working with a certain type of business owner. So you may want to consider hiring a virtual assistant that has that skill set that you want to be able to work with you. There are virtual assistants that specifically work with coaches. There are virtual assistants that work with authors and so many other things. So the three main areas of expertise that virtual assistants tend to have are technical, administrative, and creative expertise. However, most of them will come to you with administrative, skill set, right? And some of them you can offer training to, or send them to someone like myself who can train them for you. And, when it comes to technical skill sets, your virtual assistant may be able to help you with email list management, newsletter setup, automations for different things that you may have going on in your newsletters or emails that you want to send out. Like, it's a lot. Creative, they may be able to help you with graphic design, creative content development, and so many other things when it comes to that. They may, of course, be able to help you with the administrative stuff, right? A lot of people don't like emails. You probably don't like answering emails, opening emails is all too much sometimes, right? So you could have someone who looks at those emails for you, tells you what is important, and maybe answers the emails for you or puts things on your calendar. Like, it's so many options that I want you to keep in mind, okay? Those are just a few of the areas that you can delegate in your business. What you want to ensure is that whatever you delegate frees you up to do the tasks that only you can do in your business. That's right. You want to get to that point where you can be the person that only the tasks that need your direct involvement is what you're doing in your business. And everything else is delegated. You aren't overwhelmed. You have a lot of free time. You're able to do what you want to do, spend time with your family, travel, and all of these different things. You're a champion. You deserve it. So let's keep it moving. So something about a virtual assistant is affordability. We've already talked about, well, I may not have a budget. I may not be able to afford a virtual assistant, but listen to me when I tell you this. Virtual assistants will work with you on a as needed basis. Most of them can do that. And because they're able to do that, you can hire as needed, and they will help you save money compared to onboarding a full-time employee or someone who you have to pay benefits for and stuff like that. Because a virtual assistant is normally an independent contractor, you won't have to worry about a lot of overhead costs and office running when you have someone who can remotely work for you. And that's some big pointers to consider, right? So I get it, right? You're like, so how much does a virtual assistant cost? Typically, you can find a virtual assistant from $10 to $35 per hour. It really depends, and also depends on the country that you get the virtual assistant from as well. There are outside of the US options where you might have somebody who's $5 an hour, $4 an hour. It just depends on where you look. I don't have a lot of information for out of country options, but I'm just being honest and letting you know that those options are there. So, results. And I repeated that because results are important. And I believe that when you delegate to someone, they should be able to get you results immediately, right? When you hire someone, when you are effectively delegating and you entrust someone to do what you have tasked them to do, there should be a feeling of release, a feeling of relief that, wow, I don't have to worry about doing that anymore, right? But not only the feeling, the actual result of them getting the job done that you have entrusted them to do. That is very important. And I definitely believe that anyone you hire should have that level of accountability, should have that level of tracking progress and projects to the point that they can show you the results that are happening in real time. All right, so now I want to talk to you about delegation strategy. At the beginning of this video, I mentioned to you that I am also a delegation strategist. And so I would not feel my best if I did not give you some tools, tips, and strategies, or even ask you some questions that can help you gain clarity on what effective delegation could possibly look like for your business. So, as I shared before, you are going to want to take notes. So get your pen and paper ready, because I'm going to ask you some questions that are going to determine some important things when it comes to you effectively delegating in your business, okay? All right, so the first question is, what tasks in my business must I complete on a daily basis to feel productive? Once again, that question is, what tasks must I complete in my business on a daily basis to feel productive? So whether it's sending emails, posting on social media, following up with leads, are those things that you feel like need to be done on a daily basis in order for you to feel productive in your business or be productive in your business? So my next questions to you are based on what I just asked you as far as feeling productive about tasks that need to be completed every day. And that is, how do you feel when those tasks aren't completed every day? Do you feel unproductive? Do you feel like things are going to the wayside? How do you feel when you aren't completing the tasks that you set out to complete? Also, the next question is, are you an expert at every task that you desire to complete on a daily basis? And also, do you even like doing those tasks that you need to complete on a daily basis? So listen, if you answered no to my last two questions, it's important that I stress some important facts to you. And I will tell you today that it's time for you to retire from the mindset of doing it all just because you are a do-it-first leader. Whatever product or service that you offer will only get better if you focus on your lane of expertise and truly evaluate what your priorities need to be. So that's important. You need to be in a place in your business where you could focus on your lane of expertise, get better in your expertise, right? So that your business can grow with you as you grow. Mindset shift. It's up to you to decide when enough is enough. We know that life is real. Burnouts happen for a lot of people, and there are things that happen that we cannot control, but we can choose a mindset of proactivity, right? And not being reactive to everything that's happening. So when not to delegate. Don't delegate if you are unclear and unwilling to gain clarity or direction on what it takes in order for you to move your business forward. If you are not ready to budget for delegation, then I would say don't delegate. And also, if you are unwilling to have a relevant strategy put in place to maximize the efforts of delegation in your business, then I would say don't delegate. And we also know that delegation is not just for business, but it could be relevant for personal life. You know, you could get a personal assistant that can help you with budgeting, scheduling, and a few things in your personal life. And so I hope that today's information truly helped you understand that you are a champion and that you deserve to delegate effectively in your business. Just because you are a leader, just because you want to walk in a do-it-first mindset does not mean that you have to do it all. Once again, this is Robin Cuffy King. I am the entrepreneurial dot connector. I help business owners by providing technical, administrative, and creative solutions. As a virtual business manager and delegation strategist, you can find me at www.delegatetoday.org and on Facebook at Delegate Today.
Oh, comeback champions. Oh, it's so exciting to see you here today. My name is Samantha Mitchell. And so my purpose here today with you all is to fuel you with as much confidence as possible so that you could get to your dream destination. So I celebrate you all for taking time out for yourselves today and to really just focus on your journey and the growth that's forthcoming because you're making these investments in yourself. And so I celebrate you. And so I have a presentation that I'm going to pull up for you all. So let me pull that up. All right. So this is really all about taking flight. And I'm here to be your co-pilot in command, as you all are going to be pilots today. Who's ready to take this flight? All right. So our focus for today, we'll talk a little bit about my background and my journey. We'll talk about why confidence matters. We'll get to take that flight, right? Look, we all love a good flight because on the other side of the flight is something or somewhere amazing, right? We'll get to talk about self-work because those of you who know me, you know that I'm an advocate of being in the work, and listening alone is not enough. And so we have to do the work. And then just some ways for us to stay connected. All right, so here, this is just an overview of my personal runway. And so we all have a runway, and this is really exciting for me because I recently built this. There's a lot of new things on here, and I'm super excited to share it with you all for the first time. And one of the things I just want to start with is that with our journey to our dream destination, fueled by confidence, one of the things that we always encounter is turbulence. Every flight has turbulence. The question is, what do we do when turbulence shows up? Are we going to ride it out? Are we going to pivot our attitudes, AKA our altitude, a little bit? Like, those are our two choices, right? Because we're comeback champions. We're not going to give up. And so we really just have to be equipped, because for everything that we're going to do, 9 times out of 10, we're going to experience some turbulence. And so just a little bit about me and my background. So I'm a mom of 2. I have a 21-year-old soon to be and a 12-year-old. I've been married for 13 years. But if you ask my husband, he will tell you it's 22 years, because he says that he has always known that I was going to be his wife. So he counts all of the years. So there's that. So going all the way back, I was born in Jamaica. And so for the New Yorkers out here, not Jamaica Queens, I was born on the island of Jamaica. And I migrated to the United States when I was 7 years old. And so turbulence, right? When I moved here, I had to pivot. I didn't live with my grandmother anymore. I started living with my mom and my dad and my siblings. And so that was new. That was outside of my comfort zone. And so I had to learn that new environment, that new culture, new school, new friends, like new everything. And so fast forward into high school, when everyone's figuring out what they want to do with their lives, right? I had to figure out what I wanted to do with mine. And I absolutely loved working with my hands. And so I told myself that I wanted to be an auto mechanic. And when I said that, I got a brochure from the College of Aeronautics in New York. And the brochure, they were recruiting new students for aircraft maintenance technician. And I was like, this is cool. I think this supersedes being an auto mechanic. So I decided to pursue that route. And so I went to, I started college. What do you think I encountered? Turbulence. I was the only female there, you guys. And let's just say, being the only female there was a lot to overcome. And because I was the only female, like I really just had to be steadfast in my studies because I did not want to be that girl. So that was easy, right? No. So fast forward to graduation, and I share this with you because it's well connected with just significance in aviation. And so when I graduated, I was the female with the top GPA. And so I got the Bessie Coleman Award. Now, when I was in college, I had no idea who Bessie Coleman was. And Bessie Coleman was the first Black female pilot to earn her license, her international pilot's license. How cool is that? And so it was just, and that was back in 1921. And we recently, pivotal moment in aviation history for Black women. American Airlines led the first flight that was an all Black female crew. How cool is that, right? I was super excited. And so, but look at that, 100 years later, Bessie Coleman's legacy was recognized and celebrated. There's so many people who are not aware of all of the awesomeness that she's done. And so coming out of school, I wanted to work for the best of the best. So my dream was to work at the Boeing company. And so I got a job at Boeing. What do you think happened? More turbulence. Actually, I didn't even get the chance to get the turbulence because my flight got canceled. Remember, I told you I was born in Jamaica. And in wanting to work for Boeing, I needed to be a US citizen. And so I wasn't able to do it. So I was at a crossroad. I had to make a choice, like we always do, right? So I decided that I did want it bad enough and that I was gonna go forth and get my citizenship. And so I got the citizenship, or started the process. For those who are immigrants, you know that it's a lengthy process. So I still needed to get a job. So I applied for a job and I got a job at Air Jamaica. Look at that, full circle, right? Became the first female mechanic there. No turbulence, right? Being the first female mechanic at Air Jamaica, absolutely no turbulence. There was so much turbulence. I learned quickly that there were so many people who did not want to see me win. And I could share stories for days, but I will say this, that in that encounter, my biggest takeaway was to always create strategic relationships. And so I was able to create a strategic relationship there that helped me from my whole career. And so fast forward, I get my citizenship. And so now I'm landing my dream job at the Boeing company. And so I started Boeing. I'm no longer a mechanic out on the flight ramp. I'm in corporate in an office setting. No turbulence, right? Lots of turbulence. So much turbulence. I was the only woman on my team, oftentimes the only Black woman on my team. And so there was just a lot to overcome with that. And so I highlight all of the blue because most people ask me, Sam, you're doing a lot. How do you do it all? And honestly, guys, as I map this out, like the blue are all things that are done in tandem. But I want to show you the pivot with this and me really being on my runway. I highlight in 2013, that's when I started my personal development journey. And that was a game changer, but I wasn't consistent. And so for those of you who have friends who they're really focused on their personal growth and development, you know that when you're the person doing it, people think you're crazy. How many of your friends think you're crazy? Like, why are you doing all these things? You're absolutely nuts. And so my husband was ahead of me. And so now I finally caught up. So it was a game changer for our relationship. And so in 2014, that's when my husband and I opened up our Anytime Fitness franchise. I was still working full-time at Boeing. And we served our community, and I was coaching out of my club for years. But you want to know what? There was turbulence there too. I mean, if you have a business, you know that there's always turbulence. And I was working full-time. We had our kids, and I was coaching out of the club, I was just showing up all of the time. And so I really had to figure out how to remove myself, but I felt like it couldn't continue without me. How many of you guys feel like you have to be a part of something? And so my husband was like, Sam, you got to get out of there. And in trying to get out of there, COVID helped me to remove myself. And so now he runs it full time and I'm all the way out. And so I went on, and 2022, it was just a pivotal year. That's when I went all in on my personal growth and development. And I became a best-selling author for my book, The 3 Keys to Unlock and Unleash Your Confidence. The Women Inspiring Nations, that's coming out in a couple of weeks. And with writing the book, it really just opened up doors for my speaking career, more turbulence, right? Learning who to find as your coach and all of the things. But I share all that to say, in doing all that, I discovered my passion. I've been in aviation for all of these years. I witnessed the pivot with Bessie Coleman. And then as I was starting this speaking career, that's when I identified that I needed to create the space for other Samanthas, the Black females that are in aviation, so that they know that they're not alone, that there's mentorship and sponsorship and scholarship opportunities, and just the ability to grow aviation and create awareness for the youth so that they're able to want to be a part of this awesome industry. And so all that to share with you is that every single major milestone on my runway for me to take off and land and take off and land, always turbulence. And so we get to choose. What are we gonna do when this turbulence shows up? I always chose to ride it out, and it was not easy. It got easier when I identified, or I got more acclimated with my personal development. And I identified that things weren't happening to me, that they were truly just happening for me. Yes. And so why does confidence matter? You guys, how many times have you been in the airport, you looked out the little window and you see the aircraft being fueled up? How many times, right? The fuel is what allows this aircraft to take off. The confidence that you have is your fuel that allows you to take off so you can reach your goals, so you can get to your dreams. So it's really, really important to focus on that internal belief that regardless of what happens, that you're able to overcome it. You're able to move through life, your career, your relationships, without knowing all of the answers and being able to deal with all of the challenges, knowing that the turbulence is going to be there, but you're still able to take action. And so when it comes down to it, this between our 2 ears, mindset is everything. And in the event that you have all of the skills and your mindset is not aligned and you're doubting yourself, there's a lot of resources that we're able to do. I practice affirmations regularly. So when I'm in a space where I'm not feeling confident, I just pivot and I start to affirm to myself. And so it's time to get in the cockpit. And so this is me back when I started at Air Jamaica in the cockpit. This was an Airbus, it's not a Boeing, don't tell anyone, right? And so really just want to take you in and let you be the captain. I'm your co-pilot. I'm here to guide you. And so I'm going to take you on the flight. And so F is all about focusing on your mindset, that your internal belief. This is what's going to drive you to take off because you know that you can do it. You're able to identify that your subconscious, even though it's established from the time that you're created till 7 years old at about 80%, that you get to choose to reprogram it, right? L is for leave your fears behind. When fears are grounded, dreams take flight. And I want your dreams to take flight. And that means we need to learn to manage those fears, acknowledge them, and press on. I's, imagine yourself at your dream destination. Go back to the inner child when you were 3 years old and you were all about dreaming and visualization, and nobody could tell you anything because you saw it. And guess what? Your mind does not know what's imagined versus what's real. So if you imagine it enough, it becomes your reality. So we could practice that. The G's for gratitude. Gratitude is a must. Gratitude attracts abundance. And so it's important that we incorporate gratitude practices in our day-to-day practices. Have faith. All right, you guys are all, most of you have been in an aircraft. You get in the aircraft and you don't know who's flying this thing, but you have faith. So I need you to have faith. T is for trusting yourself. All of the external validation is cool, but until you believe in yourself, that's when it really matters. And so I always love a good challenge, you guys. And so the self-work challenge. For 30 days, identify a category where you will leverage 10% more confidence. And so you can choose it in a group, in the area of relationships, finance, your body image, health and wellness. Pick a category and make sure that you're leveraging your 10% more confidence. And I want to hear all about it, right? So for instance, if I tell you that I want to tap into 10% more confidence for my health and wellness, you guys, my blood pressure was not that amazing. And so with 10% more confidence, I was able to do a little bit of research, pivot my nutrition, I dropped some weight, and now my blood pressure is amazing. So I'm maintaining that standard, right? And so we identify a thing for ourselves. It doesn't have to be one of these categories, but you get to choose. And so our parting quote, I just gave you an action. And so when we follow effective action with quiet reflection, from that quiet reflection comes even more effective action. My man, Peter Drucker, I absolutely love this. And so really just focusing on taking action, but reflecting as well. And I want to stay connected with you all. And so my Instagram is Sam2Transform, and I'm on Facebook as Samantha Mitchell, and the hashtag ConfidenceMBA. Confidence is your fuel to take flight to your dreams. I'm super excited for you. Thank you for your time today. I look forward to your growth and your flight and hearing all about it. Take care.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Nichols, and I want to talk to you today about how to use your story. I want you to go back into your childhood, and I want you to think about the good, the bad, and the ugly. There were times in your life where you felt terrible, and there were times in your life where you felt bad, and there were times in your life where you felt good. None of us are excluded from the bad, the ugly, or the good. But guess what? You can use those things to tell your story and impact many. How do you do that? Well, first, I want you to look at the bad. I want you to say, what has happened in my life that was bad, and how can I flip it, and how can I use it to challenge others to come out of their bad state? What has happened in my life? Let me look into my memory Rolodex and get it. What do I get? Well, I get to look at my story from a different mirror in my life. Right now, I'm somewhere else, and I actually have the opportunity to take advantage of the memories that led to the bad and negative thoughts that I may be consuming myself with now. So if you look at the thoughts that you are consuming, what are those thoughts? Are you thinking mostly negative? Are you thinking mostly positive? Or are you thinking just downright not good? If you're thinking any of those things, or maybe it's a mixture, maybe it's not one or the other, then tell yourself, how can I balance that out? Or how can I get rid of some and keep others? Well, when you go into your memory Rolodex, you're going to say, what has happened in my life that shaped who I am today? How did my parents raise me? What was it that made me think the way I think today? And how can I use it and turn it for my good and for the good of others? Well, the negative things you may think about it. How do you think about money, for instance? Are you a saver? Are you a spender? Or are you just, normal in how you choose to look at money? If you find yourself spending money excessively, is that a reflection on maybe how your mother or how your father spent money? And if it is, how can you take that bad attribute and turn it and flip it and challenge yourself to do something different? This is an example of how you can take the bad situation of being an overspender and using it and challenging yourself to think differently about it. Well, your parents were bad at spending money, but that doesn't mean that you have to be that way. So what you can do, you can set a plan. You can use that part of your story to turn it around and to say, well, rather than overspending, guess what? I can start using the spending to invest. You can overspend in investing, because when you invest, guess what? You gain back. Now let's talk about the ugly. Man, those are the dark and terrible places that you have experienced in your life, those secret things that you would never tell anyone about. How can you go within yourself and use that to strengthen who you are now? Well, I know this. You can take it and you can allow it to be a strength to you. When you remember those dark and terrible things that you faced, maybe you'll never tell anyone those things that happened to you. But what you can do is you can use it as a part of your memory and your mind to say, you know what? Guess what? I'm in a better place. That's not who I am anymore. That's not my life anymore. That is not what I'm struggling with anymore. And that is something you can do to draw your strength. That is something you can do to encourage others. And that is something you can do to motivate and inspire your life for better. So use it to be a strength to endure for your next. Well, what about the good? Man, the good is always a connection to better. Yes, good is good, of course, but how can you make your good great? Well, look at what you're doing right in your life. Look at the good things that have happened to your life. Look at the times that you smiled and you laughed. Look at the times where you connected with people that just encouraged you and loved you. Well, how can you do that more? How can you connect more? How can you be greater? It's always a way. Write it down, plan it, use it, and allow that to catapult you even greater. Allow you to connect with people, even on a higher level. Man, your good is also what shapes and molds you, but it can be greater. Absolutely. You hold on to that and you start even motivating people with that part of your story. You say, what good has happened in my life? And you can encourage them with that. Look at the bad and ugly that I've been through. And I want to tell you what good is happening in my life right now. So those good things were something that was an overcoming in my life, right? Because you know that you've been through these terrible things, which were the ugly things. You know that you went through the bad things, which were the bad things. But now you still have these good things. That is inspiration in itself. And you can influence, encourage people, and you can use your story. All three are necessary, but you just have to change the way you look at them and use them. You're definitely going to do these things. And when you do these things, it will impact people. But first, you have to set in your mind that you will use these methods and that you will apply these great ways to look at your life in spite of those bad things, in spite of those good things. And of course, we embrace the bad, the good, and the ugly. Because in order for us to live our best life and live a great life and to impact people, we definitely have to embrace all of it. The good, the bad, and the ugly. That is the balance. That is the harmony. And I want to say this. If you'd like to connect with me, I'm going to offer you a free digital journal. But first, connect with me at my email at jn@letsdosomesaving.work. And I want to ask you to just go to my website as well at www.letsdosomesaving.work, where you can connect with me to begin to write your story. I am going to help you master that. And once you make the decision, nothing will stop you. But it's only you that has to choose and have to make that decision. So connect with me and we will get started. I'm excited for your future and I'm excited for where you're going because you have greater ways to use your story. I also want to say connect with me on Facebook at author Jennifer Nichols. And also on Instagram, you can connect with me at author Jennifer Nichols. I'm grateful to connect with you, and I hope that you choose to use your story.
I can choose to live by choice, not by chance. I choose to live by making changes, not excuses. I choose to be useful, not used. I choose self-esteem, not self-pity. I choose to excel, not compete. The choice is always yours. Do you recall that time that you first started making choices independently of your parents and beyond their purview? Well, I know I do. I was about 14 years old, and my parents had decided to relocate from New York City to New Jersey, all in search of a better opportunity for us. So I quickly attracted to the crowd, my peer group. I became popular. I had the BX on my back, and I quickly gravitated to the wrong type of cool. I started making some choices to live by chance, and some of the things that I did will change the trajectory of my life. I watched Scarface, the movie. You recall that movie, Scarface. It was about 1983, it came out, and I watched it several times. And I can recall this one scene. I was mesmerized by it. He was sitting under the night sky, and as the blimp, it floated by, and in bright lights, it read, "The world is yours." And I was convinced at that moment that the world was mine. And I was determined that I was going to get a piece of the American pie. I have found out that you can do the same thing that Tony Montana was doing and make some easy money. So I quickly shifted into the fast lane. I had dropped out of school. I stopped following all the rules. I became interested in like fast cars, fast girls, fast cash. Anything that was fast, I was ready to go. And to amp it up a bit, to turn it up, right? I started to drink alcohol and I started to smoke drugs, vowing that I would never fall victim to addiction. And it was 2 years later. Now it's 1988. It was a week before Thanksgiving. I was raking in the dough. I was trapping. I was stuffing my duffel bag like Tony Montana, and I just knew I had made it to the top of my world because it was mine. But in the middle of the night, boom, 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 the door crumbling down. Police rushed in, guns drawn, flashlights blaring, all in the face, and they said, "You're under arrest." So they carted me off to jail. Now I'm 16 years old. I'm standing before a juvenile court judge, and he looked me dead in my eyes, and he said, "Son, you will not be going home today." I was devastated because I had never been away from home longer than a weekend. And now this man was telling me going for the next 2 years of my life. But this was only the beginning for me, because while I was there, I plotted, I schemed, and I planned all the ways in which I can come back home and do the same thing, but in a different way. The right way this time, not to get caught. Or so I thought, because I have become addicted to the drug and criminal lifestyle. Or should I say death style, because that's exactly where I was headed. I mean, my life had become a living nightmare. I was a train wreck waiting to happen. You know, and for the next 15 years, I cycled back and forth in and out of jail, prison, treatment facilities, you name it. I walked the streets at night. I slept in abandoned buildings. I slept in abandoned cars. Whatever the case happened, I was lost and I couldn't be found. Even in the midst of it all, I ended up getting stabbed up one evening. And for the grace of God, right, I was laying on the hospital bed and the doctors came to me. They said, "You're lucky." He said, "If that knife was a fraction of an inch deeper, it would have punctured your lungs and you would no longer be here. You would have thought that stopped me." But it didn't. I wasn't ready to change. So a few months later, I was right back at it. Me and my brother from another mother, you know, we was doing our thing, but this time guns were involved. And he got shot up right before my very eyes. So as I stood there in a state of shock, I was looking down, blood gushing all over the ground. I was like, what have I gotten myself into? But luckily for him, he survived. You would have thought that would have changed me, but it didn't. Because we was right back out as soon as he got out of the hospital. And it wasn't well until I was in adulthood. I was returning to a prison bed and I was sitting in a jail cell. And the gentleman, his name is Malik Shabazz. He's about 50 years old and he wore this Sunni beard and he always wore this white kufi on his head. And he introduced me to the game of chess. And through that game, he started counseling and coaching me because he used to speak to me about some of the things that I was doing and some of the things that I could be doing. He said, "Son," he said, "young man, young blood, I hear your pain. You're always talking about it. I hear your complaint. You're always talking about it. Why don't you just change it?" He said, "The reason you keep cycling back and forth in and out is because you haven't yet freed yourself up here." And I was blown away by that statement because it was profound. It reminded me of a quote that I had read in a book by Muhammad Ali. It said, "What you're thinking is what you're becoming." And so he went on and explained some of the parallels of chess into life, how if you don't have a game plan, if you don't have a strategy, if you don't begin and think with the end in mind, there's no way that you can win. He said, listen, he said, you be out there in those streets, you're chasing pawns, but you're thinking that you're capturing the king. So when you get out there this time, he said, make sure that your next move is your best move. So I did just that. So when I returned home this time, I decided that I'm going to go back to school. So I went back to school. I got my GED. I continued on, and then I got a college degree. I'm now licensed in the field of social work as a clinical social worker, and I'm licensed as a clinical alcohol and drug counselor. And now I can actually say that some of the things that I'm doing, I'm reaching the top of my world. And I work with youth and families so that I can assist them in dealing with some of the same challenges I was dealing with when I was younger. And they have an opportunity to turn their stumbling blocks into stepping stones. So by the end of this presentation, you're going to be able to put some tools together so that you can maneuver and manipulate your entrepreneurial puzzle, but not only to build your business, scale your business to make more profit, but you're also going to learn how to do some things differently in order for you to actually notch up the relationship that you have with your children. To accomplish this, we're going to look at a couple of things because we don't have much time. We're going to look at two significant problems that entrepreneurs face and how they get in the way of achieving remarkable results in their business, and also some solutions to that problem. And you can trust that no matter what your problem is, there is an effective solution. And there's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So in 2013, I decided that I was going to open this business. But tell me, what is the number one reason that most small businesses fail? What is the biggest challenge that they have, right? You come up with a bright idea. So in 2013, I had this bright idea. I had an idea that, you know what, the capacity in which I'm working right now, I'm not able to do some of the things that I wanted to do, and I needed to do them differently. Like most entrepreneurs, you're going to either be pushed or you're going to be pulled in the direction of the business world. And by push, I mean you're going to find yourself in a situation where you have to act fast. You have to do something. Or you're going to be pulled towards your passion, towards your vision. But for me, I was actually pushed. And so I ruddled up, I put all the things together. I put my LLC together. I filed my paperwork. I got the EIN number. You know how that go. You get the bank account, and then you secure some a building somewhere or office space somewhere, and then you up and running. But lo and behold, you don't realize that there's some things that's missing. And because one of the main barriers or one of the main problems is that you're doing everything yourself. You don't have no support. You don't have no assistant. You don't have any partners because you know how to do something well. You're the technician. You know how to cook real good, so you decide to start a business. You know how to bake pies real good, so you start a business. You know how to fix cars real well, so you start a business. But you're doing it all by yourself. So the number one reason that most small businesses fail is because they're doing it all alone. They're the technician. And the thing is that 80% of small businesses fail within the first 5 years. And why does that happen? Because just because you know how to do the technical work of a business, you know how to fix things, you know how to make things, just because you know how to do that technical work doesn't mean you know how to run a business that does that technical work. It's a myth, right? Just because you're good at something don't mean you can run a business doing that same thing. And I got that from the E-Myth Revisited by Michael E. Gerber. So if you haven't read it, you probably should go out and get it so that can help you on your entrepreneurial path. So do you recall back in the day, right? I can recall it was a situation. There used to be these commercials, and they came out, they was car crash test dummies, and they said, buckle up, right? And you can learn a lot from a dummy, right? So I'm not going to talk about a dummy today, but I am going to tell you how you can learn a lot from a goose. right? The goose that lays the golden egg is a definite lesson in this message. So some of the most learned in this society, they develop and advance scientific knowledge just by studying geese. So you think about the FHA, the Federal Aviation Administration, or NASA, right? The National Aeronautic and Science Administration, the Military Air Force, the Military Space Force. These are the people who speak of physics. They speak of aerodynamics. They speak of wind tip vortex and turbulence and stability and velocity. All this high science stuff. And they study it and they learn it from geese. And what they found, right? And from geese, they fly in a particular pattern when they migrate. Is a V pattern. And each geese that flies in a row behind, it flies a little higher than the goose that's in front of it. And each of the geese do this because it helps reduce wind resistance, right? Allowing them to preserve their energy. And then they work together because the one up front generally alternates, right? And they collaborate together. They maneuver because they fall back and take a rest, and the other goose will go to the front to take the lead. So this is the way that they stay in formation, and this is the way that they reach their destination. And they also use a tool, right? They use the honking tool, right? You may have heard them as you're sitting outside and you see a flock of geese flying by, and they in this formation and they honking. This is like the morale builder. This is how they build momentum. This is how they keep encouraging the other geese to stay in line, right? And it's also identified that while they doing this, they actually reach their destination in quicker time than if they were to fly it alone. In current flight schools, they said that at least 71% of greater range distance is achieved by flying together as a team. So if you apply this principle to your business, right, like the solopreneur, the entrepreneur who's doing everything themselves, the number one problem that you face is that you're doing it all alone and you don't have a team. So if you apply this one principle to your business structure, your business strategy, you'll find that you'll be able to go further, you'll be able to go faster, and you'll be able to reserve your energy for greater fuel efficiency. So you want to think about it. Who is your team? And not only in business, you want to think about who's your team, because if you're a parentpreneur, you also have a home life, and you also have to manage and run that team, right? And lead that team. So who's involved? Who has different roles? Who's responsible for this? Who's going to take care of the child? Who's going to take them to here, wherever they need to go? Who's going to handle everything? And so you need a team in your life, not only for business, but you also need a team for your parenting and your family life. So who are they? And that's what you need to determine first. What is the next problem that we face, or you face as an entrepreneur or a parentpreneur? There's a resistance to change some things, doing things in the same way, expecting different results. So you remember my life when I was young, growing up, I was stuck doing the same thing, trying to do it a different way, thinking I'm going to get a different result, but that never happened. The only time that it happened is when I decided to change the way I was doing things. And so this was Sonia's issue, right? I worked with someone named Sonia before in the past, and one of her concerns or one of her challenges was what to do with her son, because she was battling with her son Jamal at the time. And as she entered the business world of entrepreneurship, she had just opened her first beauty salon, right? And for her, Jamal was her why. So she was up early in the morning. She came home late at night. She was after that bag. She was getting that bag only so she could take care of her son, Jamal. But through the process, she didn't realize that the time being spent with Jamal started to change. The stress of doing everything at the beauty salon started to weigh on her. So she wasn't as readily available, emotionally available to him. And some of the challenges he was starting to face, he didn't have no one to talk to because it was only her. She didn't have a team in place. And so the thing that she used to harp on was how all this is for him. He doesn't really understand. Like, if he just act right, then I could focus and then we could be all right. You know, she talked about how she got him the latest Gucci belt. She got him the latest Yeezys. She talked about all these material gifts, PS5 and all these Xbox and you name it. That's what she was talking about. And this is how she was trying to make up for the absence of her time, right? And then gradually the tension started to build. She started to feel he was becoming ungrateful. He became more argumentative, more defiant. He wasn't following the rules. She had lost her connection. And she often felt guilty about this because she didn't know what to do. Because she always said, yo, my parents did it like this. This is how I was raised. He's not going to talk to me like that. And so she used to get in these battles with him, tug of war with him, arguing with him, fighting with him, and to the point where she became overwhelmed. She became depressed. She became stressed. She started to miss days at work. Because you think about it, you're the entrepreneur, you're the parentpreneur, you call an executive decision, you don't go in today. It's too hot, I want to go to the beach. It's too cold, I want to stay inside. It's raining too hard. Whatever the reason, you don't have to go. And you just shut it down. But you forget that when you don't work, your business don't work. And so she started having to take days off, having to run to school, to attend to some of the things and some of the challenges that were going on with him. And she learned that she was doing some things incorrectly that wasn't healthy for her and her son's relationship. So this is how I met Sonia, right? She decided to come to a parenting workshop, and we started to go through some things. And one of the main things that it was difficult for her is that she felt that she had to relinquish her authority as a parent. She had to give some things up. And so she was focused on changing Jamal. He needs to change. He needs to do this. And she never realized that what really needed to change was she needed to change herself, right? Because there's an African proverb that says, you can move a mountain easier than you can change the character of another person, right? So the best way to change someone else is to first change yourself. And she picked that up and she worked through some of those things, and she realized that I must first transform myself and then I can transform my child. So she changed. She had a mindset shift, a skill set shift, and she started to do some things different. She started communicating in a different type of way. She started handling her business in a different type of way because she started taking care of herself in a different type of way. She wasn't doing the long hours all the time. She didn't start doing drive-bys. She wasn't arguing with him anymore. And she didn't feel like she was walking on eggshells. She didn't feel like every time she says something, there's going to be an explosion. And sometimes as a parentpreneur, you're dealing with different challenges, depending on what type of child you're dealing with, what type of issues they may have. Some may have developmental issues. Some may have behavioral issues. Some may have emotional issues. Some may have mental illness of some sort. So you're trying to do things to better your situation, your why. However, the very thing that you can be doing to improve your situation is to transform yourself. So after she completed the 6 critical strategies, which is a workbook, you're going to have an opportunity to pick that up for free for visiting and listening to this summit, to this presentation. There's going to be a link somewhere for you to grab that up. It's a workbook on 6 critical strategies of how to transform your life and how to live healthy and better for optimal health and wellness. And through that workbook, she was able to do some things differently for herself, and she was able to change some things for her and her son Jamal. Right? So as business and in parenting, it's all the same way. You got to take note of the little changes that may be occurring, and you have to be ready to address them, and respond to them accordingly. And so after today, you have a choice. You can choose to live by making your choices, or you can still live by taking some of those chances, hoping that it all work out. You're just going to get things done. You're just going to make things happen. And being a parentpreneur, you can't function like that. You must do things differently in order to change the direction in which you're trying to go. So you must first connect with them in a certain type of way. To connect in order to direct, right? So you want to be able to spend some quality time. The time may not be as vast. You may not have large amounts of time, but I guarantee you, if you do these two critical things, it'll help to transform the nature of your parent-child relationship and allow you to function a lot better as a parentpreneur. So the 2-in-1 day is a daily check-in account. And you could do this at the end of the day, most preferably because you get to process your day. You could do it for yourself, and you could sit down with your child and do it with your child or your children, depending on how many you have. And all it simply is identifying 2 things in your day that went well, that went great, that went good, that inspired you to do better. And then identify 1 thing that you can do tomorrow that can help you get better. So it's a 2-in-1 check-in, and that only takes a few minutes of your time or a few minutes of your day, and you could do that on a daily basis for yourself and for your child. And then I also support you and recommend you in taking this challenge, right? Name your greatness. A lot of times we speaking to our children, and you're not naming or speaking into existence what it is you actually want to happen. You start to speak to them in a way, and you have a lot of expectations that they should know better. They should just do different things. But name the greatness. And what this is an exercise that, based on their name, whatever the first letter of their name is, you want to identify a positive trait, a positive characteristic, a positive attribute that's associated with that name. And when you speak to them, you want to speak to them to call it out, right? So that they can start to live up to it, and they start to step into it. And so they start to see that as who they are and who they should be. So for example, my name is Taharka, and I'm tenacious Taharka. That means that I don't give up, I don't let in, and I keep going no matter the obstacle, no matter the challenge, whatever the case may be, because I've decided to transform myself so I could transform my world. I could transform my business. I could transform my child. I choose to live by choice, not by chance. So you determine how you want to live today. Do you want to live by choice, or do you live by chance? So tap in to counseling-support-services.com. You could get some information there, or also visit Taharka Speaks if you're interested in learning more about what I do and where I'm at, and some of the activities that I'm up to. And again, there'll be a link for you to click on and get this free workbook that you can do some exercise for yourself. You can do some exercise with your children so that you can start to transform yourself and you can transform your child. I hope that helped. Have a great day, and I look forward to speaking to you soon.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is Jared A. Birch, CEO and founder of Value on Purpose, Mr. Value himself, the influencer. I just wanted to come to you today, first of all, and say thank you to the 2022 Champion Comeback Summit team. Shay Brown, you guys did an amazing job, and thank you for the invite. I appreciate you guys seeing a champion in me to come and empower and influence and speak to other champions. I want to say that we appreciate every partner, every sponsor, everybody who had a hand in putting this program together. This was well needed. I want to jump right into the message. What are we talking about today? I want to talk to everybody who knows that they're a champion. Everybody who has been through things and you've come out on top. You didn't come out perfect. You didn't come out unsinged or no bruises, but you came out, and you came out better, and you came out with the victory. I want to talk to you today on the subject of how champions can identify the first real battle. How champions can identify the first real battle. I love movies. I'm a movie buff. And one of my favorite movies is a movie called Troy. Brad Pitt plays Achilles in this particular movie. And for those of you who have not seen the movie, this is definitely a spoiler alert. I apologize. In this movie, this is around the Greek and Roman era, gods versus gods, kingdom versus kingdom, king versus king, warriors versus warrior time. In this particular scene, I saw something that stuck out to me about maybe the third or fourth time that I watched it. Told you that I loved it. In this particular fight scene, two kingdoms are about to go to battle. One king comes into the middle of the field. The other one comes into the middle of the field, and they agree that we'll have our best warrior against your best warrior, and you guys can fight it out. Whoever wins to the winner gets the spoils. So what happens here is one kingdom and their king calls for their warrior. Their warrior comes out, calls him by name. He's standing head and shoulders above the rest. He looks like a giant, muscles everywhere, spear in one hand, shield in the other, and he's got a scar from combat on his face. He looks like he's ready. Everybody's egging him on his side, and they're ready. Our guy's going to win. So their king looks at the other king, says, your turn. He gives the famous cry, Achilles! Achilles! Silence. Nothing happens because Achilles is nowhere to be found. Once the other kingdom saw this, they start laughing. And the king says, well, maybe your guy got afraid once he saw our warrior. The king says, be careful who you taunt. So what he does is he sends for Achilles, but he sends a young boy. The young boy goes to find Achilles. He finds him, and he finds Achilles asleep. He's waking him up. Achilles, Achilles, the king is calling for you. The king is calling for you. Achilles wakes up. He starts putting on his armor, starts putting on everything that he needs. He says, you're needed in battle. And the young boy is talking while Achilles is getting ready. He says, is it true what they say about this man, that he is a giant, and he's going to win? And he starts praising him and starts saying, Achilles, if I was you, I would not go into this battle. I would be afraid. And Achilles is still getting ready. He's still getting dressed. And what he says to him after he's getting done, getting dressed, and gets on his horse, he says, and that is why no one will remember your name. Then he shoots off, goes to the battle, takes one hit, and he wins the war. So what are we talking about, Jared? How can champions identify the first real battle? Because when I looked at it before, I saw a young boy talking to an older, seasoned warlord. But when I saw it again with my champion view, I recognized that Achilles was not just getting ready physically for battle, but he also knew to stay mentally prepared. If Achilles was not just prepared physically, and if he wasn't already prepared mentally, he would have allowed the words of the young, inexperienced boy to get into his spirit, to get into his mind, and it would have defeated him long before he stepped onto the battlefield. What are you saying, Jared? I'm saying every champion knows that every battle starts first mentally. Your first opponent will always be yourself. Can I do this thing? Do I qualify? Can I really beat this? Do I deserve this? That's going to be your first real battle. You, yourself, how you think. And you have to understand that it is also the people that you allow to influence you, the people that you allow to pour into you, to speak into your life. Those are the people who are going to have the most impact and impression upon your life. Just because someone is your family or a close friend or someone that you may see as a loved one, just because they have some things that they want to say to you doesn't mean you take everything that they say just because they are a familiar face. I wonder how many people right now, including the ones that are watching me right now, listening to me right now, how many of you missed opportunities that you knew you should have taken because somebody who was familiar to you, close to you, had your ear, had influence, and they spoke and sowed bad seeds, negative seeds into your life. Some of them, it wasn't intended, but it still happened. Some of them, it was intended, and it held you back. When that young boy started to speak from his perspective, he was not seasoned. He was not a warrior. He was not a warlord. He was not proven in battle. Those are the things that disqualified him from even having influence in the ear of Achilles. Achilles already knew, I don't even care who I'm about to face. I'm not getting up unless I know I'm going to win. Every champion, not every challenger, every champion, because champions are proven. When I played football, we respected the people who had dirty jerseys at practice, scars and everything on their helmet. You couldn't say anything to us if you didn't have any dirt or mud or anything on your helmet. Or why? Because it let us know you weren't even in the game. Stop letting people who are not proven, who are not battle tested, who have not been through things and have not come out better. They might have come out, but they came out bitter. Stop letting those types of voices and people influence you for the worst. This message is for every champion and everybody who knows that they've been through some things in life, and it's time to make a comeback. If Achilles would have stopped right there and allowed the young boy, because if we be honest, most of the battles and the enemies we face don't come into our lives looking like a battle, looking like an enemy. The little boy came as who he was, but Achilles was battle tested enough to know, even though you're a young boy, I still have to stay guarded mentally first, because I have a focus. I have a word that I use. It's called LIBO, L-I-B-O. What does that mean, Jared? That means lock in, block out. Lock in your focus. Block out distractions. This year is almost over. What are you going to do this year that's going to set you apart from a challenger to a champion. I need you to know that the first battle is going to be yourself. Am I qualified for this? Do I deserve this? Can I make this happen? Can I really start this business? Will people really support me? Am I really an expert? Can I really? All of those things will start to battle you first. Realize that your first enemy is going to look like you. It's going to sound like you, because it's going to be you. It's going to be, can I overcome the things that I've been through, the mistakes that have happened, battles that I've made, years that I felt like I lost, and even some fights that I got knocked down. Those are going to be the things that you're going to struggle with. But it's one thing to struggle. It's another thing to give in to the struggle. So I want everybody, whether you are a business professional, whether you are in the corporate sector, whether you are an athlete, whether you are an attorney, college student, whatever it is, I want you to know that if you're hearing me right now, you have a choice whether you are going to be a challenger or whether you are going to do the necessary things to become and stay a champion. It's mental first. Those are the battles that you need to know and understand. They don't always come looking like battles. Your enemies don't always come looking like enemies. But stay locked in with your focus. Block out distractions, no matter who they are, what it is. This year, 2022, is your year to be a champion. I believe in you. You already know who this is. CEO and founder of Value on Purpose, Mr. Value himself, the influencer, Jared A. Birch. I'm challenging you to understand that you're a champion, but you have to know that every first battle begins right here on the battlefield of your mind. I need you to win that battle because there's a true champion inside of you. I'll talk to you soon.
Hello, everybody. This is Reverend Dr. Alfie Wines, and I'm coming at you from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I want you to know my heart is excited, my soul is delighted, and my spirit is ignited to be with you on this occasion. I am so glad to be here and share with you my story and what I have learned and what I want to share with you about being a comeback champion. Because listen, we have to learn how to be comeback champions. Let me tell you, if you haven't learned this yet in life, you just keep living, all right? Like the old folks used to tell us. You just keep living, because sooner or later, something is going to happen in your life that's going to throw you for a loop, okay? That's going to make you wonder what happened. Okay? Something is going to happen to throw you for a loop, and you are going to need to be a comeback champion. You're going to have to figure that out, because if you don't, you'll end up stuck in the same place, going around the same mountain, day after day, week after week, month after month. Months can stretch into quarters. Quarters can stretch into semi-annual. You can be stuck for a whole year. And let me tell you, sometimes it's sad but true. Sometimes people get stuck for years. And listen, if we are going to be successful in life, if we are going to be successful in our businesses, if we are going to be successful in any area of our lives, I call it faith, family, friends, fitness, and finances. If we are going to be successful, we have to learn to take back our lives. I want to say that again. If we are going to be successful, we are going to have to learn how to take back our lives. Now, what happens to us oftentimes is that something happens that throws us for a loop, but we don't have the tools. We don't have the tools that are necessary to help us walk through that thing and get to the other side. And so since we don't have the tools, guess what? We just end up staying stuck. But I want you to know it doesn't have to be that way. If we have the tools, if we know the process, if we know the steps, we can move out of that hurtful place to a place of healing and wholeness and be ready to move on and do the next thing. But if we don't have the tools, then guess what? We stay stuck. Well, listen, I don't want you to stay stuck. So I'm going to share some tools with you, some tools that I learned along the way that helped me get unstuck, that helped me move from one place to another. And here's what I want you to know is if you know the tools, you can get through these kinds of hurts and losses so much faster, and then get back on track to whatever it is you were doing or on to the next thing. So how do we do that? It's what I call take back your life, how to break through when life breaks your heart. Let me say that one more time. Take back your life, how to break through when life breaks your heart. Now, listen, I want to ask you, have you ever been in that place? Are you in that place now? Are you in a place where it's possible that you'll be in that place before too long? That place where it's a hard place. Sometimes you get there and you just don't know what to do. But if you are determined, you know you can take back your life. And I'm going to walk through some steps for you on how to take back your life when life breaks your heart. Now, let me tell you my story real quick so you'll understand, because it was this experience that I'm going to tell you about that made me write the book, that made me develop the class, that made me say, you know what? If I've been through this, if I've had trouble with this, then guess what? Somebody else has had some trouble with this too, right? I had to say to myself, yes, I am Reverend Dr. Alfie Wines, and guess what? I got stuck. Oh, and I had to figure out how to take back my life. So let me tell you, what happened to me was that I was going through some struggles anyway. I had graduation blues. I had finished my PhD and I was all excited about it. And I knew what it was that I wanted to do. And guess what? That door did not open for me. And so I was sad. I was hurting inside. I was really disappointed. I had this dream, and lo and behold, it did not appear. It did not show up in my life. As a matter of fact, you might say that I am a frustrated professor, a frustrated, we use that phrase sometimes, right? Well, guess what? Just because that door didn't open doesn't mean that there weren't other doors that were opening. But here's the place where I was really, really hurt. Not only was I dealing with my graduation blues and my dream deferred, the thing that happened that took me over the edge was that I was pastoring at the time. I'm retired now, but I was pastoring at the time. And my position, my appointment required that I move into a parsonage. And when I moved into that parsonage, I had to move out of my home. So I hated the idea of having somebody live in my home. The other part of that was financial. It was a financial crisis for me because I did not have my housing allowance, because you get one or the other, either the housing allowance or the parsonage. And so I didn't have the money to pay my house note. So somebody had to live in my house. I had to actually file, now this was many years ago, but I had to file for bankruptcy in order to keep my house. And the financial resources that I had at that point devoted toward, finishing school, those financial resources were no longer there. So because of that, I had to file bankruptcy to keep my house. And I want you to know that put me in such a bad place. And I've had things to deal with. And I don't think that was the first thing that ever came my way that I had to deal with. My parents have both deceased, and I am divorced now, 30 years plus. I had a serious illness that almost took me out. So I have had my share, okay? I have had my share of some things to deal with that hurt my heart to the bone, as they can say, hurt me deeply. And yet it was this thing, somehow, sometimes we use the word self-esteem. It's my understanding, I call it sense of self. My sense of self was so affected by this set of circumstances that I was experiencing, get this, the worst pain that I had ever experienced, despite all the other things I had gone through. And I just found myself, I couldn't get it off my mind. I don't care what I did. Of course, I went about my life and, did what I needed to do. I preached every Sunday, and carried on. But my heart was hurting. My heart was broken. And I want you to know that I came to a point where I said, you know what? I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this. And you know what? My situation didn't change probably for another year and a half after that point. But when I got to that point, that's when I made up my mind. You know what? I have got to deal with this. I have got to take back my life so I can break through, because life has broken my heart. Now, that's a circumstance that inspired me to write the book, to develop the course, Take Back Your Life, How to Break Through When Life Breaks Your Heart. Now, here's what I learned. There are 8 steps altogether, but I'm going to talk just a little while about 3 of them. And then, when you work with me, you'll be able to walk through not only the 3 that I'm going to talk about, but you'll be able to walk through all 8 of the steps. And of course, each of these has some pieces to it, but I'm only going to talk with you right now about 3 of the steps. The first thing you've got to do is come to terms with the past. I call it reframe the past. You got to get a hold of the present. I call it reclaim the present. And then you have to create a new future story. I call it envision the future. So you've got to reclaim the past. You've got to reframe the past, reclaim the present, and re-envision the future. Now, the hardest of these steps is probably the first step, the reframing of the past. Because when our hearts hurt, when we are broken inside, when that tape just keeps going on in our minds, that is a hard place to be. And I want you to know that the thing to do is reframe the past. That means you got to come to terms with it. I had to come to terms with the reality of my situation at that time. This first step is about really getting a handle on what has happened. What did happen, what did not happen, what should have happened, what somebody else did, what I did, what they didn't do, what I didn't do, all of that. Because we can be in denial. We cannot be ready to take responsibility for what happened, for our piece, for our part of what happened. And it took me a minute to face the truth and the reality that, guess what? I had utilized my financial resources. And guess what? That was on me. That piece of it, that was on me. And it took me a minute to come to terms, to get to where I was saying, you know what? That's what it is what it is. It was what it was. But let me tell you about the steps, because it took me a minute. It took me a minute to work through that. I had to come to terms with that reality. And how did I do that? I had to acknowledge what went on. I had to come to terms with it. Not only that, I had to lament it. I had to weep about it. I had to weep about the dream deferred. I had to weep in my spirit. Now, I wasn't literally crying, but in my spirit, I had to lament that. And we live in a society that doesn't help us lament, okay? Our society wants us to just get on with things, right? But sometimes we need to lament what has happened. So that was a piece that helped me reframe my past. I had to deal with what I call the big giveaway. In other words, what had I given away? Now, it wasn't that I had technically given something away. I had utilized my resources. Excuse me. I had utilized my resources. It wasn't that I was giving them away, but I had utilized them. And of course, at that point, they were all gone. So I had to come to terms with that. Then I had to take some time and pick up these pieces, all these pieces that were rolling around in my mind. I had to pick up those pieces. I had to find the blessing that was in the mess. It was so hard to find some good things about what was going on, about some good things that had happened. I had to figure all of that out. Then I needed to have some difficult conversations with myself and with some others, because that was important to make it through that situation. Yes, it created not only was it something that I had to deal with emotionally, I had to deal with it spiritually. I had to sit down and realize that it created a spiritual crisis for me. And I had to deal with that. I had to think that through. I had to face myself. Not just me in the mirror, but face myself and what had gone on. I had to understand that there's a difference between excellence and perfection. Because you know what? I wanted to be right. Woo! I want everything to be perfect, right? I want to be the one that gets the things right, that makes the right decisions, that does the right things, says the right things. I want to be the one that gets it all right. And guess what? Sometimes in being human, guess what? I messed up, right? I didn't do it right. I didn't make every decision right. And so guess what? I had to come to terms with that fact. I wasn't perfect. Guess what? But I could still strive for excellence. I could still do and be my best and accept the fact that I didn't do everything perfect, that I wasn't perfect. But guess what? It was okay. You know what? What it amounts to is I had to come to terms and separate who I am. And who I am, all of us, every one of us, we are awesome because we show up on the planet. I had to come to terms with the fact that, yes, I am still awesome, although I messed up here. I didn't do that. I could have made a better decision maybe along the way that I could have had still some resources, but I didn't have them. I had to come to terms with all of that. Yes, I had to separate who I am from what was going on and what was happening in my life. And then, you know what? After I came to terms with all of this stuff, I had to forgive myself. Yes, I had to forgive myself. I also had to forgive others that had a role in that, but I also had to forgive myself. All of these things are part of reframing the past. And when we do that, we recover the power of our stories. We recover the power of our story, because guess what? When I was in denial, when I was wishing it hadn't happened, when I was regretting that, that had gone on, that I didn't have those financial resources, when I was in that place, guess what? That was a horrible place to be. But I realized I need to reframe the past. And how did I do that? I recovered the power of my story. Now, sometimes we decide that we want to share that story in our businesses, and that's okay. That's part of it. But then sometimes, just for our own well-being, our own spiritual, mental, emotional well-being, we need to recover all of those parts of our story. The whole story, the rest of the story. I call it the good, the bad, and the ugly. We have got to come to terms with all of that. Well, that's the first step, is reframe the past. And then the second step is reclaim the present. When we reclaim the present, we uncover the power of our life philosophy, mission, and vision. Now, I imagine somewhere along the way, you've heard about a mission and a vision statement, usually in a business setting for some company. But you know what? We need to have our own personal mission and vision statements. And I want to suggest that not only our mission and our vision, but we also need to have our own life philosophy. Now, in my case, my life philosophy is that I want to do all I can. I want to bless everybody that I can. And I want to live a life that is fulfilling for myself. In other words, we have to know what our values are. What are those things that are non-negotiable, right? And not only do we need to know that, we need to know just a short thing of what our vision, what our mission is. And, usually that's some form of how we want to bless one another. And then also the vision is the specifics of that. And in many times the specifics involve things like maybe starting our own businesses or whatever way that we can give back, whatever way we can use our interests, gifts, and talents to bless someone else. But we need to be able to know exactly what our mission is, what our vision is, and not only mission and vision, but also our life philosophy. The third thing that I want to share with you that I think is so important, and that is that we need to re-envision the future. One way to look at it is to create a new future story. What are we doing when we do that? We're discovering the power of the imagination list. And I want you to know that I have an imagination list that I can't even tell you how long I've been using that imagination list. It started, not just setting goals. Let me be clear about this. This is not just setting goals. This is an imagination list about your whole life, right? In my case, about my whole life. And I started keeping an imagination list probably back in the 70s, at least back to the 80s. But at this point, when this happened, I had to revisit my imagination list, writing down every possible thing. And by the way, this is about writing. Writing and journaling, all these kinds of things help us get it out of our heads and onto the paper, and help us not have to think about it, help us not have to focus on it, but be able to put it, I would say, in its place, be able to set our priorities so that that thing is not taking up all of our time mentally and emotionally and spiritually, dwelling on it, but that we are able to lay that thing aside, and that we are able to re-envision what our lives look like, given all of the stuff that we had to work through in the first step when we were reframing the past. So yes, those 3 steps: reframe the past. How do we do it? By recovering the power of our story and coming to terms with the realities of our lives, the whole story, the rest of the story, the good, the bad, and the other. Then we have to reclaim the present. We have to uncover the power of our life's mission, vision, and life philosophy. Then we need to re-envision the future. What will our lives look like? What do we want our lives to look like? That's when we discover the power of our imagination list. So there are actually 8 steps. I've just shared the first 3 with you, but I want you to know that I can't wait to share the entire process with you, to walk through the entire process with you, so that you have the tools, so that you know what it is you need to do in order to take back your life when life has broken your heart, so that you don't stay stuck, so that you don't stay in that place forever. Now, I want you to know one more thing that I did that helped me get through all of that. There was one day when I was having some quiet moments, and when I'm a journaler, and so I was thinking about all of those things. And then in the process of thinking about all of those things, this was my meditation that came to my mind. And that is, I had a balloon, and I wrote everything down that I was worried about, that was, aching in my heart. I wrote all that down, and then I blew the balloon up. And so what blowing it up represented was the big space in my life, in my mind, in my heart, in my spirit, that this disappointment was taking place in my life. It was just taking up too big of a space. And so with that, I imagined once I had blown it up, I imagined it floating away. Outside my window, I was seated where I could look out the window and see the trees and the sky and the grass and all of that. I could see that. But you know what? I had no idea where the balloon landed. And what that represented for me is that all that stuff, because my situation didn't change. So all that stuff was still there. But there was distance between it and me that I created in my heart, my mind, and my spirit, so that even though the circumstances didn't change, there was distance between me and it, because it was laying, I don't know where it landed, but it was out there somewhere. And that was the exercise that I went through that enabled me to release all of that stuff that was causing me so much heartache, that was causing me so much pain, right? I didn't like my living situation. I didn't like where I was. Now, don't get me wrong, it was a nice place, but it wasn't home. And I am very much a homebody. So when I released all that, guess what? That inspired me to write the book and the journal, Take Back Your Life, How to Break Through When Life Breaks Your Heart. You can find it on Amazon. And to walk through all of that with me, not just the pieces that I've shared with you today, but also the rest of the pieces of this process of moving toward healing and wholeness after a major disappointment in life. I call it the kind of hurt that you can't think away, wish away, hope away, pray away. That's right. The kind of hurt that you can't think away, wish away, hope away, pray away. When we get in those kinds of places, we need to be able to take back our lives, no matter how much life has broken our hearts. So yes, I want you to get in touch with me. If you are on Facebook, I invite you to send me a direct message. You will find me on Facebook as Reverend Dr. Alfie Wines. That's REVDRALFIEWINES, Reverend Dr. Alfie Wines. You can get to me that way, in touch with me that way. You can also send me an email. You can send it to DRALFIE at DRALFIEWINES.com. That's Dr. Alfie at dralfiewines.com. DRALF as in Frank, IE at DRALFIEWINES.com. Those are two ways to get in touch. Also, you can feel free to call me. You can call my business number, 682-622-1004, 682-622-1004, or you can call another number, 817-343-0844, 817-343-0844. And you can also, of course, send me a text. If you're going to send me a text, be sure you send it to 817-343-0844. So those are several ways you can get in touch: direct message, or by sending an email, or or by phone. I also want to give you another email address where it's very easy to get me, ALFIE_WINES2018@yahoo.com. So let me go through those again. If you're on Facebook, send me a direct message to REVDRALFIEWINES. That's dralfiewines.com. I'm sorry, Dr. Alfie Wines. That's on Facebook, right? All right. Then you have 2 email addresses. You can send to DRALFIE at DRALFIEWINES.com. That's Dr. Alfie at dralfiewines.com. Or alternatively, you can send me an email to ALFIE_WINES2018@yahoo.com. And then also by phone, you can reach me 682-622-1004, or alternatively 817-343-0844. And that's where you can also send me a text message. Either one of those ways will get to me, and I can't wait to meet with you and to talk with you, to share with you, to walk you through the process so you'll know how you can take back your life even when life breaks your heart. Dr. Alfie Wines. Now, one more thing, you may see me by the name of my company, the Sinew Consulting Group. Of course, sinews are about those things that, connect the different parts of our bodies. And Sinew is also my last name backwards, SINEW, is Wines backwards, plus the vowels are reversed. So that's the name of my company. You can remember it that way. The Sinew Consulting Group is the name of my company. So I can't wait to talk with you. I can't wait to share the journey with you. I can't wait to walk you through the process so you'll know how to break through when life breaks your heart. In other words, you'll know how to take back your life in any situation, in any circumstance, when life has broken your heart, even when it's a hurt that you can't think away, wish away, hope away, pray away. I can't wait to share the journey with you. Take care, everybody.
Good day. My name is Diana Lynch, and I am super excited to come to you today to talk with you about investing abroad. I am the only African-American female CEO of an international development company located in Dominican Republic. And we are the first owners and operators of a golf course in the international space. So I not only come to you from a point of just passion, but also from a point of personal experiences that I'd like to share with you today. And in this time together, I hope that you'll get your questions answered, many of which I had not too long ago about investing abroad. I've fashioned myself as a pretty savvy investor all my life. I have been practicing as an attorney for 3 decades and retired in 2022 to devote my time exclusively to development and investing abroad. But before then, I really savvied myself as a learned investor. And it wasn't until I started to explore opportunities abroad that I was able to really learn and glean all of the opportunities, financial and otherwise, that I was missing out on by actually just closing my mind to other opportunities and not being willing to diversify my portfolio, not being willing to learn about other ways that I can make money. If you're like me, many of you have all of your life thought that you would work a job or get a career, you would buy a home, you would invest in the stock market and pray that nothing would uproot your plans to retire at a reasonable age. And before 9/11, I think many people were accustomed to investing in the stock market, understanding that that would mean some ups and downs. But by and large, historically, you would have a return upon retirement. After investing 2 or 3 decades, you would have an opportunity to live at least a comfortable life if you were prudent in investing throughout your career. I too subscribe to that model. And it wasn't until 9/11, to no fault of my own, I was being a good steward. I was investing as everyone had told me I should invest. As a lawyer, I had some disposable income. I was blessed enough to be able to consistently invest in the stock market. And unbeknownst to me, an event, while catastrophic to me personally, and many of us, and all of us actually here in the US, it hit home financially as well. The losses that I sustained after 9/11, I am only just attempting to recover from them, to find out that most recently a war in Ukraine with Russia would yet again uproot my plans for retirement and investing responsibly in the stock market. I remember not only in 9/11, but most recently, when the events of Ukraine occurred, I contacted my fund manager and I said, well, what are we to do? And I got the same story that I got after 9/11, which is, don't get on the sideline, leave your money in the market, and it will eventually recover. And I felt like I did in 9/11, very helpless, hopeless, helpless, really kind of at the mercy of things and happenings that occurred halfway around the world in this instance. And I just wanted to take better control of what my investment future looked like, what my retirement looked like. And so after 9/11, I was so dismayed by the market. I realized that for myself, at least, I needed passive income. As an attorney for over 2 decades, it was important for me, and my business model, most attorneys bill based on an hourly rate, and I was one of those. So when I wasn't working, I wasn't making money, except for the fortunate times when I had individuals, other associates that work for me. Other than that, I can only make but so much an hour because there were only so many hours in a day. So I realized that I needed to find a stream of income that would be making money when I was not physically able to do so, because I wanted to vacation or because I wanted to do other things that interest me. And God forbid, at one point when I would become unable to work an hourly wage. So I needed to have a plan, and real estate was my plan. So after 9/11, I sought out real estate investment opportunities stateside. Those were the things I could touch and feel and could understand and appreciate. And so I sought out obtaining rental properties in the United States, most very close to home, some around college campuses, because as a student and growing up near HBCUs and various other institutions, I understood that there was some opportunity to make money off of college housing. And I was able to secure housing at many of actually over 3 HBCUs, and was able to lease these residences out to students. That provided a stream of income for me. And that was kind of the entree into investing in real estate. And so as the years progressed, I continue to build a portfolio for investing in real estate. So why it never occurred to me to explore the opportunity to invest abroad is unbeknownst to me. It wasn't until many individuals started coming out that looked like me and I identified with, especially African-American females, who were calling themselves expats. And while I would travel extensively, I did not make any money when I traveled. And while I loved it, it was not an income generating opportunity for me. In fact, most of the time when I worked for the opportunity to travel so that I can afford the opportunity to travel, but it never occurred to me to make money from traveling. And so when I started looking into individuals and learning of mainly African-American females like myself, who are making their way into other countries and investing abroad and living abroad and working abroad. I wanted to know a little bit about what that looked like. And I think not only did 9/11 provide a shot in the arm, my left arm, with the losses that I sustained, COVID provided a shot in my right arm to give me the boost that I needed to say, okay, stop sitting on the sidelines. Let's figure out a way, Diana, after 3 decades of working and practicing and being a good steward and investing in the market, can you retire today? Can you live without working and charging an hourly wage from being an attorney? And I wasn't really sure that I could do that. And I really couldn't see a future in my recent or distant future where that would be possible, where I could sustain the level of my lifestyle. And so I just needed to learn a little bit about why my colleagues, these female, African-American female wonders, these amazing women were actually winning by investing abroad. And it wasn't by any sort of happenstance that I landed myself in the Dominican Republic. And when going there just to travel, I understood after decade after decade of investing in the U.S. and then traveling to and bringing nothing back of any sort of tangible value when I traveled, I just saw it was as an expense for my lifestyle. And these women were showing me a different way to do it, where I could actually own, not timeshare, but own abroad and actually provide residual income for me. And I think the market with the short-term rentals and Airbnb and all those other streams of income that people were, winning, created a comfort level for many of us, and should for you, as to the business model of actually owning property, and actually, instead of having a lease tenant where they have a lease for 12 months or more, where they do short-term rentals, and they may rent from you day to day, week to week, month to month, and you actually, as the owner, can allow this as an opportunity for you to have that property pay for itself. And that alone would have made me incredibly happy to actually have an asset where it would take care of itself, and then I could enjoy it when I wanted to enjoy it, not like a timeshare where I was restricted to a week, or I never could own it outright or sell it when you got ready to sell it, because nobody wants to buy a timeshare. And it felt like a trap, a check that I had to write every year, as opposed to an appreciable asset that I could pass on from generation to generation. And it would annoy me to no end, as I was involved actively in civic organizations, my sorority, I'm a former JAG officer. We would meet with annually at conferences and conventions. As a lawyer and a Black entertainment lawyer, we would meet and spend thousands of dollars at various conferences, at various hotels around the world. And while I enjoyed immensely, they never contributed back to the organization. Only thing I brought back after spending weeks and thousands of dollars in these places were pictures, memories. And while they were valuable, they did not add to my portfolio. And so I felt like I needed to explore what these wonderful women primarily were experiencing as expats. And so I want to share with you, so that is the why of this conference today, or this meeting today. I want to tell you that is the why I decided to do and research international investing, and why I'm coming to you today, for you to explore it as another alternative to traditional investing. In fact, when I speak at various conferences, I call it not your grandmother's investment strategy. And as a lawyer, an estate planner, one that is licensed in various sorts of investment, mainly insurance products, this just provided another avenue. And while I would never provide you any sort of financial or investing advice, I do say, definitely take an opportunity to speak with your fund manager, speak with those people who advise you in investing, and see where you may be able to, surprisingly enough, find assets that you hadn't thought about that are sitting on the sideline, that's not making you any money, any substantial return, and that you will have access or can have access to now to be able to diversify and to put your money into various other resources that can generate not income in the future, not only income in the future, not only a generational wealth, not only something you can pass to your children and your children's children, but can provide you present income, disposable income for your own use. And so we're gonna wander down this road and learn how it is that you can invest abroad. And so what I would like to, we've already discussed the why of the conversation. Let's talk about the who. Who would be the ideal person to invest abroad? I would say anyone. While mainly African-American females have flooded the market as expats, mainly professional women who find it that they can not only invest abroad, but live abroad and work remotely. COVID provided an opportunity for we as a culture, not just even as a nation, but as a culture and a world where we realize that we don't have to have brick and mortar. We don't have to have the large overhead of major office buildings and that sort of thing. We can work more productively anywhere. And that was not something that corporate America accepted at one point. In fact, as a lawyer, unless I was going into the courtroom every other week or several times a week and talking to the judge and sitting in a calendar call with 50 other attorneys for 3 hours waiting for the 10 minutes that I have an opportunity to express my concerns before the court, I would not have fathomed a time where we could have been as efficient as we have been in COVID, where we are through Zoom and various other technology, team meetings and those sorts of things, we're able to be as productive and conduct business. And as a result, I was not tied to being present at a calendar call in any particular courthouse. So that was very freeing for me. And for many of you, it may be a similar scenario where you have now the opportunity to work from anywhere. Not to mention all of our entrepreneurs who work and historically work from anywhere. They work from home, they work in conferences and coffee houses around the world, and they meet and they're very productive. Our newer generation business owner, an entrepreneur, they're not tied to four walls. And I am so impressed with them, but they have taught me that while my profession is very conservative and there was a way that it was always done, that is not necessarily the most efficient way. In fact, many times in the last year or so of working and as a lawyer, when I was hauled into court, I questioned, why did I have to go to court when you could see me on Zoom? And so many of my colleagues felt the same way, and we are transitioning even post-COVID. And I don't know that I use that correctly, because is it really post-COVID? But the post-COVID era, if I am to use that term loosely, has really presented some different opportunities for us to work anywhere. So that is the who. You are the who. You as a business owner and as a corporate executive, if you are afforded the opportunity to work from anywhere, you could be an expat. But not only those individuals who can work and travel anywhere, those individuals like myself, I don't have the luxury of being out of the country the lion's share of the year. However, I wanted an opportunity when I did wish to travel, when I wanted to travel with my friends and colleagues and sorority sisters or whatever, family reunions, conferences, conventions. I wanted to have an opportunity to travel somewhere that welcomed me, but that also I had a financial interest in. And unfortunately, many of the opportunities within the United States for investing in luxury and or communities where the income generating opportunities or short-term rentals are plentiful, like near the water at the beach, Hilton Head, Martha's Vineyard, various other places that I've frequented as a tourist. It was just not feasible for me to get into that market now, because it was a well-established market. And to get into a market that's well-established means that the price points are higher. And so the margins that I needed to be able to, in this fourth quarter of my life, be able to capitalize on just weren't there. I mean, certainly if I was at 25 and I could have gotten in on some opportunities then, and been able to sit on it for several years before retirement, I probably would have found some of those other pockets in the United States very feasible for me to invest in and pay down enough to be able to enjoy in these later years of my life. However, that was not the mind space I was in back in those days. And so for me, even though I was not one that could be an expat, I was one that could benefit from the opportunity of owning abroad, getting in on the ground floor of development, and then being able to capitalize on it from short-term rental. So after I determined the who was me, that I could actually identify with someone who could invest abroad, and that I had the desire to own abroad where I can get in on the ground floor of opportunity where the market was not already established in many cases. And it provided a cushy opportunity for me to get in without a normal financial haul. So the next thing I'd like to talk about is the what. What is it that I would want to invest in once I made the decision that this was a market that may provide me an opportunity for soft term. So after I determined that the opportunity to invest abroad and the idea of researching it was for me, I then needed to know, well, what would I invest in? What kind of opportunities were within my price range? And so essentially, I sought out to learn a little bit more about what sort of investment opportunities were abroad. And in doing so, there was a wealth of information that I could glean both on the internet as well as through relationships that I was able to garner from people who were doing the same thing, that looked like me and was in my space, and even those that were not in my space. I know that I'm from Brooklyn. I'm a Brooklyn girl. I grew up in a very urban environment, and everything that I have been able to accumulate, I've done so by just working a job and being a business owner. And so many of you who may say, well, this is out of my reach. I want you to rethink that, because there's so many assets that you can attach to be able to get into this market. So first, let's talk about what is available to you. That would mean that there are opportunities in various countries that, whether it be in the Caribbean or Europe or even in America, Hawaii or in St. Thomas or various other territories of the United States. And in looking at those particular territories, I wanted to see, I looked first at the US territories because I was familiar with the laws. I thought it provided me a level of protection that would make me feel comfortable for investing abroad. But I found that many of those economies were unfortunately not thriving. My family's from Barbados, and so that was naturally, instinctively, someplace I wanted to own. However, the GDP was not outperforming many of the other Caribbean destinations. And so in my research, I was able to learn that in this instance, the Dominican Republic was actually outpacing all of the other Caribbean destinations, not only in GDP, but they were outpacing them in the number of tourists that were coming into that region to actually enjoy that region. In fact, during COVID, the Dominican Republic outpaced, you ask someone from there, they would say, what COVID? Because it provided a refuge for many people who wanted to be outdoors and did not want to be sheltered in place during the COVID term. And so as a result, those areas thrived. And the Dominican Republic, not only did I find that it was outpacing other Caribbean destinations, I found that they had a strong democratic government. It had a stable economy, beautiful beaches, beautiful people. The distance from the US to the Dominican Republic was palatable. It was no more than it would take me to get to many other American cities. And being in Atlanta, it made it very easy, for me to be able to hop on a plane and be there in 3 hours. And so it was an attractive opportunity for me to learn more about this particular region. But whether it's in the Dominican Republic or any other region, you want to do your research as to what is if the economy is stable, if that government is a democratic government, if they offer different incentives for you as an American to invest in those markets. For example, in the Dominican Republic, they have something called the Convertor, that if you apply for it and afforded that, you have various tax incentives for income made in that country from tourism. So that provided for me an incentive to learn more. I also want to caution you to learn about which countries will allow you to actually own in their country as a foreign citizen, or foreign, that one that is not a resident or a citizen of that country. For example, in Mexico, while I had membership interests in various properties, I could never own there without having citizenship. In fact, at one point, and in many countries, you cannot own unless you either marry a citizen or you become a citizen. Well, in the Dominican Republic, not only do they afford you the opportunity for dual citizenship if you want to, as an American, also have Dominican citizenship, but the main thing for me is that it didn't require me to do that, that I could actually have an interest, a deeded interest in property in the Dominican Republic without being a citizen of the Dominican Republic. That meant that for 20, 30, 100, 1,000 years from now, my family could keep that asset and transfer it over and over again. And so that's one of the things you want to look at whenever you decide to invest abroad. What does that government offer you? And are there any incentives, and how stable that government is? Additionally, you want to, when you're saying what you want to invest in and where you want to invest, you want to look at whether or not the trend, just as in the US, whether the trend is that the assets are appreciating in those regions. So like in any country, there are areas where the markets are thriving and there may be areas where they're not thriving as much. And so what I found is that when you look at it, you want to determine whether or not you do your research. A lot of this information is online. And like you, I took the time to look up the market in the Dominican Republic. And while there are many tourism areas in the Dominican Republic that many people flock to, I wanted an area that was actually a market that was going to actually be an emerging market where I could get in for a reasonable amount, but that the trend was that it was appreciating in value. And what I was able to find in the Samana Bay region, in the Samana province, was that particular region had been preserved from many of the industrial and commercialization of Punta Cana and Puerto Plata and various other regions, because it was until recently as in a few decades ago, not even accessible except by boat. And so it was a fisherman's town. And when you go there, it looks like you're in the Mediterranean, because it has been largely populated by Europeans and Canadians. And it's just a well-kept secret. And so when you're looking at where to invest, you want to try to make sure that you can get in at a rate where you can benefit from the appreciation and the margins, that you're not buying at the peak of the market, and that there's an upward trend in that region. And so that would be not only where you're buying. Now let's talk a little bit about what you're buying. As far as buying power, many people elect to do villas and or condominiums because it provides the quickest way for them to be able to leverage that property for short-term rental through Airbnb, Vrbo, or various other platforms. And so if you find that you have identified a property, you want to get with a reputable company, developer, or real estate company. And the thing that was really challenging for me is that while I could look on the internet, and many properties are bought on the internet, legitimately so, I just personally, as a lawyer, was more accustomed to more traditional buy and sale agreements and closings and various other things. So it wasn't really an area that I felt admittingly comfortable in just buying over the internet. And so one of the things that I say is know who you're investing with, and you want to research the company. One of the things about the development company that I serve as CEO is that the principals of this development company are U.S. citizens. I have been a lawyer in Atlanta, Georgia for over 3 decades. I'm entrenched in my community, my church, my sorority. I'm a former Navy JAG. You can touch and feel me, as can you, my colleagues. And so the people who have invested with us feel comfortable that you can regularly speak with us, you can talk with us, you can ask questions, you can reach out and make sure that you can follow your investment. So you don't want to just lay your money into someone else's hands that you really haven't researched or have a connection of some sort with. So look, like in this scenario with our company, look for a company that you have some comfort level that they're going to be around for a while. And so, and while you're going through, if they're building, most of the time when you're investing abroad and they're in the process of building the condominium or building the villa, you can follow that build. You may have a local agent who is entrenched in that market, and you want to stay in constant contact with them because your benchmarks for payments are usually tied to the level of construction. So as they construct, you pay. And so many individuals like that because you don't have to pay it all up front. You're paying along, which with most often the last payment being the last 40% being due once you take possession of the property. So that provides a lot of people with an opportunity to be able to invest provisionally along in installments, and that creates for some a level of comfort, not having to secure a full mortgage. What you buy and how much you buy and how much it's going to cost, it varies based on the property, just like it is in the US, based on the property, whether you're buying a lot and building later, whether like in our resort, you're on a golf course or you're in an infill, if you could see the ocean, or you're on a mountainside looking at vistas and views, whether it has a full development and master plan. For example, when I sought to purchase property originally, I was just down in Las Terrenas, Dominican Republic, looking to buy, like you, maybe a villa where I can actually stay, pull out a month a year, sporadically with my family, friends, SARS, whatever, and come back and enjoy this property and rent it out the rest of the time and have it to pay for itself. That was the scope of what I initially thought I would be invested in. And that may be the space, and likely will be the space that you're in. But one of the things I wanted to know is how vibrant was the community? Did it have activities planned? How can I ensure for myself that there were going to be opportunities for rental income, because people were going to come back again and again. A lot of times when I travel places, I don't come back several times. In Las Terrenas, I've been back even before I became an owner or had any financial interest. I would come back time and time again. It is like the Martha's Vineyard of the Dominican Republic, the Hamptons. It is laid back and beautiful and lush, and so I found myself gravitating there. And so when you decide to invest abroad, you want something where people are going to want to continue to come back. But unfortunately, many people don't travel to the same destination several times. Even when I owned a timeshare and I had a home property, I don't know that I've ever gone twice to any of them. So it was only attractive if I could move around. And many people who want to invest have a concern about, well, I'm not going to be there all the time. Why would I want to invest instead put a flag in any particular place? And the answer there is because if you invest right, you're going to invest where there is going to be a reasons for not only yourself, but for your customers, these other tourists, to come back again and again. So you want to invest in a property that has a master plan. Our Samana Bay Resort has a master plan for an amphitheater, a sports and medical facility. It has a golf course. It has a sky lounge and pool. It is in its whale watching season, and the activities that are planned and the partnerships with all of the other corporations and golf, night golf, and various other things. Those things make it attractive for me to want to come back, but not only for me to want to come back, but for me to want to bring my colleagues and me to want to bring my families. And the next conferences my sorority have, we won't line another hotel franchises pocket to the tune of $10 million, we will be able to have our own resort where we can actually come back to, and we could actually have a partnership with these organizations where they actually are benefited from bringing tournaments and conferences and various other things. And I could imagine a day where our Founders Week, where we have lined the halls of this particular resort with people who are all encompassing of all the things that we are, not both our organizations and it being all inclusive, and actually having the opportunity to have the community come in and actually experience the culture as opposed to just seeing the culture. And those are the kinds of things I did when I traveled. I wanted to make sure I was a part of the culture, that I could comfortably and safely interact with the locals. And that is the things that made it so attractive for me when I decided to invest in this particular property. So when you decide to invest, look for a property that people, not only just you, would want to come back time and time again, because that is your pull. That is how you're going to guarantee yourself to make residual income, because what that does is they have activities and conferences and concerts and sports and pro athletes training on off season. You'll be able to fill your villa with people who want to vacation there and want to be a part of the experience when you're not there. And so that creates a dependable source of income, stream of income for you to ensure that your villa is taking care of itself and taking care of you when you're not there, and your family as it goes along. Because additionally, not only are you making money from rentals, as you continue to have this resort continue to appreciate in value, you have an asset that's appreciating while you take down the debt. So look at not only where you're investing, but what you're investing in, and make sure it's a profitable business model. Then we talk about how am I able to invest in abroad? Because many times people say, look, they are made aware, and I'll be candid with you, a lot of the financial opportunities for you to buy a home in the United States are not afforded you as a non-resident of these foreign countries. The way typically you invest is if you find a piece of property that you want to buy, and let's say it's $200,000 and it's already built. Many times the owner or the developer is going to want that in cash. Many of us do not have $200,000 in cash just sitting around. And if you have it sitting around, then you're not providing a good financial plan for yourself. It's because any $200,000 just sitting around is not making money for you. In fact, $200,000 sitting in most bank accounts, savings accounts, and checking accounts, they're not making money for you. It's almost embarrassing how much the bank pays you to use your money throughout the year, and they give you pennies on the dollar. I think I made 22 cents in the last quarter on one of my accounts, where the bank probably exponentially benefited from it. So my word says, I will make you a lender, not a borrower. And so I am keenly focused on the opportunity, any opportunity where we can put ourselves in position where we're not actually borrowing money. And so one of the things that I've learned is that there are so many other pockets of money, because I felt uncomfortable, as probably you would, pulling money out of the stock market. Not so much now that it's losing money. I've managed to pull myself away from that philosophy and say, look, I'm losing thousands of dollars a day as Russia and Ukraine continue to go to war, as they pull oil out of the stream of commerce, oil prices go up, as Russia threatens nuclear catastrophe. All those things affect my stock market, and as it should, because investor confidence is down. And so I have lost exponentially, even in the recent past, from my portfolio. And had I had any foresight, I probably would have pulled out and put some money in more stable investments, maybe stocks, bonds, whatever, maybe bonds, so that I could not have suffered such a loss. However, I'm not risk averse, so I did leave some things in the market and did not fare well. However, those minor pulls that I was able to pull out without penalty, I was able to reinvest in acquiring assets outside the country. And in doing so, even the appreciation in the value of those assets have exponentially benefited me more than I would have made in several years in the stock market. But that's my story. And so what I encourage you to do is look at where you have investments, see if it's outperforming the market. And if it's not outperforming the market, maybe you need to look at whether or not you can safely diversify these things, put them in different buckets so that when you have a loss, you don't suffer a full catastrophic loss because everything's in one basket. And might I even recommend to you to look at maybe investing abroad. So what does that mean for you? So if in your home you have, as many of us do, thousands of dollars, the market's been great to us, the appreciation in value, your tax assessor is even making money off of this presumed value in your home, but you're not, because all of your equity is sitting in your home, thousands of dollars. But until most recently, you could have pulled those resources out for pennies on a dollar. And while it's still, the interest rates have gone up to slow the market allegedly down, there are still opportunities to access this capital through HELOCs and various other things. And you say, well, why would I attach my home? If any of you experienced the downturn of the real estate market, as I did, being a massive real estate investor, I wish I had accessed those funds, because once that downturn occurred, I would have had cash to be able to buy at a lower price when the market was down, as opposed to buying at the peak of the market. And so if you have assets in your home, the interest rates that are there still usually outperform credit card and other commercial and hard money debt. And so we're in, for example, in our development, our investors who purchase land at one price have experienced more than a 40% growth in that value in 6 months, based on appraised value, based on what they could sell it for in the market right now. And so they could have, conceivably, while I would hope that they wouldn't do that, they could have conceivably taken that asset that they put $50,000 in and doubled that and just cashed in. And that certainly would have outperformed arguably most, if not all of that they would have made in the market. And if they kept that money in their home, arguably they weren't making any money off of that. So do look at other opportunities that you may have. There's also crowdfunding. Not only is your home an option, or moving and diversifying your portfolio and what you're investing, maybe even pulling back and not investing so much in the market, depending on your age and your strategy. Definitely talk to your fund manager. I'm not here to provide you tax advice, but there are solutions. The other way that has been amazing for our group is crowdfunding. And while you want to make sure that whenever you're doing these investment pools and these family offices and various other things, that you're following all the SEC rules, if there are any applicable rules that are in place, and you want to seek legal counsel for that. But we together are able to do so much. And one of the things I love about Black Wealth and all of the podcasts that are out there, and Killer Mike and Steve Harvey and all the other, Tyler Perry and all the others that are talking about investing and actually the power of the purse, as if we collectively come together. We can do that in our own groups. We can do that in our organizations. We can do that in our friend groups. I remember we have what we call Friend for Life group with my inner circle. And we are a bunch of powerhouse women, executives at top corporations, Fortune 500 companies, living abroad, working abroad, living and working in corporate America in the United States, most of them making $250,000 to $500,000 a year. And we would go every year to Hilton Head for our Friends weekend. And we would stay in a wonderful villa or chalet there on the Hilton Head Beach or Pawleys Island, or wherever we found ourselves, we would go. And we would spend several thousands of dollars, and we would come back with some wonderful pictures and great t-shirts. And one of our counterparts, one of my colleagues, one of my sister friends decided, I'm going to buy my own I'm in a position to do that. And she did that. And she bought her own in Hilton Head. And she not only benefits from short-term income, but she pulls out a week, a year for her friends. And we pay her because we would pay someone else, but we pay her. And how much better serving is it that we have an opportunity to enrich one of our own? And yes, she gives us a discount, though whether if she did it or not, it wouldn't matter, because we are wonderfully blessed to be able to put some money in her pocket than someone else that we do not know and that does not have a vested interest in our well-being. So not only does she take care of her sister friends, she also takes care of her family. She pulls out a week. She said, you can't come during a peak season, but you could pick a week. And despite these holdbacks for herself, her family, her friends, her colleagues, she can do exponentially better in the income that she can generate there, and be able to pay for itself, provide an asset for her family. When we take trips that we would take anyway, we benefit someone that we know, and no different than if any of us do that. Now, she decided to do it in the US, and that's an option for you. But let me venture to caution you to not let go of the opportunity to learn about investing abroad, because you can get in for far less, usually 250, 300,000 in most markets, unless you're talking about something in a higher end, like in a master plan development with golf or something like that, then you're to the north of $500 million. But even that, I shared with my colleagues recently on a trip to Casa de Campo in Dominican Republic, which is one of the comparable resorts that we align ourselves with as our development company progresses. They were making $600,000 a year on their villa, and it was able to be built for about $600,000, but it's now worth $3-4 million. So now not only has this person been able to benefit $600,000 a year in passive income, they also have an asset that has appreciated several $1 million. And when they got in, my understanding, Casa de Campo, the average home was $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. With, like, for example, our development, if you're talking about a development where you're talking about a master plan and you can get in and purchase a lot and build on that lot and pull out and have something that's magnificent, that's tailor-made for you and your family for generations to come, and it still make income for you, and you could still utilize it for family reunions and conferences and various other things, and bring your own where you and your own can benefit, you're winning. And not only are you winning, if all of you got together and collectively were able to buy in, like my sister friends, we're all in a position to drop $10,000 on something to get a lot. 5 or 6 of us get together, get a lot, pay onto an investment, and build. And yes, we can build our own infrastructure. We can pull out our own weeks. We can all split proceeds. We can get together and have a cookout for homecoming. Why can't we get together and build and invest and have something that we can own from year to year and generation to generation, we can enjoy one amongst each other? So that's kind of the why. That's kind of the why we do it. Not only because we can do it, if we think about how we can crowdfund, how we can, as siblings, as communities, as sororities, as fraternities, as conferences and groups, and how much power we have and how much we spend on travel and various other things. And it does not mean that you'll have to go every year to this place, but we hope that when you decide to invest abroad, you pick a place that you wouldn't mind coming back year to year, that you wouldn't mind leveraging your relationships and organizing events around the Founders Week, that you would not mind passing on from generation to generation, so that just like the Hiltons, when your children's children and their children's children come to the Founders Week, so many years from now, they'll see your name on the marquee and not Hilton. So I just wanted to have you think outside the box, because we can do all things, and we only limit ourselves by what a vision we have for ourselves. And together, even individually, and goodness knows collectively, we can learn about investing abroad. We can know the who's you. You can do it. It is about you investing in yourself and learning and researching what opportunities there are and where's the best place for you. So what's your financial portfolio and of your collective networks? What can you buy? One of the things, like I said, at Samana Bay Resort that we've done, we are a group of developers that have come together and have purchased land to be able to develop this 4,000-acre masterpiece. And we've managed to put together a team of professionals that have done resorts like La Cala in Fiji and Six Senses and 5-star hotel resorts. You get the best because you want the best, because you want this particular property to rival all the others. And you can do it if you work together. And so while we talk about the who being you, the what being what you're able to manage through your creative financing, through learning about what you do have access to, from your portfolio to your home, to your savings, to the ability to have developer financing. All those opportunities are available. So don't say you can't do it. Any of us can do it. And you say, what you think that is, when you say, oh, any of us can do it, she would say that. No, I am no different from you, and you are no different from me. And you shortchange yourself when you do not at least look into the opportunity. And as far as why you will do it, is because it creates generational wealth. You're traveling anyway. You remember that timeshare presentation you went to just to get a free weekend or a free week somewhere, and they told you you're traveling anyway. Why don't you buy this? And now you and your family can have wonderful vacations. But what they didn't tell you is that you don't own it outright. You can't sell it when you get ready to sell it. You have to continue to write a check for them. This is not that. You want an opportunity when you decide to invest, that it is in the right place with a stable economy that welcomes you to own outright, not being a citizen of that country, and that offers you tax incentives that will allow you residual passive income, whether you're there or not, is able to make money for you because it's appreciating in value, and because the economy and the market and the tourism is bringing people to that region over and over again, so that you can continue to make money. And what I would like to say to you today is there are so many reasons why to invest. Stop focusing on the reasons why not. Look into it. You owe it to yourself. You owe it to your family. And I am super, super excited to be the one to tell you, let's start it today. Let's get together and figure out how we can own abroad and how we can make, and I haven't even gotten to how you will enjoy the opportunity to have vacations and make memories, enjoy beaches and all sorts of things, and how much pride you will have in saying, I own here. And I cannot tell you how much that means for me, how prideful that makes me, and how I love being able to take my mom there and having her to experience it with me. And I want to experience it with you. I want to learn about your stories and how you have been able to think outside of the box, and how you have been able to glean from what I've told you and develop a strategy for yourself that's not your grandmother's investment strategy. So I look to hear from you. I'm super excited for what is to come for you and for all of us. And I thank you for this time and the opportunity to speak with you about investing abroad. And for now, I yield my mic.